All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the city of New Haven. I'm William Tong. I'm the Attorney General of the great state of New England. For those New Jersey and New York people in the room, this is where New England begins. Although I've often been concerned why New Jersey and New York are not in New England. That's a running joke between me and Tish and me and Matt Placken. But it's great to be with all of you. Thank you so much for joining us for this really important forum on plastics and on research and advocacy. How many people who are not from Connecticut had pizza last night? Okay, that's a little light. We're going to have pizza tomorrow. So if your travel plans are to bug out early, don't. We're going to Pepe's at 1 o'clock, I think. This was a really big deal for the Attorney General of Connecticut, so I'll be really disappointed if you don't stay for Pepe's. It's magical. Also tonight, you're going to hear from Bethany, who's going to tell you all of this, but I'm going to jump the gun a little bit. We're going to the newly remodeled Peabody Museum at Yale University. And we're going to have dinner with the dinosaur bones, so please don't miss that either. It's going to be a really great and fun event. Let me just start with why I'm here and why we're here for this conference. And everybody has a different point of entry, a different point of departure. I guess there's no other place I'd rather be except at this time of year, I'd rather be on Long Island Sound. So you can see Long Island Sound from our hotel. And why would I rather be on Long Island Sound, not far from here? It's because now is the fall run, when the striped bass start running down from Maine and from our area, and they start heading back down south to the Chesapeake and the other places where they overwinter, and the false albacore tuna and the bonito. And our regional economies here in Connecticut and Rhode Island and Massachusetts and up the coast, and yes, New Jersey and southward, depend on a vibrant fishery here up and down the eastern seaboard. And it's a big part of my life. It's how I find peace. It's how I spend time with my kids. And it's a big part of the life of New Englanders and Northeasterners and Americans and people of the world, our natural resources. And so if you think about the ways in which, not just that they're important sort of in an abstract way, but the way in which natural resources touch our lives and the ways in which we depend on them every single day. For me, this is a very personal conference because I want our oceans to be clean and healthy. I want those resources to be there for my kids and for me and for generations going forward. And plastics poses a huge risk to them. And that's why we're here together to confront this challenge together. The other reason why I'm here, how many people work in an Attorney General's office here? Okay, great. So we have 20 states represented here today on a bipartisan basis. Thank you very much. And people often ask me how we start, the big initiatives that attorneys general embark upon, right? How do we decide we want to take on a certain investigation? How do we decide that we want to advocate for a certain policy position? How do we decide we want to initiate a lawsuit? And I think people think that there's some really sophisticated matrix, and right, we weigh the pros and cons and facts and the law, and somehow there's some AG laboratory and we come up with just the right case. That's not how it happens. What happens is Matt Levine, who is the section chief of the environment section in the Connecticut Office of the Attorney General, sends the Attorney General a text. And the text says plastics. And then he forwards an article some months ago, actually probably more like a couple years ago, an article about microplastics and how in this day and age of not just fast casual food, but fast casual clothing, cheaply made so-called recycled fibers clothing, that very often these clothes go into our washing machines and they shed microplastics. And those microplastics end up, going down the pipes, going into the plumbing, into the sewers, into the water treatment plants, and do a great deal of damage. And ultimately, those microplastics end up in our bodies. We ingest them. And what was it, Matt? A credit card size worth of microplastics in our body every single year. And when you put it in those terms, it seems pretty stark and terrible and gross that you're ingesting these microplastics year after year. And it's not just you, it's your family, it's your children, it's your pets, it's all of us. And so I responded after reading that article in the car on my phone, we should do something. And that's how we reached out to our very good friends at the New York University Law School State Impact Center, and specifically we're going to hear from Executive Director Bethany Davis-Knoll in a second, and we said we need to convene people to have a conversation about plastics, all manner of plastics. And so I would ask you this morning, A, to consider why you're here and how you got here, right? And what it means to you, what this work means to you. Not just that you work in an AG office and it's your job, or that you're a scientist or an academic or an advocate and it's what you focus on, but what this means to you and your family, and how the growing crisis of plastics and plastics management affects you and your family and your community. So my second ask is that we come here with open hands, open hearts, open minds, right? This is, at its heart, it's a convening, it's a meeting, it's conversation. And let's just address the elephant in the room. There was some consternation about what this whole thing is about, right? And I just want to put it on the table that this is about conversation and about engagement and about discussion, right? It's about science, it's about research, it's about sharing our perspectives. We went to great lengths. My office, Bethany, and the State Impact Center, we went to great lengths to make sure that diverse voices were heard in this room, okay? So it's not just one-sided. I want to be very clear about that. We have strong representation from industry. We have strong representation from manufacturers and sellers of plastics. We have strong representation from recycling and the recycling industry. We have strong representation from academics, scientists, and yes, advocates who are really concerned about what we do about plastics, right? And the crisis of plastics and the environmental impact of plastics. And all of you are here because we want you to talk to each other. And we want to learn from you. We want all of us to learn from each other. So when we leave here, we are maybe not on the same page, but we're all committed to the same challenge and the same goal, right? Which is a sustainable future in which we together manage this challenge of plastics and move to a safer, cleaner, healthier world for everybody. And I think everybody wants that and can agree on that. So thank you again for coming here and for being willing to be part of this conversation. As I said, it is a bipartisan gathering, 20 offices, bipartisan representation by attorneys general. You're going to hear from California Attorney General Rob Bonta in a little bit. Rob is coming home to New Haven. He spent 11 years in Connecticut for college and law school. He doesn't tell the people in California that, but I know it. Attorney General John Formella of New Hampshire is on his way, if he's not already here. So we're grateful for his presence. And then Attorney General Rosenblum was going to be here. She has a funeral service she has to attend, so she's going to appear remotely, as is Attorney General James from New York. But Tish is also joining us later remotely, I think early this afternoon. So we're grateful for their engagement. Before I call Bethany up here, let me thank some other partners. I want to thank the Attorney General Alliance for helping to underwrite the travel for people from AG offices who are here in their official roles. This would not have happened without especially two people in my office. First, I want her to stand, Assistant Attorney General Kayla Smith, please. So if you're enjoying your Moroccan shakshuka this morning for breakfast, that's Kayla. If you think that Kayla's been stressing about the panels and all of you and who's coming and who's speaking, yes, that's been a concern, but she's been most stressed about what we're having for lunch and dinner and the pizza, because that's important to her boss. So thank you, Kayla, for putting this all together. And I want to thank the leader of our environment work in the Office of the Attorney General, Matt Levine, the section chief. Thank you, Matt. You're here at the first net zero emission hotel in the United States. And it's a LEED Pass hotel. And I want to thank Kathy Young, who put this together. She's back there. You're going to hear from the owner and developer here, Bruce Becker, in a little bit about I think tomorrow, how we put this whole project together. I want to thank the staff here who are hosting us for the next couple of days. Can we give the staff a round of applause? And then we have some special guests. I got to mind my Connecticut politics. So we have my very good friend Joe Gresco, State Representative, Chair of the Environment Committee. And then my longtime colleague, who's going to, I think, moderate a panel, Tom O'Day, the Deputy Republican Leader in the House of Representatives. All right. We're in Connecticut. We can do whatever we want. So without further ado, let me ask Bethany Davis-Knoll of the State Impact Center to join us up here.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. You all had your coffee and your breakfast, and you're ready to go? We have a packed agenda. I'm going to do a few logistical announcements just to get us ready, and then we'll get going. We have so much to learn. Okay, so thank you all. The first thing I want to say is thank you all for being here. Thank you to all the speakers that Kayla and I have been calling a lot and organizing, and you've been getting late night emails from us. Just thank you for being here and for being part of this really interesting conversation that we're planning to have. Thank you, Kathy. I also wanted to thank you for everything you've done to make this happen. This hotel is really interesting and really fun to be in, so thank you. There's been just a few agenda tweaks, but they're going to be over by lunch, so I will just announce those, and then everything will be smooth and great. The break is going to be at 10 to 10:15. That's this morning. And then Sustainability Goals Part 1 is 10:15 to 11:30, and Legislative and Policy Efforts is 11:30 to 12:30. You'll have a little bit of time to breathe and relax, and then lunch will be at 12:45. Wherein we'll hear from Rob Bonta. And then the agenda is as it is. If you want the updated agenda and updated speaker list, there's a QR code on the pamphlet where you can go get all the information about the speakers and the agenda and everything you want. We plan to give you all something to take home too. So, you should learn a lot here today, but we also plan to give you all the materials and a conference report that you can take home to sort of learn, have at your ready when you have a question. So that's why all the speakers are here, to give you that information. And then you can soak it up as long as you want. The Q&A, the way the Q&A is going to work, we're going to pass around note cards and then pick them up and then hand them to the moderator for whichever panel so that they can ask the questions. There's AG staff were invited to join online, and they might be submitting questions. They will put them in the Q&A, and I'll also hand those to the moderator on note cards. So we'll have that all be consistent. Yeah, so my instructions for you all are enjoy this educational opportunity. We're all here to learn from each other. Thank you, AG Tong, for giving us your instructions, too. We're all here to learn from each other. We want to hear from the speakers why you've arrived at your conclusions or your opinions. You know, what's the data and information informing where you're coming from? We want to hear that and engage on that and learn about that. And yeah, let's get going. We're going to start with our first panel, which is our overview and introduction, where Matt Levine's going to moderate, and Judith Enk's going to give us an introduction from her professorial position. And then we'll do Q&A and pass out the note cards. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome to New Haven. Thank you all so much for being here today. I am Assistant Attorney General Matthew Levine, head of the Environment Section, as Attorney General Tong said. A little over a year ago, Attorney General Tong said to me, let's put on a conference on plastics. It was really important to him to have a conversation around the challenges and solutions of plastic. And so we endeavored to do that. We reached out to NYU, and we talked to Kayla, and the two of them have worked incredibly hard. It is so hard to put on a conference like this. So I want to thank them so much for all their hard work in getting us here today. I also want to thank the Attorney General for his interest and leadership in this issue. It's been critical, and I think it's really generated a conversation around the country. And I hope this conversation that we're going to have over the next day and a half is going to be really interesting and informative and stuff people can use as they move forward. So thank you for that. It looks to be incredible. So with that, I'd like to get started. I'm going to introduce Judith Enk. We're very pleased to have Judith Enk with us as our first presenter. Judith is the president of Beyond Plastics. She previously served as regional administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, overseeing environmental protections in New York, New Jersey, 8 Indian nations, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and has had a number of roles in the New York Attorney General's office, right? In New York State government. Yes. Okay. So Judith will start us off by giving an overview of plastics and highlighting the many areas where we have common ground. So thank you. And as Bethany said, we're going to hand out some note cards. And so if you have any questions, you can put them on the note card, and we'll ask Judith in the question and answer section of the presentation. Thanks so much.
Raise your hand so I can pick it up.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Those of you who have been at Climate Week all week in New York City, today is Thursday. I'm so delighted to be here. Thank you to the many, many attorneys general. I rolled in last night at around midnight on reliable Metro North. It is a very reliable system. And I was feeling just a little tired, curious if I could get into the hotel at midnight, and I did make my way in. And I checked in, and then the staff person gave me the room key made from wood. I almost cried. We did a report at Beyond Plastics on the need to replace PVC room keys. Think of all of them all across the country every day. And one of my colleagues thought we were going a little bit too far, so I can't wait to send her this. So my topic today is People Over Plastic. It's a very subtle title. And I'm delighted to work for an organization I started called Beyond Plastics. That is our website. Don't look at it now, but during the week. And I started Beyond Plastics after I served in the Obama administration. That's me at a federal Superfund site in New Jersey. I visited many Superfund sites, many landfills, many sewage treatment plants. I was living the dream. True. And the thing about when you're appointed to your job by the president is you know when your last day on the job is. It's when he or perhaps she leaves office. So I had a lot of time to think about what to do next and decided I wanted to work on plastics for a whole bunch of issues, but to be honest, the thing that really grabbed my attention is what we are doing to the ocean. So I so appreciate A.G. Tong's comments about the need to keep plastic out of the ocean and make sure that we're not turning our ocean into a landfill. This is the last funny thing I'll say this morning. Get it? There's actually a lot of good plastic cartoons rolling around, which is helpful. And there is vast public support for reducing plastic. We have all met climate change deniers. Sometimes we're related to them. I have never met a plastic pollution denier because the evidence is everywhere. You walk down the street, you go to the beach, you will see plastic pollution. So check out this poll. Republicans and Democrats alike believe that plastics is either a very serious problem or somewhat serious problem. I want to meet the 13% of voters that think it's not a concern at all. And thanks to our friends at Oceana, Kim is here. They do polling every year, and there is a nationwide support for plastics reduction. And it is bipartisan, and it's important to keep it bipartisan so we can actually pass bills in the legislature, at the local level, and other levels of government. So let me start with a disclaimer. There is some appropriate uses of plastic, certainly in the medical field, although if you've been in a hospital lately, you see it has swung way too far. Wind turbines have plastics, car bumpers, making automobiles more fuel efficient. But what I want to talk about this morning is pointless plastic, which is most of the plastic in commerce. About 42% of plastic is single-use plastic packaging. Why we need to shrink wrap sweet potatoes, I don't know. And also, let me put on the table that there are many alternatives to plastics. I'm going to talk to you about the problems with plastic. We don't necessarily need a real new breakthrough, although I have some of my favorites. There's a small company in upstate New York called Ecovative, which makes an alternative to polystyrene from agricultural waste, and it's a mycelium-based product. But the most important thing is waste reduction. We can reduce, we can reuse, we can refill items, and then there's paper, cardboard, metals, and glass. But let's not lose sight of the fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is our consumption as a society. The United States has 4% of the world's population. We use 17% of the world's energy, almost a quarter of the natural resources in the world. Not surprisingly, we generate 12% of all solid waste. And the amount of single-use plastic is growing. The top producer is Australia, and we are number 2. Unless we change the status quo, we're going to see plastic continuing to surge with enormous implications. I'm a former federal regulator, so my approach to problems is to pass a really good law with no loopholes, and then make sure all of you, as savvy AGs, enforce the law. That's how we solve big problems. And I don't have to give you the litany of examples. Voluntary efforts just are not working. There is the oceans issue. These are tough numbers to come by, but look at the research of Dr. Jenna Jambak at the University of Georgia. 30 billion pounds of plastics going into the ocean annually. Most of it falls to the ocean floor. So you've seen various projects. It's usually some guy from Holland with lots of VC backing, and he's going to skim the plastic off the surface of the water with a couple dolphins. And it doesn't get most of the plastic because it falls down to the floor. Unless we change the status quo, we're looking at a 1-to-1 ratio of fish versus plastic in the ocean. We indeed are turning the ocean into a landfill. Most of the plastic comes from the land, so it's not like ships dumping in international waters. It's plastic litter on the street that gets into the storm drain, gets into the river, gets into the ocean. And when it gets into the ocean, it's exposed to sunlight, so it gets very brittle. And then you have the wave action, turning a plastic bottle into hundreds or thousands of pieces of plastic. It's almost like a paper cutter. Microplastics are damaging marine life. This is not an outlier. We see this picture from marine scientists over and over again. This is an albatross with their gut filled with plastic. When seabirds see orange or red plastic, they think it's shrimp. They eat it, they feel full, and there's premature death, or they bring the plastic back to their chicks in the nest, and the chicks will often choke on the plastic. There's been a lot of discussion about microplastics. That's 5 millimeters or less. And most importantly, today and tomorrow, we have to focus on the environmental justice implications of plastics. Most plastics in the US are manufactured in Texas, Louisiana, Appalachia, and we have communities that are almost sacrifice zones, communities where there's a concentration of petrochemical facilities and where the cancer rates are skyrocketing. If you're planning on skipping any sessions today or tomorrow, which you should not, but be sure to listen to Jo Banner from the Descendants Project, who lives along Cancer Alley in Louisiana. She is a friend. She's on the advisory committee of my organization, Beyond Plastics. And in my judgment, her perspective, her recommendations are the most important thing for us to hear during this gathering. We know that plastics traditionally were made from oil and chemicals. Now they're mostly made from chemicals and a waste product from fracked gas. The reason we have so much plastic is not because consumers are asking for more plastic. I don't know about you, but nothing tastes good in plastic. We're being inundated with plastics because there is a glut of fracked gas in the country. And this is a typical scene at a fracking pad site in Colorado, where the waste gas is vented into the atmosphere. Very subtle arrow. Ethane is a byproduct of fracking. And at most fracking sites, it's just vented. It's a potent greenhouse gas, not good to just vent it. It should be captured, and EPA is working on regulations to require that. But what we've seen in the last few years is pipelines being built to capture the waste gas and send it to a facility called an ethane cracker facility. This is one of the newest in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. And Matt, if you could just pass this around. These facilities produce little tiny pieces of plastic called nurdles, or pre-production plastic. And they are sent by rail all over the country. Open the top, that's just a reused jelly jar. But there's no problem touching it or smelling it. I got those nurdles from a train derailment in my home county, which happens regularly. And look at how little they are. Once they get into a river, they're virtually impossible to get back. So think of all the time we're spending cleaning up rivers and streams. And now this new risk is train derailments, which is very common, releasing little tiny pieces of plastics into the environment. A lot of the train tracks are along the river, so that's the river concern. So the Shell cracker in Beaver County, Pennsylvania is approved to annually emit lots of carbon, lots of particulate matter, lots of volatile organic compounds. And this is a pretty new plant, and already it's been hit with $10 million in fines for their operation. When you buy a new car, you expect it to operate better than your 20-year-old car. This is a new ethane cracker run by the little mom and pop company Shell, already consistently violating its environmental permit. And that is what the little nurdles look like. And on the right, the nurdles were found in Lavaca Bay in Texas, where the amazing Diane Wilson, a fourth-generation shrimper, has been battling Formosa plastics and picking up these nurdles all over her community. Little known part of the plastics issue. Unfortunately, more ethane crackers are proposed. Kentucky, Louisiana, Ohio, and Texas. I recommend you rely on Oil and Gas Watch. They keep a running list of many different petrochemical facilities proposed around the country, including those to make plastic. I also recommend that when you're thinking of getting in on this issue, talk to community leaders. And you may not represent Louisiana, but you have to talk to people in the Gulf states. This is a picture of Sharon Levine with Rise St. James in St. James Parish, Louisiana, a Goldman Prize winner. That local perspective and that local history is so important. When I worked in the New York Attorney General's office and we were bombarded with complaints from citizens about different problems in their community, I would often say, when we're picking priorities, what if you or your family was living next to a particular facility? What would you want to do in terms of compliance and enforcement? So here's the trend and why we're seeing so much plastic. Traditionally, fossil fuels are used to generate electricity at power plants and for transportation. So what's happening in the electricity sector? Finally, there's a shift to renewable energy and better energy efficiency. And then the transportation sector is being electrified, cars, trucks, etc. So plastic is now the plan B for the fossil fuel industry. They are looking for a new market because they've got smart people, they know consumer trends, and they have decided to make a very big bet on plastic, not because any of us voted for it, but they need to do something with their fossil fuel assets. A couple years ago, I wanted to take a look at what are the climate change implications of plastic, and we wrote this report, The New Coal, Plastics and Climate Change. If you look at the whole life cycle of plastics, from production, use, and disposal, this is a major climate change issue. Not as big as transportation and electricity yet, but we estimated that in 2020, the plastics industry generated the same amount of greenhouse gas emissions that you would get from 116 coal-fired power plants. How many years has it taken to stop the construction and operation of coal-fired power plants? And we are replacing those greenhouse gas emissions from plastic production. And we are in a climate crisis. You may have noticed that in Arizona, in Phoenix, they've had 100 consecutive days reaching 100 degrees or more. The 113 days, thank you for that correction. I tend to understate. Many of our communities are becoming uninhabitable. And why? This is a picture of any supermarket in America. We seem to have lost the ability to cut our own fruits and vegetables. They need to be cut up and overpriced in little pieces of plastic that you cannot reuse or recycle. And if you take one thing away from today, do not drink hot beverages in styrofoam or polystyrene cups, especially tea, because the chemicals will leach into your beverage. Plastics is a health issue. Plastic packaging can leach directly into food and beverages, and toxic chemicals hitchhike on the microplastics and the nanoplastics. Plastic particles have been found in seafood and other food. Apologies to foodies, but shrimp, mussels, things that are that you eat whole contain microplastics, I am afraid. And oysters. No, not a, you can keep eating it, but don't have it every day. Now, luckily, scientists have more sophisticated analytical tools in the lab. So Rutgers and Columbia teamed up and looked at microplastics and nanoplastics in bottled water and found a whole lot more than they expected. 1 plastic liter of water, they detected 240,000 fragments of plastic. One theory is when you have a plastic water bottle, when you turn the lid, little pieces of microplastic fall into your overpriced bottled water. I highly recommend the book A Poison Like No Other by Matt Simon if you want to really do a deep dive on plastics. And just last week, there was a very interesting article in Science written by Dr. Richard Thompson. He is the scientist who coined the phrase microplastics. He looked at 20 years of microplastics research, and that's what he has learned. Very serious problem with microplastics. That same article had a really useful graphic, how do microplastics get into our bodies? So those are the sources. Macroplastics are like plastic water jugs, plastic packaging. It gets into the environment, it gets into the marine environment, it gets into cows and food sources, and then it gets into you and me. And this is a little busy, but I wanted to share this slide, which is a summary, again, from the Science article of microplastics in the various parts of the human body. Peer-reviewed science has found microplastics in our blood. Microplastics have been found in human lungs, because remember, the major way microplastics enter your body is when you're inhaling it or when you're swallowing it. The New England Journal of Medicine identified microplastics in heart arteries, not the heart itself. And microplastics have been found in human breast milk, which is really, really troubling. And breast milk, the healthiest start for a new baby, but the idea that there's microplastics in the breast milk should be a clarion call for action. Dr. Ragusa at the University of Rome did a study with his colleagues identifying microplastics in the placenta, both on the fetal side and the maternal side. Now remember, the placenta is only typically around 7, 8, or 9 months, and it already has microplastics in it. And a recent study showing microplastics in human testicles. When I lobby in the New York State Legislature on various bills, this study seems to be of particular interest for lawmakers. So here's an important message. We cannot recycle our way out of this problem. Plastic recycling has been and will continue to be an abysmal failure. Plastic recycling is a distraction to real solutions. Less than 6% of your plastic waste is recycled. And let me explain why. There are 16,000 different chemicals used in plastics, many different colors, and many different plastic polymers. So if you have something like this and something like this, this cannot be recycled together. It's not like recycling an aluminum can, an old can into a new can. too many different types of plastic. So it does not lend itself to recycling. And you know who knows this is the plastics industry. They have really smart engineers. They know that plastics are not recyclable. And I advise you to look at an important report from the Center for Climate Integrity, because they looked at the history of the fraud and deception around plastics. And if you don't believe me, which you should, look at Monday's filing from the California Attorney General, which reads almost like a novel. I know it takes a long time for these cases to make its way through the system. This is a really strong case that the AG of California filed. It's about math. So that office can depose recycling coordinators and say, how much plastic do you actually recycle? Likely single digits. And then you compare it to the multi-million-dollar advertising campaign purposely designed to mislead the public, and you have a garden variety consumer fraud case on your hands that should be replicated all over the country. The plastics industry knows that mechanical recycling or conventional recycling doesn't work. They're out over their skis. I was always wondering when someone was going to run the numbers, and thankfully the California AG did. So now the industry is pushing something called chemical recycling or advanced recycling, which is even worse. We did a report on October with IPEN, Chemical Recycling, a Dangerous Deception. Basically, what chemical or advanced recycling is an attempt to heat plastic at high temperature and turn it into theoretically new plastic, but most facilities turn it into low-grade fossil fuel. There are only 11 facilities in the whole country, many of them not fully operating, but when we did our report, we wanted to be very generous, so we profiled all 11. Since our report came out, 2 of the 11 have closed, and 1 filed for bankruptcy recently. Chemical recycling doesn't work. It's almost always cited in a low-income environmental justice community, but what it provides is an excuse. When advocates meet with legislators on serious proposals to reduce plastic, they are met with, we don't need to reduce plastic, we can rely on chemical recycling. They've been trying it for decades. It doesn't work for many of the same reasons why mechanical recycling doesn't work. So even if you weren't concerned about the toxicity, the air pollution, the environmental justice issues of chemical recycling, let me posit this to you. If these 11 plants were operating at full capacity, they would only handle 1.3% of the plastic waste generated in the United States. That's not much of a solution, but you would never know that from the multi-million-dollar advertising campaign that you see on TV or in print media, not only by ExxonMobil, but also by the trade associations that are funded by chemical and fossil fuel companies. Now, I'm not trying to be difficult or ornery, but I have to tell you, let's not waste time on this. We have to solve the plastics problem. And making believe that chemical recycling or conventional recycling is going to solve it is not going to get us there. I support recycling. I started my town's recycling program in upstate New York. Keep recycling paper, cardboard, metal, glass. Compost your yard waste and your food waste. That's about 40% of the municipal waste stream. But let's be honest about the failure of chemical recycling and mechanical recycling and get to real solutions. The real solution is policies that make less plastic, full stop. There are alternatives. You'll hear from some companies tomorrow, very innovative entrepreneurs from Blue Land, Redish, and people often ask me, what can I do in my own life? That is a really fair question. So you don't need to be perfect, but look at what you use a lot in your own life. So I have a wonderful husband, And for 40 years, we've been having a debate about orange juice. That's what we fight over. And there's too much sugar in it, and there's no way I'm buying those plastic jugs of orange juice. So you see on the bottom, we buy frozen concentrate orange juice. And yes, I'm always the one who's making it. It's very easy. He does everything else in the house, don't worry. He's great. But like if you only use ketchup once a year, like in our house, don't worry about the ketchup. But look at what you regularly use and see what you can substitute out. But individual action is not enough. We need state bills to reduce plastic. We have a model bill on our website. It used to be called Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR, which is very common in Canada and Europe. An old EPR would put a fee on packaging, and then the money would go to local governments to support recycling. That's great, but it doesn't solve the plastic problem. We don't need more money for local plastic recycling. So a modern extended producer responsibility bill, or in New York, it's called the Packaging Reduction and Recycling Act, does a couple key things. It requires an actual reduction in plastic packaging. The initial bill was 50% reduction over 10 years. My tenure in state and federal government has taught me not to waste time on long-term aspirational goals, like 50% reduction in 2050 or something. We may not be alive then. I want to see incremental goals, and if you're not reaching the goal, you course correct. So reduction, eliminate the most toxic chemicals in packaging. Our model bill eliminates 17 toxic chemicals. That's not a lot. But the whole PFAS family, polyvinyl chloride, or vinyl chloride rather, and various heavy metals, formaldehyde, it's all in the bill. It also does not allow chemical recycling to count as real recycling, and it sets up a new Office of Attorney General to make sure that the companies are properly paying the eco-modulated fees. The way the fee structure works is if you're a refillable, reusable package, you don't pay a fee. If you're a multi-material package that can't be reused or recycled, you pay a higher fee. The bill passed in the New York State Senate last June and almost passed in the Assembly. It got through all of the committees, and then we ran out of time. So I meet with lawmakers to talk about this bill, and look, it can be a little coma-inducing, this topic. So I often bring a prop. I have this wonderful colleague who's very conscientious about what she buys. Unlike me, I just try not to buy a lot of stuff. But she has 2 little kids, and plastic highlighters, the pens? She wanted to buy highlighters made from wood. So she ordered this on this little company, delivered it. It came in this package. Then it came in this. Then it came in this. And then the 4th layer was her eco highlighters. And who pays for all of this? You and I as taxpayers. The packaging companies don't have skin in the game because they sell this stuff, and then we're stuck dealing with it. It could have just been delivered in this, a cardboard recyclable envelope. This is a manageable problem with the right political leadership. Another policy initiative that makes a lot of sense is deposit laws or bottle bills. We only have 10 in the country. What I like about them is a great incentive to avoid litter. You may have seen, again, advertising by the beverage industry saying every bottle back. You know how you get every bottle back? You put a deposit on it, and people return it. The moment we are facing could not be more significant. Many of us were at Climate Week, and it's a great week for fellowship and seeing friends and talking to people we may not always agree with. But we, as the head of the UN said, we are in a code red when it comes to climate. We are seeing in the news in Florida today, climate change does not cause hurricanes, but the warmer ocean temperature makes the hurricanes much more intense. We're seeing more and more wildfires. This was New York City 2 summers ago, and you go outside and you smell like you're next to a wood stove. Plastics is a climate change issue. We have alternatives. Just like in the renewable energy field, we're finally seeing wind, solar, geothermal take off. We need that same narrative with plastics. But this is only going to happen if we pass laws, if we file lawsuits, if we educate the public, and we tell the fossil fuel, plastics, and chemical industry that they need to invest in alternatives than traditional plastic. So here's where we are on social media. Follow us. Very happy to be a resource for all of you and delighted to take questions.
Is this working? Yes. Judith, that was great. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Is my microphone? Yes. Thank you for that. I wonder if you could expand a little bit. I know there's some cards out there if people are writing questions. Expand a little bit on the producer responsibility bill.
Yes, I would love to talk about that bill. So the way Beyond Plastics got started working on extended producer responsibility is I got a call from a state Senate office saying, good news, Judith, it was right after I left EPA. I just started Beyond Plastics, wasn't really focused on packaging. And the staffer said, good news, the senator's introducing a bill on extended producer responsibility. Will you give us a quote for the news release? I said, oh, wow, interesting. Can I read the bill? And she said no. Instantly, I knew something was up. So I didn't offer a quote for the news release. I read the bill the next day. It was terrible. And we tried to convince the senator not to advance the bill. By the way, he's now a lobbyist for the American Chemistry Council, just saying. So we needed to oppose an ineffective bill because if a state legislature passes an EPR bill that is not effective, they're not going to revisit it for like another 10 years. They're going to say, we're done. So being the lapsed Catholic that I am, I decided we couldn't just oppose a bad bill. We needed our own bill as an alternative. So I invited a bunch of experts to Bennington College in Vermont, where I teach. Really hard getting people to Vermont. And we spent a couple days locked in a room drafting a bill. And we have this alternative bill that has the key provisions. Absolutely require reduction of plastic over a specific period of time, get the worst toxics out of packaging, eco-modulated fee, chemical recycling doesn't count as recycling. Most importantly, no loopholes. The California EPR bill, SB 54, which we opposed, has language that actually says if packaging has unique challenges complying, it's exempt from the law. Who passes a bill with language like that? Everyone's going to come in and the AG's office's head is going to explode having to decide what's the unique compliance problems. So no loopholes, incremental reduction problems, goals, deal with toxics, new inspector general, and we trust the industry to run a producer responsibility organization. Because every state agency understandably says they are stretched. They can't run the program. So the industry gets together and they form an organization called a producer responsibility organization, but that needs oversight and accountability. So this is the good bill to reduce packaging at the state level. I don't think we're going to see a federal bill anytime soon. So having states like, I don't know, Connecticut, do a really strong packaging reduction bill will make all the difference in the world, and it will save taxpayer dollars. We have strong support on this from local governments, because right now, they just get flooded with all of this plastic packaging. And they know they can't recycle most of it. And the days of pilot projects, we're past that. We got to solve the problem. So there's strong municipal support.
Are there areas that have implemented some version of an EPR that you have found effective, either in Canada or the United States?
Well, there's lots of experience in Canada and Europe, but it's your grandmother's EPR. It's mostly a fee on packaging with a desire that that'll drive down production of packaging, but it hasn't. What it has done is provided a really good funding source for local recycling programs, which I think is important, but doesn't solve the plastics problem. In the United States, in the last 2-3 years, state-level EPR laws were adopted in Maine, Colorado, Oregon, California, and Minnesota. And what a lot of the state legislatures do, particularly in Minnesota, is they leave a lot of the big decisions to the state agency to decide. And certainly we know post-Chevron that you need to have precise language in bills and not have a 5-year debate on interpreting things.
I wanted to also go back to the bottle bill. You raised that and said 10 states have a pretty robust bottle bill. How is that affecting recycling or reducing plastic?
So I have a special place in my heart for bottle bills. It's the first bill I ever worked on as a college student. You always remember the first bill you passed in the legislature and the party when the governor signed the bill, because we weren't sure what Governor Kerry was going to do. So the importance of the bottle bill is it's producer responsibility. It's kind of like the early EPR. And because the material is source separated so nicely at the store, you have a much better chance of that material getting recycled. Because it's not in the bin where there's, birthday cake on the newspaper and the glass is broken. And there's been a lot of innovation. But I think more than that, the incredible benefit of bottle bills is litter prevention. But they need to be modernized. A lot of them are still a nickel. They should be a dime. And they should have incentives for refill. Coke announced that they want 25% of their beverage containers refilled by 2030. I don't know how they're going to get the beverage containers back without a mandatory deposit on it. And we have to put that into statute because Coke will not do this on their own. There's a long history of Coke and other companies putting out news releases saying they're going to do something on even recycled content, and then they don't even come close to achieving what they say they're going to do. That's why we need a law.
You mentioned source separation as the key to that particular success or advancement. Is that something you'd like to see more of at the curbside, the households, mandatory? Because I remember when we used to recycle, we did have to separate things. Now everything's put into one bin.
So glad you raised that. So let me be very subtle and say I hate single stream recycling. And we have it because waste haulers find it easier to collect everything all together. And many waste haulers tell their customers, just put all your plastics in there, and then we're going to sort out the number ones and the number twos that might have a market. The theory is if you make it easy for people, you'll pull out more number ones and twos, but I have not seen data that works. I think as much separation as you can do, you have a much better chance of actually seeing that material be recycled. Okay. It's not about collection. It's about actually recycling paper, metal, glass, moving away from plastics.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're separating, there's a higher likelihood you're going to get the recyclability of the non-plastic items.
Improved, absolutely. Right. And don't forget composting.
Right.
New York City has curbside composting now in large parts of the city. That's the real sleeper issue. Yard waste and food waste, and don't throw so-called compostable packaging in with your yard waste and food waste, because that's going to screw up the end product. I've visited composting operations that have partial compostable plastic utensils in the end product compost. There are a lot of farmers that do not want compost from commercial operations that accept packaging.
All right, we have some questions here. Let's see.
Seems like you got a lot.
Yeah, a number.
Just ask me the easy
You've actually, you've answered some of them, I mean, through the questioning. You mentioned that plastics leach chemicals into food. Are they not safe? FDA, what about the FDA? Are they looking into that?
Well, the FDA seems to be asleep at the job, and they are not protecting the public from chemicals in packaging, particularly plastic packaging. Look at the work of the Food Policy Food Packaging Forum. Dr. Jane Monkey is here. Make a point of talking to her. She knows about this better than most. I would not rely on the FDA at all to protect us from chemicals in packaging.
Okay, here's another one. While recycling may be overhyped by the plastic industry, doesn't recycling play a positive role? If limited role, say with bottle bill PET?
PET.
Yeah.
Very limited. The one plastic recycling, effective recycling is PET plastic in bottle bill states because it's source separated. But that's it. That's your one example. And again, turning to the California AG's lawsuit, which I think is profoundly important, it's not just the false advertising, it's also so many products. Sorry, I have my back to all of you, nothing personal. There are so many products in the store that have the iconic recycling label on it. So how many of us have been at relatives' homes, like for Thanksgiving, and you go into the kitchen and they're putting non-recyclable plastic into the recycling bin, and you have to have the awkward conversation with your sister-in-law. And she says, but there's a recycling logo on it.
Not like that happened.
I'm thinking of one specific holiday. Oddly, we were not invited back the following year. You don't want to live with me. So it's like it's a long conversation to explain, even though it has the logo, you can't recycle it. We do have the green guide that the FTC has put out, but the green guide seems like it's just like gentle little suggestions if you want to comply, as opposed to being enforced. But the green guide is a very good guide. The FTC is updating it, and all of your offices should submit comments.
Question here, how do we deal with enforcement when we're dealing with some of these recyclable bills, EPR? What about the enforcement aspect of it?
Enforcement is really important, and you are all really smart, creative people. You know that you don't have enough resources, but I think there are innovative enforcement policies. I want to tell a quick story about the plastic bag ban in New York City. I just brought this as a prop, by the way. And this was from a restaurant in New York City because it doesn't cover supermarkets. We have a volunteer with Beyond Plastics who's very high energy, and he goes to various stores all over New York City, and he just documents which stores are still handing out plastic bags. And there's a lot of them in New York City. The New York plastic bag ban works in most of the state, but not at a lot of New York City stores. So on something like that, it's standing outside the store and seeing where people carrying plastic bags out. On EPR, I think it's really important to have an inspector general who can audit and who can look at the operation. The packaging industry says, we want to run the program ourselves, okay, but we need accountability, and you need a forensic accountant, and you need to follow the money.
Based on discussions with folks of Climate Week, what is the reaction to the shift in the Biden administration's policy regarding the Global Plastics Treaty?
Yes, I didn't touch on this because I am not an expert on the UN, but there are people here who are. Talk to Neil Tangri with Gaia and other Global Plastic Treaty. Jess also with Gaia, and Julie with CBD. So the Biden administration position on the Global Plastics Treaty, which is currently being negotiated at the UN level, has been both puzzling and disappointing. There is a large group of companies or countries that are part of something called the High Ambition Coalition, and the United States seems to be part of the Low Ambition Coalition, not standing up for the need to reduce the production, use, and disposal of plastics. About a month ago or so, a spokesperson with the Council on Environmental Quality read a paragraph to a meeting of environmental leaders and a meeting with industry people, which signaled that the position might be changing. So that's kind of hopeful, but I'd like to see something in writing, and the negotiations are being led by the State Department with some input by EPA, but I would say not enough input by EPA, and not enough input from frontline communities. We need the State Department to go to Louisiana and Texas and Appalachia and talk to people who live near plastic production facilities and make that part of their judgment on whether the US position should be more plastics recycling, wah-wah, or actual reduction in plastic. If we don't get reduction, we don't get the health benefits, you don't get the equity, and the treaty will not live up to its promise.
Okay. What work or research are you aware of or working on related to depackaging units and the impact of microplastics in animal feed, compost, and soil?
Oy, that's a lot.
Oy.
So plastics in soil is a major concern. And plastics in animal feed, including the chemicals in plastics, is a major concern. There are academics that are looking at this, and it's a very hard issue, and it needs to be addressed from a health perspective. And that is one reason why a number of organic farmer associations do not want so-called compostable packaging at their farms, because you don't want PFAS in the compost. You don't want little microbeads of plastic in the compost. And on depackaging, I don't know a lot about it other than I know what it is. I think it's important and it should happen. And if we have a strong EPR bill, we have a new funding source. So I didn't talk enough about the money on EPR. You put a modest fee on packaging, an eco-modulated fee, so refillable, reusable, doesn't get a fee, those dreadful multi-material like baby food pouches. Have you been in the supermarket aisle lately for baby food? It is horrifying. I often take phone calls while I'm shopping, which is not good, and by mistake, I went into the baby food aisle. Rather than little glass jars with baby food, it's just pouch after pouch, ironically, of organic food that babies are sucking on, multi-material plastic packaging. That gets a high fee. So we're going to have a new funding source. And yes, some of the money will go to improve recycling. Let's have electric garbage trucks to collect everything. Let's upgrade material recovery facilities with the money that they need. But more importantly, let's invest in reduction. Every single state has a solid waste hierarchy that says reduce, reuse, recycle, landfill, and incineration, or incineration and landfill, depending on the state. But most of the money goes to the bottom two rungs of the hierarchy. So a strong EPR bill with eco-modulated fees could fund things like installing dishwashing equipment in schools, so our kids are not eating breakfast and lunch off of single-use plastic packaging. A strong EPR bill with good fees could provide money for water fountains and water refill stations. You can probably refill your, love all these reusable bottles, by the way, very exciting. It's like the hotel key. You can probably refill that at the airport, but you probably can't refill it at the bus station or the train station. So we need these water refill stations everywhere on city streets. It's called building the reuse infrastructure. Just like we have infrastructure for roads and bridges, we need massive, multi-billion-dollar investments in reuse. I talk occasionally to wineries in the Finger Lakes. They're spending 80 cents for a glass wine bottle. And they would like to have refillable glass wine bottles, but they need a commercial bottle washing operation. It's not that hard. It's washing the bottles in hot water and making sure it's sanitary. But the closest commercial bottle washing operation to New York in upstate is Montreal. So let's get our economic development agencies investing in that refill, reuse infrastructure. It's not happening now.
Thank you. For the plastic you said we need, there's obviously plastic we need, those chairs. Can we improve the recycling of those kinds of products?
Well, fundamentally, the problem with plastics, whatever it is 16,000 different chemicals, different colors, and different plastic resins. It doesn't lend itself to recycling. That doesn't mean you eliminate all of it, but it means you tell the truth, and you don't spend millions of dollars lying to the public that plastics are recyclable. I'm okay with the plastic car bumper, but I don't see that plastic car bumper in my city park. I see cigarette butts and plastic bags and fast food packaging and polystyrene cups. That's what we have to switch out.
You mentioned that there are thousands of possible chemicals in plastic. Is there any move towards a standardization of chemicals allowed in plastic? Would that help make plastic recycling more effective?
We have to get toxic chemicals out of packaging. It's really not just about the recycling, it's also about our health. Beyond Plastics and Earth Justice and others are working on a campaign to convince the EPA to use TSCA to ban vinyl chloride. Vinyl chloride we know it's been a carcinogen for 40 years. I don't know about you, but I'd rather not have known carcinogens in my food packaging. Yes, green chemistry is important, but we've got to get the toxics out of the packaging as much as possible, particularly for food and beverage packaging.
And you talked a little bit about the leaching in your presentation. Can you talk about that a little bit more? And PFAS is a big issue for a number of the states. It's a bipartisan issue. Can you talk about how that's impacting the plastic?
Sure. So some plastics contain PFAS. Of course, PFAS is a huge family of chemicals, mostly PFOA and PFOS. I worked a lot at EPA on PFAS chemicals in drinking water. But there's also PFAS chemicals, for instance, in fast food packaging because it repels grease. The states are addressing the issue absent responsible action by the federal government. But it's a huge family of chemicals, and we also have to make sure that if you prohibit one particular chemical, you don't have what's called regrettable substitutions and have other chemicals enter the fray.
The Attorney General has a question.
You could have gone first.
I just thought of this now. So thank you for discussing reuse and for that picture of that supermarket aisle and all the chopped fruits and vegetables. So I have a very close friend, and she'd be very upset if I won't identify her, but she'd be very upset if I raise this here. But I have a very close friend who is an environmental advocate. This is what she does, with her spare time. She's really concerned about the climate. And whenever I go to their house and stay the night, and I open the refrigerator door, what drives me crazy is that there's all this deli meat packaged in not just one layer of plastic, 3 layers.
Yeah.
And it drives me crazy that this environmental activist doesn't get it with the plastic in her refrigerator. And it's staring her right in the face. And so my question is, and not at the risk of sort of referring us or distracting us away from reduction, but how big of a problem is consumer behavior? And are we really investing in changing consumer behavior? And the reason why I ask this question is because when I was a kid, nobody wore seatbelts, right? There were no car seats for kids, and we all threw litter out our windows when we were driving on the highway. And everybody smoked. 48% of American adults smoke. And a lot of that behavior has changed. So it's possible, right? But it seems to be that consumer behavior in that supermarket aisle and my friend and her refrigerator has to be a big part of this. And for the legislators in the room, you know, and those of us in state government, what can we do to try to shape consumer behavior?
So let me respectfully disagree
Okay,
with the
conversation, discussion. You're wrong, Mr. Attorney General. Sit down.
That's not what I said. And I've never done this before, Mr. Attorney General, but let me respectfully disagree and defend your insufferable friend, because she is me. As consumers, we have so few choices. You know, I try to avoid plastic, and I buy it because I have to feed my family. So the examples you cited are so instructive. This is me now sucking up. The seat belts, the smoking, etc. We'll talk about the littering. We need laws to drive the market and the consumer practice. The reason why extended producer responsibility is so important is it puts the responsibility on the companies making the products to give us environmentally sound products. The way we should think about this is we have fuel efficiency standards for cars. The Clean Air Act made cars more efficient, not the 2% of us going to the car dealer and saying we want electric vehicles. We have energy efficiency standards for refrigerators and washing machines. Extended producer responsibility, or what I like to call it, Packaging Reduction and Recycling Infrastructure Act, is environmental standards for packaging. Because we're all busy. Many people are, they're working 2 jobs. They've got very unruly children. They don't have time to really think about, can I go online and buy, not to diss my colleague, but can I buy the wooden highlighters? Like, no one's going to do that. You have to make it easy for people. And that's why I really want to invite everyone to think about the idea of environmental standards for packaging and plastics. And it's really not about consumer choice, because we hardly have any choices.
But education is key, you would agree?
I'm always supporting education. And of course, the eco-modulated fees can be used to help educate people on things like what is and isn't really recyclable.
And reuse, right? Reuse is an
Yes.
important point of how we turn this. Can you talk about reuse a little bit?
Sure.
And ways we can, in our homes, be better about reuse?
Does Connecticut have a plastic bag ban?
Yes.
Oh, good, great, congrats. So one of my favorite things is to go to the supermarket and see everyone entering the store with reusable bags. And like the guys in the pickup trucks who are smoking in the parking lot with their reusable bags. It's because we passed a law. So we need laws that require reuse. And there's a whole suite of them. New York City has skipped the stuff, as do many communities. If you order takeout food, because we all want to support restaurants, especially post-COVID, you're probably eating the food at home. You don't need the plastic utensils, the plastic straw, the mountain of napkins, all of the condiments. And so the default should be you don't get that unless you ask for it. And it saves the restaurants money. And then we can open the drawer in our kitchen that is so loaded with all of that stuff. Bottle bills should be, the 10 bottle bills or mandatory deposit laws on the books should be amended with what I call the Coke Amendment, 25% refillables by 2030. Polystyrene bans, very important. It's not good then to shift to other plastics, but styrene is a known carcinogen. You do not want hot food in that, and you don't want to put that in the microwave. So there's a whole suite of things. Florida Governor DeSantis recently signed a bill championed by Oceana and others to prohibit the intentional release of balloons into the atmosphere, because that is a risk for fish and wildlife. We have no shortage of really good ideas on how to promote reuse, refill, reduction. What we lack is the political influence to convince legislators. When we're working on the New York packaging reduction bill, we anticipated all of these issues that were going to come at us. And we were ready. We had economic information. You know what one of the biggest issues were that was raised by the PR firms for the plastics industry? Kraft cheese, that is an individually wrapped shrink plastic. And by the way, that's not really cheese. That is a cheese product. But opposing the bill were lobbyists saying, we're going to take the single-serve Kraft cheese slices, whatever they are, away from consumers. That was a big part of the debate. Now, you can buy sliced cheese that's not individually wrapped in individual plastic. And second, the way the bill is drafted, the reduction requirements are company-wide, and you can average it out. So if you still want to sell that cheese product individually wrapped in plastic, you can. It just means you have to reduce another product more significantly. It's very reasonable.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to get cheese. It's the bottom line.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Judith. Thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Judith. We're going to have a short coffee break and then turn it over to A.G. Formella and moderate the next panel. Looking forward to see you all back in 15 minutes.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much for joining us for Sustainability Goals, Part 1, moderated by A.G. John Formella of New Hampshire. Thank you very much for being here, General. By the way, I'm Kayla Smith. I'm an AAG with Connecticut Office of the Attorney General, and I'm so glad that we're all here today to have a number of robust and interesting conversations. Thank you all for joining us. One final speaker that we just added to our list is George Giginas of DLA Piper. He'll be joining us remotely from his office in San Francisco. All the other speakers are on our list, and we can't wait to have a really interesting conversation. So thank you very much, everyone. We look forward to the conversation.
Good morning. Is the mic working? Everybody can hear me? No crazy noises? Great. Well, good morning, everyone. My name's John Formella. I am the Attorney General in New Hampshire. It's great to be here. I'll start by just telling you a little bit about me, and then I'm going to have each of the panelists introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their work to get us started. Since we've got 5 panelists, I really don't want to spend 10 minutes reading off their bios. That's a lot more boring than letting them describe their own backgrounds. But my name's John Formella. I'm the Attorney General in New Hampshire, like I said. I've been Attorney General since April of 2021. It's an appointed position in New Hampshire. So I was appointed to that position by Chris Sununu, who is the current governor of New Hampshire. Before I was Attorney General, I served as counsel for Governor Sununu. And before that, I was in private practice, and I practiced both corporate law and environmental law. So this is a great event to be at. This is a great discussion. I'm really looking forward to the panel we've got here today. Before I introduce the panelists, I just want to say a word about what we're talking about. We're talking about sustainability. And that's one of those terms that I think, different people would, any one person you talk to who cares about these issues might describe the term a little bit differently. It's one of those things where you say, yes, our goal is sustainability, or we want to do sustainable things, and then you might have 5 people at the table and they say, well, what does that mean? And so we don't have to really define what the exact definition of sustainability is, but I think an important concept for me when I think about sustainability is that at its heart, I think it really connotes balance, right? So balancing the need for environmental health with the need for economic health, with the need for financial health, and with the need for just overall well-being of society. And why do I think that's important? Because when we talk about environmental protection and we talk about environmentalism and the need to promote environmental health, I think too often promoting environmental health and promoting economic well-being is seen as sort of an either-or, right? Like if you do one, then you're not doing the other. And that's I think really has oftentimes undermined the ability to make progress on various issues in the environmental realm. I think it really is all of the above, right? It's all connected. And when we talk about sustainability, we're really talking about getting to that point where we're maximizing environmental health while at the same time promoting economic well-being. And I think those things are very possible. They're all connected. So that's really what I think about when I think about sustainability, and I think it's an important concept. Often in my work and in a lot of things we do as attorneys general, I emphasize the idea of balance, right? And it's such a simple concept, but it is very important. We are confronting a lot of complicated problems in society and balancing a lot of different interests and needs, desires, goals is really, really important. It's how we can sit down and have conversations about complicated, often controversial problems with people who disagree and get to a place where we can develop solutions that really work for everyone. It's all about balance. And the last thing I'll leave you with before I have the panelists introduce themselves is this. I was watching a recent debate. I'm not going to name the candidates. I'm not even going to name what they were running for. I was watching a recent debate between candidates in a primary, and one of the things they all kept saying is, I'm fighting for X. I've been fighting for this my entire career. I'm fighting for these various goals. And yes, I mean, you should fight for what you believe in, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to sit down and negotiate your way there, right? So you're going to have to balance various competing interests to find solutions to the various problems we're facing, and that's what I think we should keep in mind when we talk about sustainability, because that's really ultimately, when you think about sustainability as a whole, that's what we're trying to get to, that balance between various competing interests. And for purposes of today, I'm thinking of balancing the need to get to environmental health, maximum environmental health, and maximum economic well-being. So with that, I want to give each of our panelists a chance to introduce themselves. I figured I would talk long enough so that everyone would end up on the stage, and I have achieved that. If I achieved nothing else, by the time we start, we're all here. All right, so I want to give each of the panelists a couple minutes. If you could introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about your work, but please don't go into too much detail because we want to save that for the conversation. But I'll start with Pete, who's right here to my right, Dr. Pete Myers. If you could introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your work and why these things are important to you.
It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here in this bipartisan effort to seek the solution to the sustainability of the plastics enterprise. But I can tell you one thing, it's not sustainable, which is further growth in the plastics production. So we've got to deal with what Judith so ably introduced. Pete Myers, chief scientist of an organization called Environmental Health Sciences. I've been there for 20 years. 30 years ago, I coined the term endocrine disruption. I introduced it to the scientific world as something we had to start worrying about, and I've been working on that ever since. But I'm also adjunct professor of chemistry at Carnegie Mellon, one of the top chemical universities in the world, and I am a founder of a chemical company. I'm a board member. I'm a stockholder. I know that chemistry is necessary to finding a way to live sustainably on the planet. So I'm really looking forward to discussing both these things. The way we use plastic today and the plastic chemicals, which is what I've studied for 30 years, it's just simply not sustainable. Jane Munka from the Food Packaging Forum will be talking about this later. we have too many toxic chemicals in plastic, period. Full stop. But we know how to begin to get them out of plastics, and let's continue that to move along that path collaboratively toward the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Keith, why don't you introduce yourself?
Good morning. I'm so glad to be here. I think everyone has very fresh faces for Climate Week. Those of you who are running around, I'd like to know what's your cream, because it's working. Keith Harrison, I'm the founder and CEO of the Recycling Partnership. We are a 10-year-old nonprofit who came into the space because I was tired of complaining and I wanted someone to do something about the problem. I've worked in recycling for more than 25 years, running a program, launching grants, working on the private sector, and I really felt like there was a common goal to make sure the old stuff turns to new stuff, but this public-private collaboration that IG talked about made it so wild. It sounds simple, but it's actually really challenging to get it out of the house and back into a new product. And so I was really, although I started off as a turtle researcher, I used to study turtles. So I've studied Clemens Muhlenberg. It's the bog turtle in Appalachia from North Carolina up to Pennsylvania, this big. So imagine a college student, waders up to here, mud up to here, fully so happy about this work to work on Clemens Muhlenberg. I worked there and I worked in Costa Rica tagging green sea turtles at the RT Carr research station when there was just one plastic gyre to be concerned about. And I was I wanted so much to do the good work for these turtles, but I felt like I needed to ladder up. And so I'm here today because I am concerned about biodiversity, I'm concerned about natural resources, and I created the Recycling Partnership because there are groups that are working on the hard work of name and shame, but then what? I wanted a group that would work on insist and assist, a term that we coined that said, okay, if we're gonna hold companies accountable, we're going to insist that they get there, but we're going to do it by assisting. That means we're going to bring transparency, we're going to bring data, we're going to bring great minds, we're going to bring multi-sectors together to solve problems. I'm very glad to be here today.
I love that concept. If we're going to insist, we have to assist. And I will just say, as an environmental lawyer, and I'm going to go to George next, and I'm very glad he joined the panel because I know he probably does some of the work that I did. You're helping companies comply with environmental regulations, which doesn't mean just defending companies when they violate. You're helping them comply. So you're helping facilitate the goal of environmental protection that we're all working towards. But George, why don't you, on that note, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your work?
Sure thing. Thank you, John. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm very excited to be a part of this panel. I'm George Jiganis. I'm a partner at DLA Piper law firm. I'm the co-chair of our environmental practice, and I am, as we speak, here in foggy San Francisco as the day breaks. So thank you for having me over there in Connecticut. My practice, my background is in environmental science. My practice has been two-pronged, and really over the past 5 years, it's merged. And that's probably why I'm here today. I've had an environmental practice, what I used to call a hardcore environmental practice, helping clients comply with environmental laws, as you mentioned, John, environmental cleanups, designing and dealing with the issues that occur when contamination happens. And then on the other side of my practice, I had a products practice, dealing with product defects, manufacturing or design defects, product liability issues, toxic exposure type of issues here in California, Proposition 65. Over time, those practices have really merged. And so now the environmental impact of products is what I like to call it. But that is, as we all know, very much at the forefront of both the enforcement community and the corporate community in terms of what we're dealing with. Sustainability and the concepts around how we make various industries sustainable is, in my view, the primary constructive conversation that we can be having. And so I won't go into a lot of detail about my thoughts as you asked, but just to introduce myself, I am, as you said, largely working with companies to comply with existing law, to find ways to to innovate, to make industries better, and then of course to deal with enforcement or litigation when it happens.
Thank you, George, and thanks for joining us virtually and early in the morning where you are. We appreciate it. Alejandra, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. First of all, buenos días a todas y a todos. I am really thankful to be here. Thank you, Bethany. Where are you? Raise your hand. For bringing a Latina to join the conversation. Any Latinas in the room? Raise your hand. Exactly my point. One. Yeah, because we need a diversity of voices in these spaces if we really want to find just and equitable solutions that work for everyone, not just for a few, right? So it is important that we bring different voices. Alejandra Warren, I am the co-founder and executive director of Plastic Free Future. I'm originally from South America, Colombia, so I grew up in a very sustainable lifestyle. And I wanted to start an organization that would remind our Latinx communities that we do have solutions already. We don't need people educating us or teaching us on how to be sustainable because we grew up sustainable. And if any of you have backgrounds in immigration, probably your parents are extremely sustainable to the point that they drive you a little bit crazy. But that is what we have to bring to the table, right? So our focus is on community-based reuse solutions, but I'm going to be talking about that a little bit later. So let's keep going.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, very important. We do a lot of work with the United Nations in the space of the Global Plastics Treaty, and I'm also part of the Women's Major Group. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Kate, last but not least, if you could introduce yourself for us.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kate Bailey, Chief Policy Officer for the Association of Plastic Recyclers. I am also a Connecticut native, so always fun to come back and eat the pizza while I'm here, because you cannot get that elsewhere. A little bit about my background. I've worked in recycling for 20 years, started in local community programs, done everything from operations, education, so really understanding how the system works or doesn't work from the nuts and bolts on the ground every day. I have worked to pass leading policies across most of Colorado, where I live now, helping cities recycle more. I also helped write and pass EPR for packaging, as was mentioned in the first panel, the Colorado law, which was just the third in the country. My work has then shifted to the Association of Plastic Recyclers, and I want to explain a little bit about who is APR. We are the companies, APR is the companies that recycle your plastic bottles, your milk jugs, your yogurt containers every single day. So the plastics go into the bin, they get sorted out, our companies then buy them, and we are the ones washing, flaking, grinding, making it into new pellets, and then selling that on the market as recycled plastic, directly competing against virgin plastic. So recycled plastic is a direct competitor to the virgin plastic industry. We are the boots on the ground, and I want to clarify that my comments today will be about mechanical recycling, because that is what works today and is most effectively scalable. And I also want to recognize that the recycling industry has distinct goals compared to the production industry. We directly compete against virgin plastic on the market in selling recycled plastic. So I hope to talk a little bit more about how the recycling system works. Always encourage you to come see recycling happen. There is nothing like going into a materials recovery facility and actually watching 40, 50 tons an hour get sorted out and processed, and understanding kind of how the system works. So thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Great, so as we get into the conversation, kind of building off what we've talked about, we're going to talk about the recycling system and just what tools are there, what impediments are there to working towards sustainability and sustainable solutions. And when we think about problems and issues like the management of plastics, which obviously is the focus of this conversation, one of the most important tools that we have to tell a story about an issue is data. I mean, it sounds boring, but it's an important tool, and you can use data, I think, to tell a compelling story. So Keith, maybe you could get us started on this. What do we need to understand about the data when it comes to management of plastics? I think you guys are releasing some new data today, but maybe you could just get us started on data.
You bet. I think I have a couple slides if they're able to come up. So one of my frustrations with the recycling space is that it has traditionally been woefully underdated. I think that's a real term. We can use it. And that murkiness leads to a lot of guesses, and those guesses could be greenwashing, those guesses could be worst case scenarios, those guesses are definitely rooted in misunderstanding. And so one of the things that my organization started since day one is how do we start to build better data about what is the truth of what really is and isn't happening when it comes to collection of recyclables, all materials. To sortation, that MRF that Kate just talked about, some things fare better than others, and we need to understand that. And then to the end markets and use. Recycling only matters if old stuff turns to new stuff. So if we take recycling down and we break it down into a couple of categories, we get to can people. That means actually, do they have a cart? Can they do it? 30 million American households can't. There's an equity element to that. There's a design element to that. There's a chemistry element to that. Then that category 1. Category 2 is do people. There's a human behavior part to that. So the Attorney General asked, what about engaging the public? My friend Paul here from the Green Blue is going to dig deep into what we know about the public, so stay tuned for that. And then the third piece, can people do people? Does old stuff turn to new stuff? It only matters if that happens effectively. What drives old stuff turning to new stuff is the economy. These are businesses that make old stuff into new stuff to compete with the virgin market. It's only when that plays out that we get the environmental benefit. So I'm very interested in pulling back those pieces. And this week we released our national database, 10 years of study for all the recycling programs in the country. Anyone want to guess how many different recycling programs, municipal recycling programs there are in the country? Shout out a number.
5,000.
5,000 is great. The answer is 9,000, but you are so much closer that usually people are like, a lot. I don't have a clicker or anything. So next slide. So this is what our national database looks like. So we've spent years developing, with support from Apple, Google, Meta, big players who want to see the truth of what's happening. We have developed a national database that really gets granular per material, down to like pouches versus bottles versus boxes in each of these communities. And what's so cool about running a nonprofit, having worked in public and private sector and now in nonprofit, my job is to share. And just like I said earlier, I wanted to bring transparency and data and the best minds to help insist and assist for solutions. This national database is intended for the public to get the truth, for you to get the truth, for companies to get the truth, for policymakers to get the truth. And we partner with a lot of strategic players, including many that you'll hear on stage over the course of these 2 days, to try and make sure that we're getting this right. We're working on ISO certification for the methodology so that we can all have a common tool. And doing a process like that means you're not precious of it's my way or the highway. You're saying what is right for all of us. So I invite you to go to recyclingpartnership.org and see our national database. If we go to the next slide, I'll give you a quick peek and then we'll move on of how you can look at this. You can drill into all the communities in the country. So I pulled the great state of Connecticut and I wanted to know what's recyclable in different towns across Connecticut. This is very small for you to see. You'll have it after the meeting. But if we go to the next one, we've got a magic magnifying glass that allows us to go deep into what's different between tubs and tubes. An E makes a difference. HDPE are things like your milk jugs or your detergent containers, and a tub would be like a cottage cheese container. A tub versus a tube. A tube like something that you'd squish beauty products out of. We see a very different outcome of what is currently accepted for recycling which is driven by the end markets, can old stuff turn to new stuff? So I want you to say like, oh, wow, well, I need information from my state. I can start to dig in. We can go another slide. You could also cut this a couple different ways to compare one material to another for your state or for your whole country. And then you could click through another way and cut the data and say, well, you can go one more slide. How does my state compare to another state when it turns to the acceptability of one material versus another? Again, all material, cardboard, paper, glass, metal, steel, plastics. We're not a single substrate activity. We're interested in how do we protect as many natural resources as possible. Real quick, just a few more. In this, you can look at the difference between like what's the recycling opportunity for bags in your state. You can dig in those directions, and I think that this will be a valuable tool. And as you play with it, if you're like, wow, I want to call these folks up and see if they can help me understand it a little bit deeper, then my colleague Lily is in the audience. Lily, you want to raise your hand? She's right up front. She and I will be here all day, and we're ready to help you understand how to navigate this for your state. So that's where we are on data, and this is one perspective of what can happen. What comes with it is the roadmap of, well, if I don't like that outcome, how do I create a better outcome? Because 2/3 of all mixed paper, it all ends up in the trash. It's a very similar story to PET bottles, to aluminum cans, and it's a challenge that we don't want to let sit. We want to change. So thank you for the discussion on data.
Absolutely, thank you. So with this data, with the story it tells us, and I know this was just a high-level overview, I mean, what are some system changes that we should be thinking about?
So our organization pours everything we have into can people, do people, and does old stuff turn into new stuff? I need your help with a few things, and this is what the data tells me. What my organization can do is drive those pieces that I just mentioned about. What I need help from you on are 3 things. 1, truth and labeling. That's what the California piece is all about. That's what Paul will talk about with how to recycle. That's what we are working on. Everyone needs the truth of it either is or isn't. Just as simple as that. It either is or isn't. And if we don't like the isn't story, then can we change it? So I need your help with labeling. 2, I need your help protecting EPR laws, producer responsibility laws. We've helped pass those state efforts, but Kate was very demure. Kate, if it wasn't for Kate, Colorado would not have passed. So this person is rooted in really the system change that we need on a state level. And those EPR laws will be challenged. And I need your help protecting them because it makes sure that the burden of waste is not on the household, but on the companies that help create it need to be part of the solution. The 3rd thing I need your help with is on end markets. Transparency on end markets, the use of recycled content and products. These are things that I think we all need to solve together, and it needs to be a bipartisan exercise.
Great, thank you. So Alejandra, I want to turn to you. I think Keith helped us with the data, sort of paint a picture, kind of a broader picture, and she just talked about some broad categories of solutions and steps we can take. But from the sort of frontline perspective, are there some good examples of sort of frontline community projects that come to mind for you where people are undertaking these efforts?
Yeah, absolutely. When we talk about solutions, I believe, our organization believes that we really need to center frontline and community bases, the communities that are most affected by the problem. Because we can't let the industry that created the problem come up with the solutions. That is just not possible. We need to come up with the solutions that belong in the communities. So 90% of the work we do is in low-income communities of color. And let me tell you, I believe in data. In fact, if you go to our website, you can find a list of scientific studies talking about the health impacts, climate impacts of plastics. We are exposed disproportionately to a crazy amount of toxics. So we are already exposed to higher cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and obesity. So imagine this, if you are a Latina mom, and after a long day of work, you go to pick up a very hot soup in a polystyrene container that Judith was talking about, how toxic that is. And then you get home and you microwave that container, and then you feed your children that chemical soup. There's so much injustice in that process, and I need you to understand how the toxicity of plastics are affecting our communities so much. So when we're talking about solutions, and industry comes with terms like sustainable plastics, circular plastics, the circular economy, please pay attention to those terms, because you are just perpetuating these injustices in our communities. There's no such thing as sustainable plastics. And Jane Monkey is going to talk about that later. She's got the data, she's got the numbers, so you can talk to her about the scientific impact that these 16,000 chemicals are having in our communities. So if we're talking about solutions, we need to make sure that we talk about non-toxic reuse and refill systems.
Thank you. That leads me right into Pete. What do we need to understand about the chemistry of plastics?
There's a whole lot. And in some ways it's very complicated, and in some ways it's very simple. Again, I'm going to cite Jane Munka. Jane, would you stand for a moment?
Yes, just...
Because everyone's talking. Jane,
yes.
Jane is the Managing Director of the Food Packaging Forum, and she will be presenting lots of valuable data for this. Full disclosure, I'm on her board. So I've worked closely with Jane for a long time. But Jane had an interesting observation several years ago, which was that recycling is the fig leaf of consumerism. I love all your data. I am a scientist. I love all your data. But is it really moving the bigger needle, which is, are we reducing plastic production and eliminating some of the toxic effects we just heard about? Those toxic effects are what I've studied for 30 years. I know she was describing those very accurately, even if at a very high level. We have to deal with the larger issue of how do you make sure. We saw that one curve from Judith of the trends in plastic production. In 2024, we are already at a position where the amount of plastic production and the failure of recycling to deal with the toxic issues in it puts us right in the bullseye for toxic health problems for our kids and ourselves. We are there already. What's going to keep us from going to that level projected for 2060, 2 to 3 times as high? It's not sustainable now. We can't use the promise of recycling. As good as I recycle, as good as it is it makes you feel good when you do it. It has minor effects on the overall system. It does not solve the big problem.
So does chemistry, and from the perspective of someone who knows chemistry, what's the role there in helping search for solutions? How can chemistry help us address the problem?
Well, first of all, I am in the chemistry department at Carnegie Mellon, but it's because I'm a biologist who understands what makes things toxic and how to help chemists design new materials that are safer. That's what I do there, and in fact, that's what I do in lots of places. We can make these materials safer. The key to it is testing. If you don't test the materials that we're working with, the materials that are going into the recycling bin, the materials that are coming out of the recycling bin, if you don't test, you don't know what's there. With 16,000 chemicals known to be used in plastic, and possibly as many as 100,000 more that are called the non-intentionally added substances, which come to pass because of chemical reactions that take place in the plastic in the formation of it, we have an unmanageable mess. Unmanageable. Job one for chemists is to reduce the number of chemicals in plastics. That's job one. And people are working to do that. But we're a long ways from solving the problem.
Yep, I think that's safe to say. Kate, so we saw some really good data again from Keith about the recycling system. what else do we need to know about how the system works? You know, what's missing? What can be improved?
So first I want to start with how does it work? Because the number one question I get is, or we've already heard, it all gets thrown away. Or only 6% of what I put in my bin is recycled. So I want to address those numbers or that misconception. So the 6%, the 9%, whatever you heard, of all plastics that get recycled has to do with all the plastics that were ever created. The car bumper, the chairs, the clothing you're wearing, parts of this building, as well as packaging. It is the entirety of the plastics in our life and the amount that was actually recycled. You all hopefully have curbside recycling bins. There are very few things you can put into that bin. You can't put those car bumpers, these chairs, this clothing into those bins. So when we talk about what percentage of recycling happens, we need to look at what are we putting into the bin and are those materials getting recycled? And by and large, they are. Sure, there are challenges. Sure, there are rogue trucks that take it to the landfill sometimes instead of going to the recycling center. But by and large, your materials get recycled. Your plastics, if you put the right stuff in the bin, your cardboard, your metal. Our recyclers with APR, we processed 5 billion pounds of plastics and we sold them back into new materials. That's not what was collected at the curb. That was what's actually processed in facilities. So these are real facilities operating every day across the country. So we need to know that this is a business. This works. There are many steps in the process, however. So you drop those materials into the curbside bin, and they get collected by a hauler, usually a trash hauler or recycling hauler. We need to make sure that that hauler has the right incentives to take it to the recycling facility and not the landfill, because sometimes the landfill is cheaper. So we need to look at those economics. Then it goes to a sorting facility, a MRF, and we've got Katie here with Eureka, who represents one of those great MRFs across the country. The MRF makes money by selling your recycled cardboard, metal cans, plastic bottles to businesses further down the line. So the MRF's incentive is to process your materials and sell them. Their incentive is not to throw it away. There's no money in throwing it away. Then your plastic bottles, they've been sorted out from your cardboard. They go to plastics reclaimer. Those are APR members. Again, we're buying those materials, we're sorting, processing them further, and then we're selling them on the market to be made into recycled content. That is a business. So our incentive is not to throw things away. Our incentive is to process buy as clean as we can get. If we can get bottle bill plastics, those are the cleanest, they are the most efficient to process. They can be made into the highest quality materials. So we need to look at how the business of recycling works and where the economics align and where the economics fall apart. And right now there is a overproduction, proliferation of cheap virgin plastic on the market. You talked about, we saw US production trends. China is investing heavily in plastics production. We know there is a wave of plastic production coming. Recyclers compete against this. We need to look at the economics of the system. We need to look at the collection, as Keith mentioned. So APR is one of the leading voices in states. I go to states and I advocate for things like bottle bills, for EPR policies that will improve the system. Because recycling does have a role, it will not solve the problem, but it has a role and it can work better for the things that we can mechanically recycle.
I want to underscore what she just said. The challenge of plastics pollution, that there will be more plastics in the ocean than fish by 2050, is real. Recycling alone, I agree, cannot solve all this. Recycling is a reaction to what is made. If the widespread of what is being produced continues to change, recycling will always be catching up. So you, Attorney Generals, as you're figuring out, how do I figure out how to fix this? There are two distinct parts of how do we reduce and make more purposeful the application of plastics, and when can recycling help? There are a few columns when it can help on the materials that Kate just talked about, and when is recycling not the option for that? And I think we have tied it all up in our minds that recycling has failed to deliver the solution of consumerism. I agree with you that it's been sold as this idea that it doesn't matter. You can buy whatever you want, it will just go away. the challenge is that we have so much stuff in the world, and even if we turned all the plastic to aluminum or to paper, we still have all those plants making all that stuff. And so I really want us to help understand when can recycling serve us and when is there something else. And I think that's why the 4 panelists you have up here, all of our truths are real. The communities, the chemistry, the business, and the system of putting it together is the challenge we're addressing.
I wanted to comment on, I appreciate your work and your efforts really, Keith and Karen, very much. But we're talking about solutions here. And I want to be very clear about the fact that recycling is not the solution. And I need you to understand a little bit that when we talk about the entire full life cycle of plastics, waste and disposal, it's a tiny little bit. And focusing on recycling is that tiny little bit. But plastic pollution begins at extraction. And you're going to hear from my dear friend, Jo Banner, later. She's going to tell you how that plastic pollution that recycle doesn't acknowledge is killing her communities. I talked about how Latinx communities are exposed in the chemistry part of it. We're also talking about how the waste that we put in the bin has been found in the global south. That's called waste colonialism. That's called waste racism. And that was enabled by our recycling systems. So please, when we talk about solutions, we have to be fair, we have to be honest, and we have to focus our efforts in reuse and refill and reduction the amount of plastics we're producing. There's no other real solution.
Absolutely. And so it goes without saying that over the years, companies, major corporate entities have contributed to the various problems we're facing on this front. But I think we can also acknowledge and should acknowledge that, especially as we've come further into the modern age, corporations, corporate entities are working towards solutions as well. And so George, maybe it's a good place to bring you into the discussion here. What about industry, corporations, major corporate entities? What are they doing to work towards sustainability solutions?
Thank you. I mean, this is a really interesting conversation for many reasons. And one of the reasons is I actually think there are more points of agreement between my own perspective and those of other panelists here than you might think. First of all, to answer your question, the companies that I work with are deeply invested in sustainability and in moving towards a more sustainable economy, both within plastics and outside of plastics. The issues that we've been talking about, consumerism, the sort of throwaway culture that folks are discussing, those are real issues. They don't get solved by corporations or companies alone. We all have to be a part of how we bring solutions here. So, from my perspective, companies are investing deeply in sustainability goals. There is a lot of ambition. There is a lot of engagement. The sustainability divisions of multinational corporations are speaking, have more platform and more voice and power within those companies than they ever have. They're speaking directly with CEOs and decision makers, and there is a lot of commitment to innovation and to investing significant amounts of money in innovating throughout the plastics life cycle in solutions. So a couple of points about that. What do companies need to succeed in making contributions to the sustainability issues that we're talking about? The first is, and this is really a point of agreement, the first is clear laws. Many of the companies that I represent have been instrumental in pushing for extended producer responsibility laws in the states that have them now, and in continuing to push for clarity within those laws in those states and additional laws in other states. Extended producer responsibility is a reality. It is a part of the solution, and it is something that most companies who are sophisticated and responsible on these issues are on board with. But what has to happen is that those laws are implemented with clarity. So, for instance, we talked about funding. Another area where I think companies can, where we can assist companies in working towards solutions is funding partnerships and clarity and money. There is a lot of money going into California's extended producer responsibility law. There's not a lot of clarity about how that money is going to be employed. And my hope, and I think the hope of many in industry, is that we do get clarity about how that money will be used, and that money will be used to support solutions to plastic problems, including investments in recycling infrastructure and in strengthening what happens to plastics on the back end. Perhaps the most important point I can make here today is that innovation is absolutely critical. This is something that we all, I think, agree on. We can't simply legislate or litigate our way out of this problem. There have to be innovative solutions. When we talk about the equities or inequities of plastic pollution, when we talk about the risks of plastic chemicals, we also have to talk about what are the alternatives. What are viable alternatives to plastic packaging? When we reduce plastic packaging or plastic products, what are we replacing them with? How are we changing the economy so that people are receiving the goods that they want and need, but they're receiving them in more sustainable ways? That one thing that we all have to understand is that innovation is certainly happening, but innovation is discouraged by overly aggressive enforcement, where we don't necessarily have clear signals about what the laws are. So what I would say, the next piece of it is really balance. I think you mentioned this, John, at the outset. Enforcement has a critical role in how we change economic behaviors. Absolutely, we all know that. But it also has part of that role is, making good decisions about what type of enforcement actions are brought and understanding the impacts of those enforcement actions. So, I was recently at a sustainable plastics conference and heard a really interesting story about, told by a packaging company about agricultural packaging. The type of packaging that we put agricultural products in, the type of plastic that we use all throughout the country to in the agricultural industry to grow, protect, and produce crops. This packaging company is able to offer its customers traditional plastic packaging. It's able to offer recyclable or reusable plastic packaging, packaging with increased post-consumer recycling content, and then compostable packaging. All of those have different price points. And what was really interesting to me was part of the story that they're hearing from customers is, we don't really want to be involved in post-consumer recycled content packaging or compostable packaging, because when we tell that story, when we make that investment, pay more for that packaging and make the investment in doing that, and then tell the story to our customers to try to get the benefit of having made that investment, we're scared of the litigation consequences. And that's green hushing, right? We talk a lot about greenwashing. We have to be careful that in the process of pursuing and prosecuting greenwashing claims, we're not stimulating too much green hushing. We're still allowing that safe place to innovate for all of the companies, large and small, who are investing in innovations in this space. And lots more to talk about that, but I'll just sort of stop there and would be happy to contribute further as we go on.
Great, thank you, George. I want to just give the panelists, anyone have a reaction to that?
Dr. Myers.
I love your comments about innovation, because chemical innovation is a key part of the answer to this. How many of you pay attention to what's happening in Europe on these issues? Something called the Chemical Strategy for Sustainability, put forward by the European Council 3 years ago. Major changes are in play in European chemistry because of this strategy, which includes, from my perspective, 2 key parts. One is they're paying attention to my science, the science of endocrine disruption, in a major way. You're not going to be able to sell endocrine disrupting compounds in Europe as this unfolds. The other piece of it, which I think is very hopeful, is they are talking about major European investments in chemical innovation, chemical creation, chemical inventiveness, which is another part of it. But they've got to acknowledge the following. The chemical industry, chemical innovation, for more than a century has focused on 2 key things. Does it perform and does it make money? They've left out the health performance, the environmental performance, and the fairness performance. The first 2, I'm sure you understand. The fairness performance is dealing with the issues that you were talking about. Is it fair that Joe in Cancer Alley is reaping all of the costs of production of plastics and almost none of the benefits? We've got to be looking at those 5 elements, judging innovative responses. Performance, cost, health, environment, and fairness at the same time, and they should have equal weight.
Alejandro, you, at the beginning, you sort of gave a nod to the fact that we need to make sure we've got all perspectives at the table, right? So just I'm interested in your thoughts on how do we make sure that we're making the communities that are actually feeling the impact, right? So kind of all the way at the end of the chain, that we're getting them to the table. Is it community forums? I mean, how do we get these voices to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. That is so important. That's why when we're talking about solutions and we focus just in one solution, we are missing the whole thing, because we have a beautiful opportunity here to create intersectional solutions with intersectional justice. And what intersectional justice means is you're looking at environmental justice, social justice, racial justice, and justice for the health of the planet, right? So when we're thinking about solutions that work for all of those pieces, for all of those organisms, we are talking about solutions that are centered in hope, in joy, in happiness, in love. There's too much suffering in the world right now. And I bet you turn on the news or the radio and you hear all of this happening. Why are we going to continue and perpetuate that system of capitalism and consumerism that's not working for anyone? So let's think a little bit outside the box and find those solutions that are really going to bring the healing that our communities need.
All right, we have a number of questions here that have been submitted, so I'm going to try to hit a couple of them. I don't know if we'll hit all of them, but I'll take a little bit of a pause here to take audience questions. So first one for Keith. Does your organization also track actual percentage of material that is recycled, or is it just acceptance data?
When we started, the only thing that we could track, and we did it in partnership with others, was access, which is what the Federal Trade Commission judged recyclability on, which is if there's one drop-off center in a county, then sure, there's 100% access. And we're like, well, that's not accurate. So we were able over the years to then move to acceptance. So our database that I just talked about talks about what communities say, how they communicate to their public of what they accept, not just access. The next thing we've been able to track is, and I'm really excited about this, MRF throughput. So when something comes in the front door of a MRF, that's great, you got it there, but does it go out the back? Does it leave the MRF to go to turn into tomorrow's can? Sometimes things are lost inside the MRF if they're too small, or they are too light, or they are not sortable, or they are contaminated. And so we really wanted to understand that. The last piece that is the hardest one to know is that old stuff to new stuff. And this is where I need some help on transparency for end markets, but also the use of recycled content, all materials, not just plastic, back into the product. That's been the one that is is a black box, not because of a mystery, but because that's how this is where it goes into business, right? Like, we don't know about business transaction from one company to another. We have excellent scenarios to talk about it, but over the 10 years, we've systematically brought transparency and light to each chunk of it, and that last piece is the most critical one, the material fate. This old stuff turned to new stuff. So we're working on it, and we'd really like some help.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah.
Great question. We need more transparency on what happens to the stuff. So 2 data points that I want to mention. There was a recent MIT study that found about 85% of the PET bottles through the bottle bill system get made into new plastics. So we're starting to look more at that data. It gives you a sense of what might happen. Another great report is the Ball 50 States of Recycling. They looked at how much is processed and recovered across all the different materials. Aluminum cans were the highest performing. About 95% was made into new materials. Important to note, that's not 100, because it is a manufacturing process and there's material loss and things like that along the way. So aluminum hit about 95. Plastic was in about the 70% range. Glass was a bit lower. Glass was about 50, because a lot of glass gets broken, lost, made into things like fiberglass. So what it gives you, it's not the entirety of the data source, but it gives us a ballpark, right? We are in the 70% yield. Again, it's not 6% of what you could put in the bin gets recycled. It's 70, and then identifies in reports like that or in Keeps data, how do we improve that system to make this work for the things that we know it can work better?
Pete?
Just one minor question, which I don't know the answer to. And of course, lawyers know you shouldn't ask the question you don't know the answer to, but I will. We know that mechanical recycling contributes to micro and nanoplastics. It's a good way to increase the flow of the materials into those types of plastics, which are utterly uncontrollable. And we also know that there are all sorts of wild schemes to use recycled plastic. But I'm really, also the other point was that there is good science saying that, at least with certain types of plastic recycling, the hazardous nature of that recycled plastic increases with each generation of recycling.
Yep.
It's well established. How does the recycling industry deal with that?
It's a question I ask myself every day. Again, why am I here is I'm concerned about natural resources and the now versus the future. I'm excited about the work of greener chemistry, of regulation to make sure that what's produced is beneficial to our planet. I'd like to make sure that that is accelerated and amplified, but I'm also concerned about what's here now. And so I think we are always learning about what is good and what's bad, and the more that we learn, it helps inform the better decisions we should be making. So, it's not I think those are all of big concerns, and I keep learning and reading, and I think we all have to. And that's why we need this forum of different people, different thinkers, because all of our truths will be part of the holistic solution that's needed. And I'm thinking about like the Charitable Trust Breaking the Plastic Wave report that gets into the more comprehensive pieces of all of this. There's no silver bullet. So I don't think we disagree.
Can I respond on the microplastics? I want to come back to what George said. There is more agreement. I don't think any of us have said recycling will solve everything, and I think we've all said there is a role. The Pew Charitable Trust report shows that there's a role. The UN turning off the tap report shows how we can reduce plastic pollution globally, including the role of recycling, including the role of reduce, including the role of reducing plastic production. This is a complicated problem. I am up here because this is a both-and solution, like many complicated issues. On the microplastics front, these health concerns are real. Recyclers don't want toxic chemicals coming into our facility. That is a concern for us. We as an organization have a design guide. We work with companies and say, your plastic has to be designed this way if we are to be able to recycle it. You can't make it all these shiny things and put all these things in it. We can't recycle it that way. I do also want to point out the study that came out of the United Kingdom about measuring microplastics in a recycling facility was the first data point we have. Part of that study that did not make the headlines was the effectiveness of the filtration system of capturing any type of contaminant that's coming off the recycling system. Recycling is about manufacturing. It is an alternative to virgin production. So when we look at the effects of recycling, we have to always compare them against what is the alternative. Is it more virgin plastic? Is it some other material? I'm not here to say the recycling system should work as is moving forward. I'm here to tell you from the perspective of recyclers the solutions that we know on the table that will make the recycling system work better, recycling 2.0, and to be honest about where it will not work. So I want to be clear that I want to be honest and bring that nuance to the conversation.
I want to kick a question back to George, just give him a chance to answer it. But we got one question from the audience, George. It's just sort of this concept of green hushing. And I think the question is, what really is this? Why would a company not want to brag about its sustainability efforts? So can you maybe just clarify that a little bit for us?
Yes, there's a clear answer. Because they will get sued. I'm glad I got this question because it's something we have to talk about. And it has to do with innovation. I can tell you sitting here today, green hushing is real. It is happening. It's happening to my clients. And this is not just, large corporations that don't always garner the sympathy of this audience. This is innovators. This is, companies who are in the business to do good and to bring new technology and new solutions to the discussion. They will be sued when they talk about the benefits of those technologies, in part because it had nothing to do with a lot of folks in this room, but in part because there's money to be made in suing companies over environmental claims. How do we solve that? Well, I think, clear laws. Someone had said that truth in labeling laws is one way that attorneys general can help. That's very true. But we need clearer truth in labeling laws. We need laws that have as specific criteria as possible. And then when we're on the frontier of those laws, the first response to claims about new technologies or new innovations should not be let's find a way to punish statements about that. It should be, let's open up a conversation and have a transparent discussion about pluses and minuses. And I'm not here to tell you that there's no such thing as greenwashing. Absolutely. There are many companies out there who have said things about their products or their innovations that that are not true or otherwise are inflated. But there's a whole lot going on the other end, on the other side of the ledger. And what it does ultimately is stifle innovation. One thing that Kate said is that this is a both and situation, and I emphatically agree. There must be multiple solutions to the issue of plastic pollution. Those are chemical solutions, as Pete said, that the innovations in chemistry are critical here. Those are mechanical solutions, so reductions. Well, I guess this is also related to the chemistry, but stronger materials there can be less of them used in packaging. Those are legislative solutions. Ways to require less packaging to be used when products are transported, ways to require more sustainable packaging to be used when products are transported. I read something the other day about some simple solutions that large shippers are using to replace styrofoam peanuts or plastic bubble wrap with paper. I mean, that's a very effective solution. Should be encouraged. The way to encourage that is through clear legislation and regulation. So I guess my point is, yes, green hushing absolutely is happening. It is happening because, in my view, the balance between effective, necessary, appropriate enforcement so that bad actors are dealt with, and we may disagree about who the bad actors are, but the point is that balance is tipping too far towards opportunities for private enforcement to make money, just to be blunt about it.
And George, when you say companies will be sued, so you mean sued by who and for what exactly?
So largely I'm talking about private enforcement. There are a lot of laws, consumer protection laws, that are great, important, and necessary, but they're also being abused for over aggressive reasons, or for enforcement of questionable claims regarding environmental claims that companies are making about their products, or about their innovations. Some of it is attorney general actions, but we can have respectful disagreements about what are the right litigations and what are the wrong ones. What I'm saying is, broadly, in the big picture, there needs to be better balance between fostering a safe place for innovation, allowing lots of different solutions to come to the table without fear of overly aggressive retribution, and the very necessary role. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that there's not a necessary role here, but the very necessary role of policing and enforcement of those who would take those claims too far.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I want to give each of our panelists a chance to just give some brief closing thoughts, but my closing thoughts will be this. I think conversations like this are great, right? In order to get to a place of consensus, not always consensus, but at least some consensus solutions, and to really advance the ball where normally there's, say, controversy and disagreement. The first step, I do believe, are conversations where you can cross party lines, you can bring groups with different perspectives into the same room, be at the same table, make sure all voices are being heard, and foster these types of conversations. I do think that we're living in an age where we're not having enough conversations like this. So because I may not have time at the very end, I want to thank General Tong and his team at the Connecticut AG's office for putting this conference together. I want to thank AGA. I want to thank NYU for putting this together. I'm really looking forward to the rest of this conference. This has been a great discussion, and I'm looking forward to having more discussions like this over the next day and a half. With that, each panelist, if you take maybe 30 seconds, just some closing thoughts, and then we will move on to the next panel. So, Keith, why don't we start with you?
I've worked in recycling, like I said, for 25 plus years, and it was lonely in the beginning. Now look at all of us. There are all of us that are working towards solutions, and that is a good thing. And so thank you for taking this as such an important issue. Plastics pollution needs all of us in order to solve.
Pete.
My favorite moment in bipartisanship, which I really appreciate, was when the Republican chair of the House Health Committee on Health Appropriations invited me to his chamber in a hearing on health appropriations for the National Institute of Health. And in the process, he held up my book, which I wrote some years ago, and told Dr. Varmus, who was the head of NIH, "You need to read this book." So here's a Republican telling, I know Harold was a Democrat, and I am, but it was a true bipartisan effort to get the health consequences of chemicals on the map big time within NIH, and it worked. We've had 30 years of major funding to identify and solve some of the problems that we're talking about today.
Absolutely. George, final thoughts?
Sure. I appreciate being here. I would say, if I'm being honest, if you polled 100 of my colleagues, probably most of them would say, yeah, not the right place for discussion. But I agree with everyone up here. It is critical that we're all talking. I mean, I think it's the best way for us to have reasoned and effective policy come out of everything that's going on in the legal world of plastics, is for us to be discussing. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with everyone. I appreciate the candor that everyone brings to this discussion. And I would say, if I had one last thing to say, it would be, let's allow innovation to take its course and and allow those effective solutions to come out of the broad diversity of innovative attempts that are being made.
Thank you. Alejandra.
Yeah, talking about bipartisan issues, we do believe that we don't talk enough to each other. We do need to talk to each other. That is essential. Talk to your neighbor. If you're pro Harris, Trump, whatever it is, you need to talk to each other. That's how we find real solutions. One of my favorite moments was 2 years ago. We were in DC doing some lobbying, and we were going to Republican offices, and they were like, yeah, okay, you guys. And then I started to talk the science, and I said, yeah, because they found microplastics in the placenta. And he was like, tell me everything. He gave me 30 minutes to talk about science and how microplastics, nanoplastics, and the chemicals in plastics are affecting life. So if we care about life, if we care about human health, about climate change, about biodiversity, about the world that you're going to leave to your children, trust data, because the data is clear, the data is out there. And I always close with love and compassion and all of this, but your government, so you're like, give me the steps, what's next? So for the what's next, please read to Attorney General Bonta's paper. It's really a PhD on how we have to be looking at the future. And thank you so much for having me here. This is such a weird space for me to be, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Kate, you get the last word.
Yes,
Make it
so
good.
Clearly pulled the short straw after following that. So love and compassion, thank you. I think we all agree on that. I want to come back to the global stage. I know many of you, I've had the honor of being at the global negotiations toward a UN treaty to reduce plastic pollution. And with all the chaos going on in the world, I stood in those negotiations and thought, wow, the UN is choosing to take up plastics. It has become that much of a global crisis. And I sat there and sort of absorbed, this is a sea change moment, right? We as a world are shifting everything we do around plastics, but it is also a journey that we are all going on together for decades to come across the world, different situations. So let's continue to talk to each other. Let's understand plastics are not one thing, recycling is not one thing. This isn't both and for all the solutions we need at the table, and it's going to be fascinating to look back right along the journey and what we're able to accomplish.
Awesome. Please give our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you so much, AG Formella. That was great. That was a great conversation in this weird space, Alejandra said. So we're going to roll right into the next topic, which will be an hour, and then after that, we'll break for lunch. We're going to talk about legislative and policy efforts, and Representative Tom O'Dea will ask you to come up as our moderator. And I have an announcement that Jennifer Heaton-Jones, who's the Executive Director of the Housatonic Resources Recovery Authority, will be joining us on Zoom. Thank you, George, by the way, for joining us on Zoom. That was fun to have you here. And now we're going to have Jen.
pleasure.
Jen brings a really important local perspective to these questions, so we're really glad we could include her. And as soon as the moderator comes and sits down, we'll get going. So don't run away.
Hello, everybody. We're going to pick up our program now. Everyone who's getting coffee and refreshments, please feel free to continue, but I'm going to ask you to stop the conversation and the chatter so we can give the panelists and our next moderator your full attention. Thank you over there in the coffee area. Feel free to get coffee. Thank you so much. I hope everybody is enjoying the conference. I am learning a ton. So thank you so much to everybody who's already spoken. You guys have a tough act to follow after the couple first panels. I just wanted to exercise a point of personal privilege, as we say in the legislature. I served for 12 years in the Connecticut House of Representatives, and one of my closest friends and at times a very good partner and ally in the Connecticut House of Representatives was Tom O'Dea. Tom and I shared New Canaan at one point, or sort of shared New Canaan, and Tom is a Republican. He is the deputy minority leader in the Connecticut House of Representatives and a member of the Transportation Committee and the Judiciary Committee, of which I was chairman, and the Environment Committee. And so when I thought about having diverse voices here in the room and people who come from different parts of the political spectrum, and making sure that we had a bipartisan group here today, my first thought was of Tom and inviting Tom to be here. So I'm really grateful that he took time out of his day to be here, not just to moderate, but to listen to the panels this morning. I know this is a big issue for him, and please join me in welcoming Tom O'Day.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. He's also my constituent.
Yes.
I'm hoping that's not the only reason I'm here, but no, thank you. I would be remiss, and I think it was Alejandra that said, what's next? And truly, I think this panel, a little immodest, but I think because of these experts, what's next is the most important part of the day. And that is practically, what do we do next? What do we do from a legislative standpoint in putting forth efforts to get rid of the poison that is these plastics? Now, not all plastics are poison, every part of plastics, but there's no disputing the fact that plastics left unchecked are poisoning us everywhere. And so that's the low-hanging fruit from a legislative standpoint. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, we've got to stop poisoning ourselves, whether that's with the pesticides that's going on, which is horrible. I'd love to do a panel on that, but also the plastics. And I want to give a shout out to Joe Gresco, who is the environmental chairman. I will tell you, but for Joe, we would not have had the bottle bill. We would not have had elimination of plastics. We would not have had the tire EPR. Joe Gresco is the biggest advocate for the environment, maybe in the state. So a big round of applause for Joe Gresco. Truly. This isn't being recorded, is it? No, I'm just kidding. I know it is. I do have the pleasure of running the minority, the floor for the minority in Connecticut, and I'd be remiss if I didn't also give a shout out. I've had 3 speakers in my tenure in Connecticut: Brendan Sharkey, Joe Arasimowicz. Joe's around here. He and I are also football coaches. I don't know where Joe is, but also Matt Ritter, who's my current speaker. Connecticut, unlike the federal government, is a legislature that is bipartisan, that works together, that gets things done. We agree 90% of the time. And it's because of, frankly, my speakers. The Governor Lamont has been fantastic in being bipartisan, and Joe Gresco and on down. So I think Connecticut is a model for what can be done. And so I want to get going with experts who can help get things done in Connecticut by looking at what's been done in other states. So I've got the pleasure of moderating 4 experts, 3 live and 1 via teleconference or video conference. Sarah Dole uses her unique strategic and collaborative skills to leverage collective state and local action to secure policy protections and create pressure for market transformation to reduce the threat of harmful chemicals in our daily lives, which is the sweet spot for me. Kate Donovan, also a lawyer, but she's recovering. I'm still a practicing lawyer. But Kate Donovan works on a wide range of environmental and health issues, including working to get toxic chemicals out of consumer products, federal pesticide policy, again, a sweet spot for me, and solving our solid waste and plastic crisis. Erin Simon is Vice President and Head Plastic Waste and Business at the World Wildlife Fund. Erin's mandate is to drive positive change across industries in packaging and material sustainability, an area of action that is critical conserving world's resources and one that is key to WWF's mission in protecting people and the planet. And Jennifer Heaton-Jones, who I know, who is here behind me to my left and in front of you all, is the Executive Director of the Housatonic Resource Recovery Authority, a regional governmental solid waste recycling management authority serving 14 municipalities in western Connecticut, about 225,000 people. So what I'm going to do is ask each of you to give a little blurb about this background involving and what brings you here today. Kate Donovan, why don't you start us off?
Great, thank you. Is this is on? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for inviting me. This was a real pleasure to be in a room with so many leaders and people just dedicated to solving this crisis that we find ourselves in. I've been working in this space for a while. I mean, I was thinking of one anecdote when I was in college. One of my first assignments was to make one small bag of trash in a week. And that has stuck with me for 25 years. So I guess I've been involved in the solid waste and plastics issue for a while. But you know, at NRDC, which is where I'm from, Natural Resources Defense Council, you know, we're really engaged in lots of the life cycle of plastics, from supply through production through the disposal issues. And I think also coming from NRDC, we are looking at it from the global, federal, state, and local levels. I particularly work in New York State, so I have a lot to say about kind of what New York has been doing. Judith talked a little bit about our New York's policies and proposals, but that's something that I've been immersed in for the last 5 years.
Thank you very much. And we've got Erin Simon. Why don't you go give us a little blurb as to why you're here?
Sure. And hopefully I'm coherent. I feel like whatever Keith was saying about good creams, I didn't get it, because I'm still dragging from this week at UNGA. But, so hopefully this will sound okay. So in my role at World Wildlife Fund, my job and my team's remit is really to help educate and inform with the best science those who have the greatest power to do the things that need to get done to change, and to solve the world's crises that we're pressed with today, plastic pollution being one of those. So I work closely with businesses for them to change their practices and for them to advocate for good policy. I work closely with governments at the state, national, and global level to put the policies in place for those right enabling conditions. And I work closely with communities. And primarily we work to get them all to work together, because to really sort of bend the curve on what we've been doing, we need to not only do all of the solutions that need to be done, we need to do them in a coordinated way, right? So that the products that are being made are working in the infrastructure that we have, whether that's for reuse or recycling, or even compost, and that the consumers know how to do it, feel empowered, excited, and engaged to understand the value of those actions. From a policy perspective, we've been doing a lot to roll out that coordinated approach from what could possibly be a part of the treaty, as far as how we reduce in the first place, getting rid of problematic chemicals of concern, getting good criteria in place, getting good policies for the design and recovery of any materials we do use, and really figuring out how we're going to address all the legacy plastics. But in all of those conversations at the global level, there's this need for designing something that is consistent and mandated for every country in the world, but has the flexibility for those local communities to put into place the solutions that work for them. And we do that same thing in the United States, because while we need consistency at the national scale, each state has to have individuality in their ability to implement from where they're at, but ultimately for the same outcomes. So yeah, I think we'll get into that a little bit more, and hopefully that helps.
Yes. Sarah.
Great. My name is Sarah Dahl, and I'm with Safer States, which is an alliance of environmental health organizations that work across the country to protect people and communities from toxic chemicals and materials and spark innovative solutions. And like Pete, I've been working my entire career to protect communities from toxic chemicals, most of which are plastic additives. You know, BPA, y'all remember that, and former AG Blumenthal leveraged his position to actually really help in that fight. And so I think there's really part of the key of the way we think about things is states really are in the lead, and state policy as well as state authorities really have a role in creating those protections. And that dynamic with market leadership and market innovation actually gets us national transformation without necessarily going to Congress, which can be a place that doesn't necessarily agree, speaking of agreement, just to say that. But also to say, like, you know, toxic flame retardants, but PFAS. Who's heard of forever chemicals? Hi, all of you have. As we've been fighting some of the battles to try to get PFAS out of our lives, we were fighting and pushing on PFAS in food packaging to try to get it out of our food packaging so it doesn't leach in. As those fights were happening, there was also the fight to get rid of single-use disposable packaging. The push out of single-use disposable packaging was pushing right into compostables. Every single compostable in this country at the time was coated in PFAS. So as we were pushing out of PFAS, people were like, oh, the solution is single-use disposable plastics. And as we were pushing the other way, it was like, oh, wait, hold on. Let's take that step back and think about what is actually a bigger sustainable solution, doesn't trade off between challenges. And so that's where solutions like investing in the reuse, refill, non-toxic economy becomes a really important component of how we get ourselves out of the crisis that we're in. So.
Well said. And last but not least, Jennifer, virtually.
Hi. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is there. I'm sitting in a hotel room in Austin, Texas. So thank you for having me. It's good to see you, Representative O'Day. Happy to hear that Representative Gresko is there as well. I'm Jen Heaton-Jones, the Executive Director of HRA. And I guess I would start with saying, you know, the state of Connecticut has made solid waste management the responsibility of local government. And, you know, it's the local government who typically, they don't have the knowledge and the resources to provide successful, comprehensive local programs unless they're part of a resource recovery authority like the HRA. So much of my work is creating and implementing programs or services that provide cost-effective, sustainable solutions at the local level. Sometimes that means that I get to work at the state level and help pass policies when voluntary programs aren't working. I'm really proud of the work that I've done with Representative Gresko and leading the passing of the first in the country tire EPR bill and the first in the country gas cylinder bill. And I did that wearing other hats. I'm also the president of the Connecticut Recycling Coalition. I'm president of the Connecticut Product Stewardship Council, and I sit on the board of the Recycle CT Foundation. And I do that because it's really important to understand at the local level that every single one of our residents, every single constituent of yours, we produce solid waste every day. And although we all as individuals are responsible to take care of and manage that material, someone needs to lead and guide what actually happens to that material. So I'm really proud of that work that I do at the local level to lead my chief elected officials.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And just before we get into the first line of questions, you know, there was an issue that was brought up, you know, what can we do individually to try and I will tell you, as my colleague in the legislature knows, and I think the good Attorney General William Tong knows, I traditionally, you know, we're up late at night as a legislator, a product had plastic bottles, 5-Hour Energy, and I used to, when we had bottle recycling, I would drive Joe nuts on questioning on the floor about recycling of the 5-Hour Energy bottles, but they're plastic. And frankly, I changed over to Ethan's Clean Energy because it's out of bottle. And in New Canaan, our new library, the concrete utilized, has 400,000 bottles recycled into that concrete, makes it stronger, like what the Romans used. So literally utilize recyclable products that aren't plastic. For example, Cleanonomic is a compostable bag. I use that. For Ocean, I donated to back when it wasn't even, you know, the thing to do, back in 2017. So there's a lot of things we can do as consumers to change manufacturers' policies, because if we don't buy it, they're not going to make it. So in any event, I'm going to go with the first question for the group. Let's start with the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. What is it? What is it designed to solve for? And what are pitfalls or ways to make it successful? And we'll start with Kate, if you could start us off.
Great. Well, we've heard that term a lot today. And I think we all realize that it is part of a solution. It is part of the basket of solutions. And often when I talk about the plastic waste crisis and what we're doing at a state level, there are lots of different tools that we need to use, legislative tools, regulatory tools, and EPR has certainly captivated our attention in the last, I would say, couple years of one of those solutions. So EPR is a policy scheme, I guess. It's been around for a long time that shifts the responsibility of to the manufacturer or the producer of the product. Generally, that means shifting the responsibility for the life cycle of the product in a financial sense, but it doesn't necessarily have to be financial. It could be physical and management, depending on the product that we're talking about. So our conversation when we're talking about plastics is very much focused on packaging, right? And Judith showed you all the 5 layers of packaging that the highlighter came in. But to know, EPR has been around for a very long time, and it's traditionally been used for other types of products. So I worked in New York on a paint, and before that it was really called stewardship. That corporate entities have a social and responsibility to be aware of how the end use of the product they're putting out on the market. So there are programs for mattresses and carpet we have in New York, paint, thermostats. There's lots of different programs. And I think that packaging presents just a unique challenge because the packaging space is so diverse. It's so much larger than, say, a single kind of product category like carpets or, mattresses, where you have maybe a handful of producers in the country that produce those products, where packaging we have thousands, and we also have many different components of what this packaging looks like, from the pouches to the tubs to the soft plastics, right? It just presents, and not even plastic, it's broader than that. It's cardboard and aluminum. So I think, as we've been talking about, it plays a role in the solution. What we're talking about in New York, and what I think is really important for other states who are going to be looking at EPR for packaging, is to understand where EPR for packaging hasn't necessarily been successful in other places. It's been successful in perhaps shifting the financial responsibility and helping the taxpayers, or helping municipalities kind of shoulder the burden of the costs of recycling, but it hasn't made a huge dent in actually shifting the reduction of waste. And as we've heard from lots of folks today, our waste hierarchy starts with reduction, reuse, or reduction, recycling, reuse, and then disposal. And so what we've been trying to do in New York is just ensure that if we are going to move down the path of EPR for packaging, it has to include the components that would make it successful in terms of reducing plastics and other materials. And so Judith talked a little bit, and we can get more into this, about what those components are, but part of that, and we heard this from, I'm forgetting his name, but the lawyer, the DLA Piper lawyer, is that being very clear in the legislation, in the statute, of what is required. And what is required, to be clear, are what are the targets? What are we requiring companies to do over a period of time, incremental periods of time, to reduce the actual packaging?
Great. And Jennifer, I know you've testified in front of the Environment Committee on this issue. Do you have anything you want to add?
I would just say one of the things, if you could create a vision of what EPR has the potential of doing, is often all of the system itself is very disconnected. So the consumer is disconnected from the relationship of the material once it leaves their home, and you have a collector, you have a transfer station, you have a material recovery facility, you have a broker who buys this material and it gets processed and then hopefully recycled, whatever that might be within EPR for packaging. It's not just plastic. And for me, EPR is the opportunity to connect all of the parties, all of those stakeholders together to support the infrastructure at the local level where we come in, the municipalities, to support us in that public education. We can't control what the consumer does with that product. They have to make that decision at the end of life, if they're going to put it in the trash, or they're going to put it in the recycling, or if they're going to compost it. And we at the municipal level have a really hard time reaching out to our residents, those consumers. And this is an opportunity for the manufacturers and the producers to support us and share that responsibility to get public education, that consumer awareness. And the really important part is that truth in labeling, which I hope Connecticut will bring from California, that will address that disconnect of that product with the consumer, so we can have a better system, like it was just mentioned.
Erin, Sarah?
Yeah, I loved how she just mentioned the need for that connectivity and the potential that EPR can be a tool that we use to sort of link some of these things together. When we visualized what EPR could do in the future, it could be about requirement for transparency in what is being put out there. As we look to get rid of these really bad chemicals, let's also force that transparency about where they are, right? Force that testing to happen as a part of the process. Force them to design for the infrastructure so those targets can be about outcomes. Outcomes around efficiency, so we can get material to material. Outcomes about energy and emissions. Outcomes about water, air, soil emissions, right? You allow some innovation to happen in there, right, if it's outcome-based. But also, you could potentially create some market drivers with that, with some sort of eco-modulation, right? If the fee is based on outcomes for what it costs to get it recycled, then the fee you can get additional fees, for example, if you add chemicals of concern and PPE is required in the process, or special bundling. You could incentivize for using less material, using recycled content, making it more sustainable, in ways that it can economically incentivize the producers to design that. And then, of course, that allows us to have a higher efficiency, a higher quality product on the back end, which returns jobs and gives us, allows for that MRF to sustain itself from a financial perspective. So I think when we're looking at how we can get EPR systems in place that can create that connectivity, we're trying to allow it to sort of create that, those different incentives throughout the policy. That's a big ask of one thing, but I like the potential for that with it.
Sarah, yeah.
Just to say, I think about, we say plastic waste and we say plastic pollution. Plastic waste implies a management solution. We're going to manage our way out of the problem. Plastic pollution, microplastics, all of this implies a different thing entirely, that we actually have to have more weight on the reduction side, on how do we stop using it. And so extended producer responsibility can have a role in this, but essentially it's based on a management platform. And if we invest all of our resources and capacity in building the infrastructure to manage this, that is where we will go. I have a colleague who talked with a producer of refrigerators. The company will not be named, but they would just consider it as the price of doing business to pay the eco-modulated fee and not eliminate the massive use of styrene, polystyrene, in the packaging because it's a part of the cost of doing business. So thinking about the shift to how do we put more weight on the reduce side of the equation and not build the infrastructure. Once you have the infrastructure, people are going to have to feed the infrastructure. So let's shift to that innovation economy where we're shifting the incentives on the style and the design of the materials to start with. I totally agree with you on mandating transparency. What is in the stuff that we're using? Really simple, toxics in, toxics out. Once you're in it, I will say recycled content, while it has real potential, if there are toxics going into it, there are toxics in the system, and they stay there. And as Pete says, they can magnify. So we need to have a system that actually evaluates, and so both we know and we actually know what those chemicals are actually safer. And one low-hanging fruit, I'm just going to say, microplastics. We're still intentionally putting microplastics in cosmetics, cleaning products, et cetera. The European Union has moved and said, let's just not add this to the problem. That's I'm just going to say, a state legislator's opportunity.
I love to hear that opportunity, low-hanging fruit. The Attorney General Formella and I are all about balance and trying to get rid of those easy things that we all know are bad. Jen, what can you tell us from the front lines and the folks actually doing the collecting and materials management? What are the legislative priorities MRF operators are looking for?
Well, I would say their priorities are, unfortunately, to oppose and stop extended producer responsibility. And that's unfortunate. They are an important stakeholder. We need our MRFs, we need our material recovery facilities, we need our private haulers. Sometimes they are one and the same. They play a really important role. And I see them as sort of like the gatekeeper between collection and processing and getting this material from our residents, from the consumer. And so I'd like to see that. I don't feel like their priority is to help us solve the problem, because their objection is they need to collect this material, and the more material they collect, the more money they make. So I'm not quite sure it's a place where I'm stuck in, how to bring them more to the table and sort of take down some of their fears about losing control and losing the profits that they feel that they're going to have if manufacturers and producers become the responsible party. So I think that's where the word shared needs to be more highlighted, that this is a shared responsibility and everybody in the system has a role to play, and honestly, everyone should have some profits in that. So I hope I answered the question to that degree of and so you're asking me to speak on behalf of material recovery facilities and what their priority is, but it's based on my experience from speaking with them.
Fair enough, and probably before we even get to there, Aaron, with how can EPRs drive the bridge building and common solutions? What's necessary to do that, in your opinion, and what kind of things might be successful in driving that?
Yeah, I think that's really important, right? We live in a pretty divisive world these days, and I think we need to try to push forward solutions where we can find common ground. Definitely have been trying to see what that looks like on the global stage, but it's also really important not only federally, but in the states. I think it needs to start with agreeing broadly on what we're not assuming is going to go into the system. That could just be getting rid of those things that are problematic to start, right? That's where we need to clean that up, because if you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. And from Pete's studies, it looks like that garbage gets worse and worse. So I think it needs to be about agreeing that we want these to not only be successful businesses, but we want them to be businesses that benefit the communities and benefit the environment. And so that you can do that and have it be economical and have jobs, so you can find that common ground. I think you can agree on what outcomes you want and then allow innovation and technology to advance those and to get the material to material more efficient, to lower the energy use, to decrease those emissions, and to be held accountable for the communities that they're impacting. I think that transparency should be the low-hanging fruit on the process, because that allows us to be fair. That allows us to understand what transparency is a really powerful thing, right? Because even if you don't agree to do anything with it, there's a lot of pressure once everybody knows what you're doing, right? It can be very powerful to have that be seen. And so I think that's going to be a key aspect of it. But I think from a bipartisan perspective, coming together around these shared goals and outcomes is a way that we can do that, but not in a vacuum of the rest of the stuff that has to happen too.
Sarah, Kate, anything on EPRs as a bridge or on the MRFs? No? All right.
I have other things to say. But.
Yeah, me too.
No, so I am as I stand here, I'm a victim of plastics. My sons, I try and buy non-plastic things when I can. I'm not trying to attack the plastic industry, but we had the plastic bags or paper bags from Home Depot, and the little plastic thing that goes around them, my son didn't clip it. So it was on the ground as I'm carrying, Attorney General Tong, understand this, trial binders. So I couldn't really see where I was going. So I stepped on the plastic ring, and it tangled on my feet, and I went head first into the side of the car, like I dove into it. And so I can't see out of my left eye. I got a little bit of a detached retina. So this is a personal story as to how we need to get plastics off the ground at my house and out of the water system. And I learned today out of the placenta and out of breast milk. So on the front lines, I can speak firsthand as to what's going on in the trenches, literally and figuratively. Sarah, let's step back from legislation, which, by the way, and Judith, I want to take a look at what you have posted on your website on the proposed legislation. Joe, that's something that maybe we can do bipartisan again. So, but Sarah, let's step back and ask something else with policy and legislation in mind. When we think about any of these legislative debates, what are the main factors to keep in mind from your perspective, and what's happening at the state level that could help?
I think the most important thing to think about is, where do you want to go? You know, one of the things that's happened in the toxics world was we said, okay, don't use BPA. And the industry was like, great, we won't use that, we'll use BPS. We're like, oh, don't go there. You know, okay, don't use DHP or this kind of phthalate. And they're like, fine, we'll use a different one. And we're like, oh no. So I think being really clear on what it is that we're actually aiming for and creating the target zone, not saying it has, you know, to the previous panel, it has to be this in this exact way, but just being really clear. Here is the zone. You know, here are the boundaries around it that are really important for us to actually get to real solutions and not end up with the false solutions. I think that's important. And then actually thinking about, how do we invest in those solutions that are actually going to support folks on the ground? And so that's where solutions like reuse, refill become really interesting, because that has the potential to create local jobs, you know, local infrastructure that supports those local jobs. Like we have a company in Portland, I live in Portland, Oregon, I know, a little green, but it's called GoBox. And if you go to a food cart, you get a little token. They give you your container, you eat it, and then you put it in something that looks like a mailbox, and then someone comes around, picks those up, washes them, and puts them back out to all the food carts. So they're all using the same basic material. It's standardized. It's not what we were sort of talking about, shiny this way or whatever. And so you've built an infrastructure with local jobs and the same stuff. I mean, that's also a part of this, is there's the like, everybody has to have their own special thing to it. Can we find ways to sort of like identify safer materials and then use them in ways that are around systems that are built to manage them? Because that's another key piece of this, is like, again, if everybody's got, you know, triple ply plastic, or, I mean, paper, there's some challenges with paper, as we hear from Dr. Munka tomorrow. So we just need to be really thoughtful about what are the materials we're using and where we want to go, and building those boundaries so that we're actually getting there.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on that? Like, on EPR policy, do you think, and I ask this truly asking, not because I have a predetermined answer to it, do you think we, in the EPR sort of policies, you could build in sort of that effective cost coverage for that system for the cleaning? Because we were just looking at a pilot in Petaluma that's a whole city reuse pilot. It's one of the most successful ones I've seen happen for return rates. And it was all a standardized cup and these standardized bins, and actually right now the 3-month pilot is being funded by major brands, but they are funding right now all of the local restaurants and coffee shops so that they can do it too, and it's been really great. But the SB 54 won't be out for a while, and the plans for that, could those EPR be could we already be designing in the legislation that supports that collection, cleaning, and getting it distributed back out? Because the only way local businesses are going to be able to do it is with that cost parity, right? And we need that covered. Do you think that that could be a possibility?
Possible. I would have to know a lot more about it before I was like, yes, absolutely. But to your point, it's like trying to figure out, like what are the mechanisms by which you pay for that. I think one of the things, there is a liability here. We're in the midst of PFAS crisis, and 30 attorneys general have litigated on PFAS because of the cost of management of the contamination. We're about to be in a similar scenario with microplastics. You're about to see state legislatures and governances starting to look for microplastics in water, air, and soil. And there is going to be a cost related to the management and cleanup of microplastics. That's the downside of this. So how are we going to create incentives for the upstream, turning off the tap side of that? Intentionally microplastics is the no-brainer. But then it's thinking about what are the systems that are actually getting us to use materials that are better, safer, et cetera, and how do we pay for them? Potentially but thinking about that is a part of this whole piece of it. And potentially, if you're litigating, I'm not a litigator, but I'm just going to put this out there, potentially some of the resources that are gained in the litigation could go to pay for the investment in those kinds of systems.
Erin, where was that legislation that you were just talking about?
Petaluma.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just might add to that conversation, like New York, actually, we have drafted it in a way that we do part of that fund that's being collected by producers is very specific in the legislation of where it's going to be used. And there is a fund that gets created, and then a certain portion of that fund is going to refill and reusable infrastructure. So it is certainly, I think, a very important part of the transition is the funding for that reusable refill infrastructure as well.
Jennifer, I know you're.
I think everyone they said it well, and but you have to find a way that the funding it maintains and it continues to be sustainable in order for it to be successful. It's great to start pilot programs, but it's hard when you learn that they can't be sustainable. So that's the component that needs to be built into it.
And, a question from the audience: how do we ensure that transparency doesn't turn into overwhelming or drowning consumers with information? Thinking of inefficiency of Prop 65. I wish I could say what Prop 65 was, but I don't.
Prop 65 is a California law that requires labeling of products as hazardous if they contain hazardous chemicals, but it doesn't actually provide, it's a label mostly. There is a right to citizen suit as a part of it that some institutions utilize. So I think that the transparency is more at the regulator level where it becomes valuable. It's not like, hi, here's the list of 16,000 chemicals that happen to be in your food packaging. Everyone will glassy eye, that's just never gonna happen. So instead it's like, hi, here's the 16,000 chemicals or the 50 chemicals that happen to be in your packaging. And that information is good for the regulators, but it's also good for the manufacturers. The people who are like, oh, so we just passed policy in Washington State that will regulate multiple classes of chemicals in cosmetics. One of the things, though, that policy also does is it creates a resource for small minority-owned chemical businesses to actually evaluate, are any of these are there other things that I should be concerned about in my cosmetics? And then using tools, there's great tools that are coming in the marketplace like Chem Forward, Green Screen, that help them identify better chemistry, safer chemistry, and then help them make the transition to that safer chemistry in their product that then will become in the marketplace. That kind of model, that information, that transparency feeds that gets us to the better materials and the better chemicals.
Excellent. Jennifer, just from an MRF operators and collectors perspective about the push to scale and aftermarket recycling products, any comments from you on how we can push more of that from your perspective in recycling?
Well, their ultimate goal, the MRF's goal, is to sell the this commodity. And one way to increase the market supply and demand would be having minimum recycled content put back into our products. I mean, instead of being this push of many our manufacturers and producers are competing with virgin plastic, and so we're just putting more plastic into our environment. So if it can also be proven that it's safe, right? The toxic in, toxic out. But we do need post-consumer recycled content laws, and California does have some great goals of getting to 50%, and that drives supply and demand, and that certainly would help material recovery facilities and their desire to see better aftermarkets with that commodity.
And here's a question from the group here. What solution or policy, this is to Jen, what solution or policy would help you the most? I'm not sure exactly what that's directed to.
What solution or policy would help me the most? Well, I think going back, it kind of maybe I would say it connects with that last question in regards to the audience question, too much information to the consumer. I think we really do need simple, convenient labeling, but it needs to, you should be able to use the recycling symbol on everything. And we need consistency across every state. So the state of Connecticut has the What's In, What's Out guide. It was formed by the Recycle CT Foundation. Many consumers and residents don't have access to it or don't know about it. And so I would like to see some way for there's more funding from the state into this Connecticut Foundation that was formed, by the way, by statute 10 years ago. And so that we can reach the consumer, we can reach the resident and what to do with that product without overwhelming them with information, but keep it simple. And the consumer transparency, like using the example of a K-cup, it drives me crazy that they say they're recyclable when they're not recyclable. The plastic is a polystyrene, there's organics inside of it, it's multi-layered with aluminum on the top, and it's under 2 inches, so the material recovery facilities can't sort it. And yet we at the municipal level are struggling with the fact that these companies are putting on the outside of their box, recycle in your local community. That's a simple message that's not overwhelming, but it's confusing and it's false. So I would like to see policies that work towards changing what they are able to put on their packaging, because it is greenwashing. And how do we make that more simple is maybe they're just not even allowed to put anything about the word recycling on it, and that consumers just know that they go to their state site, a QR code or one local place to get information, and that's the information that's provided by local and state government, and they can trust it.
From the group, we've got a question for all panelists. Who needs to be at the table for these policy and legislative debates? Joe and I laugh when advocates come before us about legislation, and we say, okay, well, who was at the table when you negotiated this? And you hear crickets, because it was basically just their idea. So I guess my question is a broad one, but for you all, who needs to be at the table for these policy legislative debates, and who would you recommend that we include?
I think these need to be solutions that work for everybody, right? Not just the people who are writing the language, but that's the hard work, right? That's building a bridge collectively versus just burning down what somebody else did. So I think it's really important that as you're designing elements that you feel benefit communities, that you are verifying with those communities that they agree with, that those are the benefits that should be the outcomes. If you're talking about transparency and test methods or emissions, you should be verifying with a scientific community, verifying that the outcomes you're desiring are the ones you're going to get. You should be talking to those about unintended consequences, right? Of scoping certain things in and out in a way that they might drive towards other solutions, coming back to the design comments that Sarah was making around getting rid of one chemical but replacing it with another that had additional consequences. But that's not easy work to do. Convening people for that sort of collective policy writing is very difficult. So I think you need to do the best you can, though, to cover those bases. But there's going to have to be compromise. Yeah. And that's really hard when you're talking about creating that fair and equitable output of all of these things.
You know, when one of the reasons why I think the outstanding Attorney General William Tong put me up here for is because, as a minority in the House, the only thing I really can do is compromise, right? It's kind of like with my wife, you know. So at the end of the day, you know, I think bringing the groups together is the big thing that I know Joe tries to do on the Environment Committee, and try and bring about compromise. It's not a dirty word. And so, Judith, the only pushback, your presentation was outstanding. The only pushback I would give is slight is when you said, you know, I'd rather not have a bad bill, which I agree with you. You don't want a bad bill, but if it's a stepping stone. A lot of times in Hartford, as the former Speaker Arsenowitz would say, you know, it's a first step. Let's get this passed, and then we can work on it as we go forward. It's a baseline. So I don't know if Sarah or Kate, you have anything to add, or Jen?
Yeah, I might jump in there. I do. Oh, sorry. I'll go after. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Jen. I know you've got a hard stop at 12:30, so go ahead. I can go all day.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And I just lost my train of thought. So you go ahead first.
No, okay.
No,
sorry.
you go.
Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'll add is that's certainly advocating in New York for our New York bill, where we are advocating for the best version of what we could possibly, be fighting for. I think there is an acknowledgement amongst Judith and others that, you know, we are going to be at the table, and rates and dates and things will be negotiated, and we have negotiated on that bill down from where we kind of started. But there are some non-negotiables, especially when we're talking about impacts to communities and unintended consequences. And I think with this crisis, we are so far along that it would not be smart to take incremental steps at this point. And I think the point of too is and we've seen this in California, they passed SB 54, and they're not going to revisit it. And one of the issues I think I wanted to raise here is that there are tools like problematic plastics and the toxics. We've talked a lot about that today. We all seem into agreement that there are some serious health concerns about the toxic additives in plastics, yet there's not one jurisdiction that fully regulates those toxics, right? And so that's some pushback we have received. It's like, well, why hasn't the FDA done it? And has any other state done it? Well, we need one state to do it. We need someone to do it, and that's what we're pushing for in New York, is saying there's the body of evidence that these toxics are bad. They're not only bad for us, but they're bad for the recyclers, for any, that plastic goes through this whole life cycle. Everyone who comes in contact with that plastic is suffering the consequences, whether it be the chemicals or the microplastics. And so I think there are steps that state legislatures can take. Bundling everything together like New York is a challenge. There are a lot of components to that, and we will continue another session to fight for all of that together. But I think there are other mechanisms like just banning problematic plastics or addressing the toxics in plastics in a standalone bill could be a really great start to getting that conversation, because it doesn't preclude an EPR program from happening. But what you don't want is an EPR program happening without building in those toxic components.
Yeah. Great. Anything else, Jen?
Yeah, thank you for your patience. So in regards to the stakeholders and who should be at the table, I mean, everyone should be at the table. And I'm really proud of the work that I've been doing with Representative Gresco. He is really great about collaboratively working with all the stakeholders. And I think we need to get better about having the habit of taking the time, using the time that's needed for everyone to be engaged and have the conversation. I really wish more legislators were at the table with us in those stakeholder meetings. I can say Representative Gresko does take the time and he sits in on these meetings and he does educate himself, and we should be really proud of having legislators who are willing to do that. But I also understand that you guys see thousands of bills, and you're not an expert on every one of those bills. And so you do rely on those of us who are boots on the ground and the experts and the various stakeholders who have something to lose or gain and some type of legislative policy, from the retailers to the producers to even the local government. So and obviously I wish that the legislative session was longer so that we could have more time to be more engaged. I wish that there wasn't these 3-minute speed dating moments where we're trying to get our message across with the Environment Committee. But we need to find better ways to bringing everyone at the table and everyone's voice being heard and understanding that perspective. I've learned a lot from hearing from the manufacturers and the producers and what are their concerns. And I respect their perspective. And I think there needs to be more of that as we get engaged. And I think the legislators should be more forceful about making sure that there's more stakeholder engagement.
Thank you, Jennifer. And before I go on to another question from the body here, one of the things we hear, Joe and I, about labeling is you can't just do it in one state. So we try and draft legislation where there's, when you have more than a few states involved, it then kicks in. What have you all seen? And again, you're not supposed to go off script, but I'm going off script here, ladies. What have you seen as far as labeling issues? Because I 100% agree with you. Truth in labeling is a priority, but we get pushback from the industry. Well, you can't just have it one state at a time. And I will be as those who know me, I rail on the federal government all the time. I mean, that dysfunction is just epidemic. So how would you, as a state legislature, address that pushback on labeling?
Well, California has a truth in labeling law. And so there is already huge market pressure to okay, you cannot call your things recyclable if it's only recyclable in Taiwan on Tuesdays. Seriously, there is stuff that is just randomly, that's the chasing arrows symbol is there. So there is precedent already, and that could be replicated. Okay. Labeling more broadly, it depends on for whom, because it takes a lot of capacity to put a label on something to say, yes, this does contain toxic flame retardants, or yes, this does contain. Is it better to label, or actually shall we just eliminate the toxic flame retardant from the thing and skip the labeling phase? So it's a lot of capacity, and I'm not sure how much benefit it gets, because especially at the consumer level, how many people are reading the little teeny fine print? They're just not. They're just not. So, but it is, from a transparency perspective, forcing the information, trying to get that information, again, more from the manufacturer regulatory level to know what is actually in the thing is actually critically important. But it isn't necessarily at that consumer-facing thing, because it's BPA free, great, it's BPA free, but it has BPS. Uh-oh, but I feel good because it's BPA free. We end up in these weird trade-off spaces that, from a resource perspective, maybe other solutions make more sense.
Kate?
Yeah, what I think actually would help, and the labeling is important, and I agree with everything that Sarah had said, is let's deal with the problematic plastics first, because that makes the labeling a whole lot simpler. If we're saying opaque, the plastics that are black, that are green, that are shiny, whatever, that, we have infinite design, product design, solutions for marketing out there, but these plastics aren't recyclable and these materials aren't recyclable. So if we could actually get to a space where we're a little bit more universal on getting rid of the problematic plastics, and when I say problematic plastics, I do mean plastics that contain a number of the toxic chemicals that we've been talking about, plastics that are a certain, that cause problems for the recycling infrastructure, as well as, plastics that can't be recycled. And I think if we can get to that stage, we may have a simpler labeling framework.
All right, well, it's almost lunchtime, so I have one question, and then we're going to do closing remarks, so give us 2 minutes. The last question from the group here is, are there economic carrots and sticks that can assist EPR for financial rewards, for replacing plastic packaging with better alternatives, and penalties for not doing so? I don't know, Jen, I know you had a hard stop at 12:30. Is there anything you want to say on that, or?
Yeah, and unfortunately I have a plane to catch. Can you repeat the question again?
Sure.
It's really hard to hear
Are
you.
there economic carrots and sticks that can assist EPR growth? For example, financial rewards for replacing plastic packaging with better alternatives, and penalties for not doing so.
Well, there are some EPR programs that have incentives that, they're modulated fees depending on what they are producing as a product, whether they're using plastic versus paper or glass versus plastic. So there is in Europe some financial influence depending on the type of material they're using. I don't believe the United States and any of the EPR bills that we've passed here in the country have those same incentives. But yes, I mean, of course there is incentives. I will quickly I think it does relate to the same former question. We're talking about a global billion-dollar industry who have associations, who have representatives on these associations. They know what the problem is. And whether it's labeling or needing incentives, it's unfortunately we have to create laws for them to do the right thing. And they complain that it can't be different in every state. Then just create a voluntary system that works without us having to spend the money and the time to create these laws. Just do the right thing. Label your products properly. Don't confuse the consumer. You're selling it in every state. And hopefully, because California is so large, maybe there will be some influence across the country, because they're not going to want to create different products that are sold into different distributors into different states. But they should be incentivized in the fact that the laws will be coming and it will become inconsistent and hard for them to implement. We're already seeing that in the United States in the 5 different EPR laws that are trying to be implemented, the inconsistency in definitions, the inconsistency of enforcement. So hopefully maybe just that, some of the inconsistencies in the laws themselves will incentivize them to start to work better with us, and we can be more collaborative. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to get to hear the last few comments. I have to go because I'm going to miss my Uber to the airport. But thank you for having me. I really appreciate having the opportunity to have the local perspective, and I look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you, Jen. See you in the State House. Ladies, anybody else want to say anything about the economic carrots or sticks that can be done?
I might just quickly add to that that's really is the point of the eco-modulation that's built into these, and it's like a fancy term. But the one point I will say is that the fee calculation, the eco-modulated calculation, which this is now getting way more complicated than I understand, but there is a role for the legislator or the regulator to be involved in that, because we don't want the modulated fee to be so low that it really doesn't spur them to incentivize and change the way that they're packaging. So it is built in, but it has to be crafted in a way to ensure that the fees are high enough to actually push the producers to change the packaging.
Sure, Sarah.
One of the things that Blumenthal did when he was state AG was he sent a letter to the 6 manufacturers of baby bottles saying, please don't use BPA. And those 6 baby bottle manufacturers moved out of BPA. I think that, it's not necessarily a stick, but it is a power to help push for better. And I'm not sort of, we're not litigating against you, but it's using the authority to push to get to better materials. And I really think that that's a place where the state AG authority has a place to play in pushing for the transparency and actually using that place of power to push for these materials, and so that whatever is in system is actually taking into consideration the Joe Banners of the world, and that sort of the upstream impacts of some of the materials that we're using, in addition to what we're thinking about in use.
Thank you. All right, so closing remarks. What other legislation, either pending or passed, do you think holds a promise, or any other closing remarks before everybody goes to lunch? Start off, Sarah?
Oh, geez. Again?
Okay. Or Kate, or Erin. I know Jennifer's not available.
Yeah, I can start. Like I've said a lot, I think the New York model has a lot of promise because it really looks at how EPR can influence the plastic pollution crisis. It is a traditional model in that it is working with the producers to shift the responsibility, but is also recognizing the modern day crisis we're in, and it is also recognizing that we haven't achieved those reductions using other models. So it is pulling in that, and it is also recognizing the place of toxics and how that is impacting the life cycle and how that needs to be folded in. So I feel very hopeful. As Judith said, the Senate passed it last year, and we feel optimistic that both houses will pass it this year.
All right. Erin, Sarah?
I think there's a lot of momentum around eliminating problematic plastics, more as like an independent thing. I think there's also momentum. You'll see more and more narrative around microplastics and trying to address microplastics all along the continuum, and how we cannot manage our way out of microplastics. We just can't. So thinking about what are the tools and resources that actually get us there, and companion this investment in the solution side of the equation, both in terms of the transparency piece, but also in terms of how do we make it easy for, what you were talking about. It's really hard to change behavior. If we make it easier, people are more likely to lean in. So how do we make it so like you have the refill station wherever you are? It is just the thing that you do when you get your takeout. It is just the way that it happens. And so thinking about building out, and I just think that there's momentum around investing in that new economy.
Erin.
Yeah, I would say take advantage of the momentum today, right? Whether it's the momentum that you're seeing mobilized on the ground by these, local actors, or I would honestly say the pressure from the global negotiations is really powerful, because we need policies that support the theory of change to address the plastic pollution crisis, and it starts with getting rid of those things that are really problematic, damaging, and getting us off of, decoupling that growth, right? We are way over taxing the planet already holistically with all of the things we take from it, let alone the projections for doubling or tripling production in the next few decades of plastics alone. And then we need to have policies that guide the transparency and the management and recovery of those. And that's not, I think when we're talking about EPR, when we're talking about reuse, when we're talking about safety, it's not just about plastics. I mean, that has to be addressed, but let's not let other materials off the hook, because they also have implications, and I believe we'll learn more about that tomorrow. And then, and so that's what we need good policies for. And so use this momentum right now, because there's a lot of attention, there's a lot of bipartisan interest in it. It is something that the solutions can benefit everybody. And you've got a lot of the largest brands in the world asking for policies, asking for reductions, asking for design guidelines, asking for EPR so they pay for it. That is, in the US, that is so new and different than it was like 5 years ago. Don't lose that opportunity to let them be the ones demanding it, right? That's really powerful. So that's, I think, what I would say.
Thank you. Fantastic. Now, before we break, just a couple words. I'm not going to ask all the Republicans to raise your hand, because it's, I think, 2 of us or maybe 3. But no, I do think, Attorney General Formella had said it's a balancing act. And everybody agrees, plastics and pesticides, so I'd love to be back on pesticides if we could do that. But we should fix the problem. We have a problem. There's no argument. And I think it's a balancing act in how we fix it. So I would ask everybody, when I go into debates, and Joe knows this saying, I say, okay, we've got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you speak. And have you ever been wrong? I have been. If you can't say that, then it's not really a debate. You're scolding or arguing or just telling somebody something. So I would encourage you all, I'm very willing to listen. The legislature needs to act. We can't rely on the feds. So I want to hear from all invested people in this problem that we have. We all agree that we have it. Let's fix it. Let's move forward. And I know Joe will lead the way. So thank you very much. And thank you to William Tong, Attorney General for the state of Connecticut. Great job.
Hello? Oh. Thank you, Representative Damodea. That was incredible. Incredible job moderating that with the Zoom and the chairs. Everybody, we're ready to eat. We're gonna take a little bit of time, take a breather, get your food, sit down, and we'll have our keynote speaker come and speak to us at about 1:30. So, talk to you soon.
All right, everybody. Please continue to finish your lunch, and I think there's probably enough for seconds, and get coffee or whatever you need. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the people this morning who did such a great job. So, as I said earlier, we have a very special guest today, and it's a bit of a homecoming for the California Attorney General, who spent 11 years in New Haven. So welcome home, AG Bonta, to New Haven. Well, I won't steal Brian's thunder, but I wanted to get up here and introduce former Maryland Attorney General Brian Frosh. So, hold on, I'm not done yet. So when I became Attorney General, NAG NAG is the National Association of Attorneys General, was a very strong and vibrant and functional organization. We're trying to hold it together today. But when I became Attorney General 6 years ago, we were offered an option to choose a veteran Attorney General as your mentor. And so I chose Brian Frosh as my mentor, and Brian was great in helping me get acquainted with the Attorney General community and this work. And it was Brian who came to me and said, you know, you should really meet the people at the NYU State Impact Center. And because of Brian and the NYU State Impact Center and that relationship, we've been able to do a lot of great work together, including our climate case. And so I owe a lot to Brian Frosh. We all owe a lot to Brian Frosh in his leadership on behalf of the environment and the climate and on this issue on plastics. So please join me in welcoming Brian Frosh.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, William. That was very generous. And I do want to thank Attorney General Tong and his great team, and Bethany Davis Knoll and the great folks at the State Impact Center. This has been a great forum. I've learned a lot already. I had never heard the term green hushing before. And for those of you who live in fear of it, I have some free legal advice. Tell the truth. It's bulletproof. So it's my honor to introduce our luncheon speaker, and trying to do due diligence. Attorney General Bonta is a very, very nice guy. That's not exactly how you would introduce him. I tried to do some due diligence. I asked his staff for some stories about him to give the introduction color, and I got back nothing. So I did what anybody in my position would do, is I made stuff up. Attorney General Bonta has said that he grew up with his fist in the air. His parents fled oppression in the Philippines when he was an infant, came to the United States, and immediately threw themselves into civil rights work and support for the United Farm Workers. And I think Attorney General Bonta was gripped by their passion for social justice. And the grip has remained strong throughout his childhood and adulthood. He as William Tong mentioned, he grew up in California, but he came here to New Haven to go to school. It's a school you've probably never heard of. he must have done pretty well. He ended up going to Oxford University for a graduate degree, Oxford University in England, and then back here to New Haven to get his law degree. And as Attorney General, he exemplifies what most Attorney Generals aspire to, which is that he is the people's lawyer. He stands up for people who can't stand up for themselves. He has gone after people who cheat and defraud the people of California. He has put behind bars some of the most dangerous people in the United States of America. He has taken on the fight for prison reform and homelessness, things that many politicians are terrified of looking at, let alone facing directly. And as you may have heard, he has put his fist in the air again this week. He brought this little lawsuit. I can tell you that it reads like a novel. It's free. It's on the internet. I encourage you to get it and read it in full. But it's my great pleasure to ask you, Rob, please come enlighten us. Thank you all very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Good to see you. I'm grateful to be here. Let me just first say thank you to Brian for that very kind and generous introduction. Thank you for your friendship, your leadership, your partnership on so many things, both when we were AGs together and now, and I'm grateful for that relationship. Let me also say thank you to my great friend, Attorney General William Tong, the greatest Attorney General ever in the history of Connecticut, and thank you for bringing us together. I'm grateful for that. Thank you to AGA. Thank you to the State Impact Center. I do just want to say that these are important places and spaces where we come together sometimes from different experiences, different perspectives, but we are committed to dialogue and discussion and a pathway forward. And I think it starts with recognition of the challenges we face, the problem that we have, and we can go from there. Different folks might have different views on how we address that problem, but I think the coming together to put our best ideas on the table and decide how we're going to have a better future is important. So I want to say thank you. I have my own perspective. I know that it might be a perspective that's not shared by everyone in this room. Even if you don't have that perspective that I have, I respect your perspective. And I thank you for having one and engaging and being here. If your perspective is different than mine, it's not easy to be here. So thank you for being here. And what we do next and how we dialogue, I think it's a lost art in policy and solution building and politics. Sometimes we stay in our camps and talk to each other instead of talking to those who might have different perspectives. So this is a good example of that willingness and commitment, that intention to dialogue and partner with the hope and a vision of a better future for all of us. So thank you for everyone who's here. I do want to say that it's special for me to be here. New Haven has been a special place for me over the many years. I came here in 1989 in August for the first time. I grew up in California, went to public schools there. I was recruited nationally to play soccer, and I decided to come here to play soccer, so I was reporting for preseason as well as for this orientation program. And when I was 17 years old, I came to this great city, and so did someone else coming from New York City, the Bronx. A woman named Mia Lisa Villafane, who grew up poor, had lived in 13 different places in 16 years growing up, bounced around, raised by a single mom, and had a mom who often told her at the end of the month when there was more rent than paycheck and the fridge was bare with just peanut butter and celery. She said, "Sweetheart, we're going to go on that special diet again for a little while until the paycheck came in and they could fill the fridge." And that is my now wife, Mia Lisa Bonta. We met when we were 17 years old here. When I came here, and forgive me for putting this image in your head because you won't be able to unsee it once I tell you it, I arrived with a mullet, a neon shorts and flip-flops, which were very cool, I swear, at that time, and a fanny pack, which was very functional. I could put my pen in there, my notepad, my keys. And so Mia may not have had the best judgment at 17, but one thing she did have, I hope and I believe, is an eye for the potential, for what's possible, for a commitment to transformation and change, that this can be different one day. And so we have been partners in life, partners in service ever since. Mia is now a California State Assembly member. When I got appointed to be Attorney General, she ran for and won the seat that I once occupied. And she has made me better and stronger, and we've grown together over the years, but we met in New Haven, so I'll never forget that. And as A.G. Tong mentioned, I spent a lot of time here. I did 4 great years of college, went away for a year, came back and worked in the communities, in public housing neighborhoods, working with children and families, and then went to law school here. And Mia and I were together that whole time. And after 8 years of being together, we got married when she was in law school, when we were both in law school. And then we had our first child, Raina, and she was born here in Yale, New Haven. And soon after she was born, Mia graduated from Yale Law School and held infant, at the time, Raina, in her arms as she walked across the stage and graduated. And that led to Raina, our precocious daughter, telling people as she grew up, "I already graduated from Yale Law School." So she doesn't say that anymore. She took some learning. And that Raina, who was born here and graduated from Yale Law School when she was 2 months old, came to Yale for college. And she played soccer here. She played on the same soccer field that I played on when I was here. We proudly came into the stands and cheered for her for 4 great years. And like all of us, we want our kids to be happy and to thrive and to pursue their dreams. And Raina's doing that, so we're really excited for her. So someone cut me off talking about Raina because I'll be here for the next half hour and never get to plastics. But all that's to say, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be here with all of you. I do want to also just talk a little bit about what Brian mentioned around my upbringing and my background. It's, all of us are a function of our lived experiences. We see the world based on those lived experiences, and part of mine include parents who inspired me and showed me to believe that we can change our world. We have agency in shaping our future. We can make things different tomorrow than they are today if they are not things that we want today. If we decide we don't want to accept the unacceptable, we don't have to. We have the ability, agency, power to change. And my dad showed me that because in 1965, he was a grad student in college, or in Berkeley, and he had a friend across the country in Selma, Alabama, who was sending him audio cassette tapes of this incredible leader who was talking about a more just world and a more fair society. He was recording these speeches on audio cassette tape, and I see blank stares from the young people in this room who are like, what is an audio cassette tape? It's like a digital file, but not. And you record sound, and then you have to give it to someone. They have to play it in a audio cassette player. But he was sending literally through the mail to my dad from across the country, from Selma, Alabama, an epicenter of the civil rights movement, the voice of Martin Luther King Jr. And my dad was like, I need to go. It was a call to action. He decided he needed to jump on a train, which he did. He rode for 3 days, arrived in Selma, Alabama. When he was there, he met Stokely Carmichael. He organized for civil rights and voting rights. He was in Brown Chapel AME Church when Martin Luther King Jr. himself showed up for an unannounced sermon, and he sat in church and listened to Martin as he talked about his vision for a more fair America that was animated and lived out the promise of racial justice. My parents later got married and moved to the Philippines, had my sister, then me. And when they had me, they asked themselves this question: can we raise our children here and now in the Philippines at this time and guarantee that they have democracy and freedom, human rights, the rule of law, and due process? And the answer was no, they could not. A dictator was rising to power, martial law was around the corner, and those non-negotiable things for our family and our future were not in the cards for us where we were in the Philippines. So my parents brought me here to the United States, specifically to California. And they believe that you can't just hope for the things that you want. You have to fight for the things that you want, and you have to engage and be active and be part of the solution. So they started working for the United Farm Workers of America outside of supermarkets in LA, gathering signatures, and then we moved to La Paz, the headquarters in the Central Valley. My dad worked in the front office with Cesar Chavez. My mom worked in the preschool with Dolores Huerta. We lived in a trailer. My younger brother was born there and joined us, so our family of 5 lived in a trailer as part of a movement where we were trying to fight for better working conditions and fairer treatment and wages for the folks that were toiling in the fields feeding our nation. And then growing up, one of my most lasting memories, we eventually moved to Sacramento, and my parents started working for the state of California as public employees. I would go regularly on weekends and even evenings to protests and rallies and demonstrations with my mom, calling out the human rights abuses in the Philippines under the Marcos dictatorship and demanding democracy be returned. And I always wondered, what can this little boy and his mom in California do to change the conditions in a country literally an ocean away? And year after year we would do this, and year after year I would realize we were not alone, that there were others in California, throughout the United States, certainly most powerfully in the Philippines, rising up and demanding something different. And that built, and the momentum continued until it reached a change point, and democracy was restored in 1986 with the People Power Revolution. And so my parents, from the civil rights movement to the farm worker movement to the People Power movement, taught me that people have the first and last word, that we can write the next chapter and don't have to accept a future as bystanders and spectators as it unfolds in front of us. We can shape it, we can change it, we can move it to where it needs to go. And that was always my goal in getting into public service and elected office. I also saw my parents ask elected officials when they were organizing, when they were fighting for a cause they believed in. They wanted elected officials to see them and side with them and fight with them and for them, and most of the time the elected officials would not. They said no. And I became an elected official to say yes to the people when they have a fight, to make Californians' fights my fights, to stand side by side and be a champion as the people's attorney for people who need someone to fight for them. So that is the lens that I come to this work with. That is the background that sort of fuels my vision of change and service, and has also led me to this point and this moment and this week, where we have announced our lawsuit, which I'll talk about in a moment. But it starts with the challenge, the problem, that plastic is ubiquitous, it's everywhere, it's all around us, and so are its negative impacts on our environment, on our community. We see plastic in our drinking water, we see it strangling our wildlife, blighting our landscapes. It's in the food we eat, the air we breathe. It is on our coastlines, our rivers, our beaches. We see plastic straws in noses of wildlife on viral YouTube videos. We even have microplastics right now, and I'm sorry to have to say this, but it's true, in our bodies, in our lungs, in our blood, in our maternal and placental tissue, in our breast milk. Plastic is everywhere. And we are drowning in plastic. and it is calling out for and crying out for a solution, for action. It cannot continue. Researchers, including perhaps some in this room, are still learning about the full extent of what it means to have plastic in our body. What are the health impacts? And those are important questions that I think must be answered, and I encourage all those who are tackling those questions to continue, because we need those answers. And part of what we're here to discuss is, of course, where do we go from here? What do we do about that problem, that challenge of plastic waste being everywhere? And in my humble opinion, I think that going to the source is a good place to start. And so that's why 2.5 years ago, my team and I at the California DOJ, we launched an investigation into a leading petrochemical and fossil fuel company, ExxonMobil, to better understand their role with respect to our global plastic pollution crisis. We issued subpoenas, we got documents in return, information in return. We issued other subpoenas to the ecosystem around ExxonMobil, and based on what we found from that investigation, we filed a lawsuit on Monday, September 23rd, against ExxonMobil for conducting a decades-long campaign of deception to convince the public and the world that recycling of plastic, including single-use plastic, is sustainable. All of our research, all of our investigation, all of our information that we have accessible to us tells us that it is absolutely not sustainable. The lawsuit is the first of its kind to hold ExxonMobil, who is the largest refiner and marketer of petroleum products in the U.S., accountable for the immense harm its decades of misleading claims have visited on the people and the environment of the state of California. Our research and our information shows that since the 70s, ExxonMobil has claimed and has advertised that plastic recycling, the act of you putting your empty water bottle into a recycling bin, for example, an act that has happened millions of times throughout this great country, that act is the solution to the growing swell of plastic waste that we're drowning in. The company, from our research and our investigation, claimed that its plastics are sustainable and that they're recyclable, and they said that knowing that the vast majority of plastics are actually never recycled and not recyclable. And the data shows that roughly 95% of plastic, 95% of plastic ends up in landfills, in our environment, our oceans, our beaches, our rivers, or is incinerated. Only 5% is actually recycled. And ExxonMobil knew that recycling at scale was never technically or economically viable. But what I call the myth of recycling that was perpetuated, that was promoted, gave consumers comfort in buying endless amounts of plastic, in adopting a single-use throwaway lifestyle, and believing that they were being good stewards of the environment, responsible in doing so. That you could buy as much plastic as you want, it's fine, this is all recyclable, as long as you put it into the blue bin, it'll get recycled, it will appear in someone else's household as a circular recycled product put to good use, and that can happen time and time again. And that was a good thing for the bottom line of ExxonMobil, for people to think, because they would buy more and more. And that strategy, that hypothesis, has proven true. People have bought more and more plastic. And the fossil fuel industry is bullish on the plastic market. As new clean energy fuels and come online, and perhaps there's less investment going forward in oil and gas, there is huge optimism around investment in plastics. And we think it's important that whatever we do, and this is a litigation, so it's a standard classic traditional lawsuit. We have causes of action based on facts. We're seeking remedies in court. They will be adjudicated by a judicial tribunal, and eventually, if we get there, to a jury, by a jury. But there's also other people, like you in this room, who don't operate in the litigation legal lane, activists and policymakers and regulators, for whom we believe it's important that you know the truth. What you do from there is up to you. Your ingenuity and creativity and innovation will take over. But you must operate from a foundation of facts, of truth, of science. And there are many who believe something very different from the truth, including the 14-year-old girl who sat in the audience when I announced this lawsuit on Monday, who turned to her mom and said, "Mom, you mean every time we went to the store and looked underneath the plastic packaging to see if the Chasing Arrow sign was there, and then carefully and diligently, when we were done using that product, put it into the blue bin? You mean most of that went into the landfill, or worse, into the oceans?" And she was distraught about it. It was a shock to her, because she had bought hook, line, and sinker the myth of recycling. And so we seek, through this litigation, a number of different things, but one very important thing is to tell the truth. People do not deserve to be lied to. They don't deserve to be deceived. They deserve the truth. And they can decide what they're going to do from there. They can change their behavior, keep it exactly the same, but they must have the truth. And instead of telling the truth to consumers, our research shows that ExxonMobil spent millions of dollars on marketing and ads to deceive the public. Advertorials like the 12-page spread in Time magazine in 1989 that talked about the urgent need to recycle and talked about recycling as the sustainable pathway to deal with plastic waste. They also created trade associations and groups with pro-environmental and sustainable sounding names, like Council for Sustainable Waste Solutions or Partnership for Plastics Progress. They're making sustainable solutions. They are making progress when it comes to plastic. And our research also shows that the deception, the lack of telling the truth continues today. That there is modern day, present day, today, greenwashing and gaslighting that includes the proposition of advanced recycling as a new technology that will solve the plastic pollution problem. And implicit in that is that what they were saying before about recycling wasn't really coming to bear, but now they have a new solution that will really work this time. And our research shows that advanced, quote unquote, advanced recycling is neither advanced nor recycling. It's an old technology. Applying heat to plastic, that's been around for some time. Exxon and Mobil both use those techniques. They both abandoned them after some experimentation. Now it's back again. Recycling plastic means turning plastic into plastic. Most of the plastic that goes through advanced recycling becomes transportation fuel that is used once, burned once, and emitted into the environment. So we do not believe that advanced recycling is a significant advance of any type. And products that are put through the advanced recycling process, and only about 8% of plastic that goes through advanced recycling is recycled. You need to add mostly virgin plastic to that recycled plastic to create a product. It's like, and then that recycled plastic with the virgin plastic supermajority added to it is certified circular and sold at a premium. And to us, it's akin to putting a drop of grape juice into a gallon of water and calling it wine and selling it at a premium. That's how the numbers work out from our analysis. Advanced recycling is also very limited in its capacity. It only is able to now to recycle about 1% of ExxonMobil's own plastic production, much less the rest of the plastic waste in the world. And that hasn't stopped the company from putting on social media posts that claim we can give any plastic a new life. Any plastic. Those are their words, they chose them. We can give any plastic a new life, and it's just not true. We believe that ExxonMobil is talking a big game but not delivering. And so, again, the vast majority of plastic waste, even the little that is processed through advanced recycling, never makes it into new plastic products, new recycled plastic products. So we have a lawsuit. It calls out this conduct. It applies existing law. It's state law of California in state court in California, the San Francisco Superior Court. We have a public nuisance claim as our lead claim, and then we have three additional claims that sort of capture this deception, this promotion and perpetuation of the myth of recycling. We're asking the court to require ExxonMobil to fund an abatement fund. This is not a new idea. It's been used when there have been other what are called public nuisances and legalese, but some examples are tobacco, opioids, lead paint. Abatement funds have been created there, funded by the industry to abate, to reduce, to cure the ongoing harms that their public nuisance created. So we're asking that here, just based on the scope and scale of the problem in California, a scope and scale that includes taxpayer dollars of $1 billion each year to pay to clean up the plastic waste in California. We believe that the abatement fund will be in the multiple billions of dollars to address the challenges. We're also asking for, as I mentioned before, injunctive relief. We're asking that ExxonMobil no longer perpetuate the myth of recycling, that they stop lying. And we're also asking for disgorgement of profits, which means any profits made, ill-gotten gains based on the deception, be returned. So that's the case, and we filed it on Monday, and we're just getting started. It's the first of its kind in the nation where a public entity has sued a petrochemical company. Perhaps it won't be the last. That will be for others to determine, but California has long leaned in to a legacy, a tradition, a story of climate action, of often being first, and there's a statement in politics, as California goes, so goes the nation. We like that. I don't know if everyone else likes that. Our governor, and he's a great governor, especially when he decided who to appoint for California Attorney General, when the former Attorney General became Secretary of Health and Human Services. He says that California is the nation's coming attractions. So we shall see. That'll be up to others to decide. But we brought this suit based on law, based on facts, based on diligence, based on investigation, based on science, based on information. We believe we're right. We don't bring lawsuits without doing all those things. We front load our analysis and investigation. We do deep dives into the law and the facts. When we bring a lawsuit, we think we're going to win. And of course, there will be a robust opposition on the other side. We'll have to convince judges and juries along the way. But we think this is an important step to address what I believe we're all here to tackle, which is a plastics pollution crisis that needs action. And you may not, again, agree with my action, And so I respectfully submit it for consideration in this group. But we have chosen a lane that we think will change lives. And that's the whole point. My job as California Attorney General is to make sure that our state, and this is with asking for the apologies, apologizing to Connecticut Attorney William Tong here. I want to make sure that our state remains the best place to live and work, raise a family, and run a business. So no shade to AG Tong. And to me, that means taking on corporations that prioritize their bottom line over people. And while those are fights we'll never shy away from, we would rather not be here. We would rather that we never had to bring this lawsuit because the conduct that we are challenging never happened. And we welcome those in the industry to change course. We believe that truth-telling is a liberating exercise, that when you know the truth, it frees you to take action that can be productive and can build towards a shared society and a common future we can all be proud of. And I think that everyone here has a role, whether it's me in California at the state level, others in other states, but those acting at the federal level, local level, foreign governments, research institutions, scientists, our NGO partners, so important, community organizations, advocates, corporations, everyone has a role. No one is immune to this problem. Everyone, unfortunately, has microplastics in your body and are living in the same planet Earth with plastics strangling us. So we all need to stand together and demand better. And I can't stress enough the importance of scientists, the scientific community, the research you are doing, you have done, that you will do, like those at NYU, at Yale, at other major institutions. You are truth tellers. You are telling us the facts and laying them out so that policymakers and those who help make decisions about our future can take it from there. And as Attorney General, I rely on data. I believe and try to do my best to subscribe to data-driven solutions, evidence-based policies. Good data is the foundation of understanding and the first step towards progress. So it tells us where we are and creates the blueprint for a path forward and allows us to make better choices. So our lawsuit at its core demands more truth-telling, an end to deception and lies, a commitment to the truth, and a foundation that we can build on to create a better future for all of us. And let me just circle back again, kind of to where I started, which is, again, I recognize that the different experiences, expertise, and perspectives in this room. I think we're all here because we know we have a problem. I wanted to say thank you for committing to dialogue and discussion and to building towards solutions. While you might not agree with my proposed solution, I hope you will get behind another that you do feel passionate about and that we can all collectively take on our shared challenge of a global plastic pollution crisis and build a state, a nation, a planet we can all be proud of for tomorrow. Thanks for having me.
All right, we're gonna keep it rolling here. Thank you, AG Bonta, again for joining us and coming home to New Haven. I just want to say, Rob, if I can, we welcome you back to New Haven. Just don't come back and run against me. Just stay in California. But one more round of applause, please, for AG Bonta. If I can have your attention, one rock star deserves to be followed up by another rock star. Often attorneys general today refer to ourselves as the firewall to protect our states, our communities, our way of life, our environment, our natural resources, our public health. Of course, General Bonta is a big part of that firewall. But there's another attorney general who has long been an anchor in that firewall, protecting all of us in this country and in this region. She is my classmate. We became attorneys general together in 2019. She came up through local government. She was a city council member and then the public advocate. Oh, well, I'm stalling because we want to make sure she's there. All right. But we wanted Attorney General Tish James to be with us in person. Unfortunately, her schedule does not allow that. But we're going to have Attorney General James come through if we can find her on Zoom, and she'll share a few thoughts with us. She's been an incredible leader, as you all know, on so many fronts. And it's going to be a real joy to have her join us. How are we, Bethany? All right. So 2 minutes, and I'll come back and I'll do this again. Attorney General James, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. So I'm kind of glad Attorney General James is not here today, because the last time we shared a stage, I had a conference at Mohegan Sun. It was an antitrust conference. And she punked me by misrepresenting my voice using AI to shower her with accolades.
That was fun.
So she hijacked my previous conference at my expense. But as I said before, I'm so lucky that Tish James has been my friend, my partner. Sometimes her little brother to the east is a pain in the neck, but we came in together. We've been together now for 6 years, Tish. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah. Hard to imagine.
But she has done such incredible work leading us in so many ways on the environment, on protecting our natural resources, on antitrust, on democracy protection. Thank you so much, Tish James, for standing there and protecting the rule of law in our democracy and our way of life. And so without further ado, the Attorney General of the great state of New York, Letitia James.
Thank you. I want to thank my good friend and my colleague, William Tong, for that kind introduction and those kind words. I really appreciate him. It has been a wonderful 6 years, and I apologize, Attorney General Tong, for not being there. But sure you've heard, and all of those who are in attendance know, in New York, we've got some current events that are going on, which requires that I stay here in the city of New York at this moment in time. So I thank you, and I thank the State Energy and the Environmental Impact Center at the NYU School of Law for hosting this really important event. AG Tong and I know firsthand about those who live and work and play in some of America's most polluted environments. In fact, I became interested in environmental justice when I was a member of the New York City Council. I represented downtown Brooklyn, and in downtown Brooklyn, there's a number of public housing, which is sandwiched between two major highways. And there were these two young girls whose pictures I still have on my desk, who died, unfortunately, of an asthma attack. They did not have nebulizers and unfortunately could not breathe because of all the contaminants in the air. They died because of air pollution. They died because of the fact that no one, unfortunately, monitored the air in and around the public housing. And so as a result of the loss of those two little girls, I decided to work with the city and the state and the federal government to get monitors in and around public housing in the city of New York, and to provide nebulizers to children at home and in school who suffer from asthma. Because we all know that people of color and individuals, those who are living in poverty, they do not have the same environmental protections and benefits that all of us enjoy. And unfortunately, they are frozen out of the policy discussions and out of those efforts where policies are shaped. And that is why it is incumbent upon all of us as top enforcers of law. Well, I just went off.
We still have you in the room.
Oh, okay, thank you. And as top enforcers of the law, and as individuals who care about justice in our respective states, to basically step up and to help increase and address pollution and environmental degradation in our respective states. We also understand that pollution doesn't care about state boundaries. And that is why I am proud to have worked with AG Tong on a multitude of issues, including environmental protection efforts for these last 6 years. In fact, 3 years ago, AG Tong and I joined with other attorneys general to urge the United States Army Corps of Engineers to reevaluate the environmental justice implications of issuing a permit to the Formosa Plastics Petrochemical Complex in St. James Parish in Louisiana. And this complex would have turned fracked natural gas into the building blocks for plastic products. And let me note that this expansion of this facility would have disproportionately impacted low-income African Americans who were living in this community. Individuals who were already overburdened by pollution from existing refineries and petrochemical facilities. I know some of you might be asking, well, why would the Attorney General of Connecticut and New York get involved, obviously, in these refineries and facilities in Louisiana? It's because, as we mentioned, that in the environmental injustices and pollution in general don't respect borders. And we have a responsibility and a duty to uphold the law and to use the law both as a sword and as a shield. And it's just another example of the strong partnership that AG Tong and I have enjoyed in our mutual effort to advance justice, environmental justice, and justice in a wide range of areas, not only in our respective states, but across this nation. He has not only been a friend, as I mentioned earlier, but a strong partner on everything from plastics to reproductive justice, to social media protections, to safeguarding Americans against gun violence, to consumer rights, to antitrust. It's because of our great relationship. Our two states have been able to take real actions to really improve the lives of our respective constituents and that of others across this nation. Environmental justice is about ensuring everyone has clean resources, including those two young, amazing girls who lived in downtown Brooklyn, who I had the honor of planting a tree in their honor. That is why I am so thankful for the advocates who are on the front lines every day and who often who are the first to see the damage up close and personal in their communities and speak up and to join us in our efforts to address environmental injustice. They're kindred spirits who recognize the need to act boldly and fearlessly and to address these racial and economic inequities and inequalities all through, not only in New York and Connecticut, but all across this country. And it's why I care so deeply about environmental justice, because of its impact on young children and communities who are oftentimes left out of the discussion or are not at the table of power. And advancing it means working collaboratively with government and community leadership and participating in those efforts and again being at those tables. And that is why it is wise for us to take our cues from these community activists and advocates, because I don't believe and I've never believed that power should come from the top down. Power should always come from the ground up. And that includes many of our fellow speakers here today and those who are in the audience. They know all too well how plastic pollution in particular seriously threatens our earth. And as the Attorney General, I share with AG Tong that we have a legal and a moral obligation to fight for the security and equitable treatment of every resident of our respective state, and to use the levers of government to help uplift and protect all, and not simply the powerful and the influential. As Dr. Robert Bullard noted in his book, Dumping in Dixie, Race, Class, and Environmental Quality, nearly all environmental injustice is shaped by the same patterns of racism and inequality that have existed in the United States since its founding, and distilled to its essence. That's the reason why we are all here today. My friends, we've got to work together to help bend the moral arc of the universe more quickly towards justice, and that's what we do each and every day. And as the Attorney General of the great state of New York, my mission is to make my state a safe place to live, not only for the powerful and the rich, but for all residents. And that also means that we all recognize that the right to clean air is sacrosanct, as any other right a New Yorker is entitled to. And it's a right that we need to enforce, and it's a right that we need to respect, and a right that obviously should apply to all citizens. And that makes the work of the State Energy and Environmental Impact Center at NYU School of Law under the Executive Director, Bethany Davis Knowles, so critically important. And I thank her and her team for her great work and for working very closely with my office as well as AG Tong. I thank her for all that she and her staff have done and continue to do to protect all of our communities. And I'm proud to note that my office works closely with the center. We must all work together to address the problem of plastic pollution. And my office's Environmental Protection Bureau is focusing on protecting New York's environment and its public health. And we have been proactively fighting to protect our citizens from the dangers of chemical poisoning through plastic in our backyard. And I want to thank Lem Schrolevic for all that he is doing. And I want to thank Lem, obviously, for leading the way as we filed a lawsuit against PepsiCo for harming the public and the environment with its single-use plastic packaging, as well as for causing public harm in Buffalo and failing to warn consumers about the risks of its single-use plastic packaging. And the Bureau vigorously each and every day enforces state and the nation's environmental law. And they have been in the forefront of filing lawsuits against powerful interest, and also with respect to how we shape policy here in the state of New York, and also on a local level. And my objective today is to identify opportunities for my office to use its authority, its expertise, and its resources to support your goals, all of your goals. And I am eager to collaborate with you to identify the priorities of the environmental justice community and to keep little girls alive, not only in New York, but also in Connecticut, Louisiana, and all across this country, so that individuals can breathe clean air, can drink clean water, can to enjoy the resources that make New York and Connecticut and this nation a great place to live. And I look forward, obviously, to working with all of you in the future. And I look forward to seeing all of you in person very soon. I thank you so much for allowing me to say a few words and allowing me to do it via Zoom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tish. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for being with us. We love you. See you soon. Everybody, Tish James.
Thank you. See you soon.
Hi, everybody. Well, we blew through our break. I'm going to give everybody 5 minutes right now. You're like, please more. And we'll get the panel set up. And please come back because we have a really robust conversation for the next panel and are really grateful for your participation and attendance. So, yeah, stretch your legs and come right back. Thank you.
Okay, if we could start welcoming everybody back to their seats. I am very pleased to welcome our next moderator, Commissioner Katie Dykes, who is commissioner for 6 years now. And I believe before that, chairman of PURA. Yes, yes. And the commissioner is dedicated to environmental protection, protecting our climate, and finding and championing solutions to alternative energy. She also understands the challenges of plastic, and particularly plastic waste, which all come under her jurisdiction. And there are many challenges, as we've heard today, but she is working very hard, and her staff's working very hard to do those things. But I'm pleased to welcome Commissioner Dykes to moderate the next panel. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for that warm introduction, Matt. And I'm just so pleased to get to be a moderator for this exciting panel. We have an incredible range of speakers who are here with us, and just what an amazing topic for this entire conference. Our department has been really working very hard on these issues related to managing plastics. Connecticut has this has been a top issue for a number of years, in part because we have a waste energy facility that shut down just a little over a year ago, and it's really precipitated a lot of creative discussions about what are the best-in-class policies that are out there to help us maintain self-sufficiency in managing our waste while trying to continue to make progress towards diverting these recyclable materials. So I'm, in my role, of course, I'm always looking across at other states and leveraging the insights of all of our nonprofit partners and universities and those who are working on the cutting edge to make sure that the ideas that we're advancing here in Connecticut are taking advantage of the best-in-class solutions that are advancing elsewhere. And I think that that's something we're going to learn a lot from this conversation today. We have such extraordinary experts who are joining us. And our goal is to look at consumer initiatives in particular, to really zoom in on that, that can improve sustainability. For one, the power of consumer choice is extraordinary. And we know that consumers should be able to make informed choices when purchasing plastic products and packaging. And in addition, we want to make sure that consumers have opportunities and choices that include reduction and reuse. So I'm going to actually ask all of our panelists today. We'll go one by one, and I'm going to invite you to introduce yourselves to the audience, the organization that you're working with, and tell us a little bit about maybe very briefly, just to set the stage, either one of the best ways that you can think of that you want the audience to know about to increase sustainability, or what something that your organization or that you are working on that you think is most cutting edge. So we'll start with Ron Gonen.
My name is Ron Gonen. I'm the founder and CEO of Closed Loop Partners. Closed Loop Partners was the first firm in 2014 to focus on building circular economy infrastructure in the United States. Today we have 3 businesses. We own an investment firm called Closed Loop Capital Management that invests in both the leading innovations around circular economy as well as big infrastructure projects. We have a consulting firm called the Center for the Circular Economy. And then we're also the largest shareholder in a company called Circular Services, which is the largest privately held recycling company in the United States.
Super, terrific. And next, Paul Novak.
Paul Nowak, I'm the executive director at Green Blue. Green Blue's mission as a nonprofit is to accelerate the transition to a sustainable packaging world. We have a bunch of programs you might have heard of. Some of them I've actually seen on stage here already today. So the Sustainable Packaging Coalition, or the SPC, is one of our largest ones. And what that is it brings businesses together to collaborate pre-competitively and outside of antitrust. So there's no price discussion, because we think we need scale and mass to solve this problem. One of the most successful collaboratives we've ever had, which I'm sure you've probably heard of, is the How to Recycle label. I know there will probably be some detractors to that, and we can talk about that on the panel today. I see you. Being in the afternoon, it's really interesting because you do get to hear that whole discussion and what that's about. But we believe, like, through the collaboration, if you think about the How to Recycle label specifically, I'm really happy to see what the AGs are doing, what the states are doing, and how they're pushing forward. But 12 to 13 years ago, when that label started, there was really nothing. And so a group came together to collaborate to put a label on pack, because isn't it crazy that there's no instruction on what to do with your packaging? And it's not a perfect program, and we'll talk about today how we're working to improve it. But I'm very excited about that part of it and the digitization of it, how you're going to start to be able to scan it in the future. But that'll be more the consumer lens when we get into that. So thanks for having me.
Terrific. Katie Drews.
Hi, I'm Katie Drews. I'm a co-president and CEO for Eureka Recycling. We are a mission-based recycler and non-zero waste organization in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So we have a couple business lines where we actually go out and collect recycling and we bring it back to our facility. It's called a Material Recovery Facility, or MRF. We've talked about it a little bit today. And then we process all of that material back into commodity categories so that it can be resold to create something new out of. So we're not managing waste. We're in fact part of the supply chain, an integral part. And we're manufacturing feedstocks for folks to create new things out of. We are a nonprofit, and I think that is very unique in our industry. And we're doing this work really to get to zero waste and to show how recycling can and should be done, and then to talk about all the ways that recycling is not part of the solution, where it cannot be applied. And so when we look at that hierarchy of waste reduction and zero waste, recycling really is at the bottom of that rung, and we'd love to, at some point in time, reduce and reuse our way out of it. But there are several things for which recycling really is a good solution.
Terrific. Next, I'd love to hear from Neil Tongri.
Yes, I'm Neil Tongri. I'm trained as a oceanographer and climate scientist, but I've been working in waste and related issues for about 25 years. I'm the Science and Policy Director at Gaia. Gaia is a global network of about 1,000 organizations in 92 countries who are all working on issues of waste, environmental justice, climate change, and of course, plastics. So all of our members do amazing work, and I'm not going to try and give a summary here, but I'll touch on a couple of issues that we're very active on. One is the Global Plastics Treaty. Myself, my colleague Jessica Roth, and several other people in the room have really been living, breathing, drinking the Plastics Treaty for the last 2.5 years. It's a very interesting and dynamic policy process that we have collectively, I would say as a movement, we have really been very successful in shifting the focus from being an end of the pipe, how do we waste manage our way out of this problem, to a full life cycle approach, which really starts with the extraction of the raw materials, right? The natural gas, the coal, the oil, and when we talk about plastic pollution, the mandate for the treaty is to end plastic pollution, not mitigate, reduce, address. It's end plastic pollution across the entire life cycle. We are looking at everything from the wellhead to the ocean, right, and everything in between. And so I think the the work that's been done to really broaden that lens and address these things systemically rather than in a piecemeal fashion is very important. Another initiative that I'd like to talk about is our work on chemical recycling. You just heard Attorney General Bonta talk about this as the kind of latest iteration of the recycling myth. And we've been doing a lot of research on chemical recycling, publications on it. And I will try to avoid boring you with a lot of technical details. But I do actually have a very concrete ask. Maybe we'll get to that later. I have a concrete ask for the AG offices in the room around that. And then the third thing that I think is worth mentioning, we haven't talked a lot about, is the economic opportunities and alternatives to plastic. When we talk about moving away from plastic, we're talking not so much about swapping materials out, we're talking about different systems of delivering food, different systems of delivering goods and services, and the way in which cheap plastic is undermining all of those and throttling that economy is really important. And there's a lot of things that we can do to help that economy grow so that we can really see plastic as the net cost to the economy that it is instead of thinking of it as some kind of a benefit.
Terrific, really, it's just fascinating topics. Before we really jump in, we'd love to hear from Stephen Feit.
Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Feit. I'm the Senior Attorney and Legal and Research Manager on the Fossil Economy team at the Center for International Environmental Law. CL has been around since 1989, and we use the power of the law to protect the environment, promote human rights, and ensure a just and sustainable society. We've been involved in plastics for going on a decade, and we come to the issue, I think, from every angle except the most common one, which is plastic as waste, plastic as litter in the ocean. I got into this work from the fossil fuel side and the petrochemical connections to plastic production and their connection to climate, which is what I'm going to talk about today. But we have also really engaged with the health impacts of plastic. Back in 2019, we released 2 reports on the life cycle, climate, and health impacts of plastic from wellhead to end of life or eventual disposal into the environment. We've also looked at plastic, microplastic used to coat pesticides and fertilizers, as well as plastic in the air, and have been really, really involved in the global regulatory environment, particularly on the plastic treaty negotiations with Neil and with others. And as a legal organization, even though I'm not going to talk about our legal work necessarily, at least right now, we've also looked into the way plastic impacts communities and municipalities and potential opportunities for legal accountability, particularly or outlined in a report we released a few months ago called Make Plastic Polluters Pay. And maybe just to answer the question that was posed, I will reiterate that the Global Plastics Treaty is a really incredible opportunity to address this global problem at a global scale. I mean, we need to do it at the local, we need to do things subnationally, nationally, but also globally.
Terrific. Well, as you can see, we have some incredible perspectives and experience here on the stage. Paul, maybe you can help us as we jump in here to help set the scene. Trust, we talk a lot right now about public trust, and as we know that ensuring that there's citizen trust in our institutions and consumer trust in our products and our marketing. I'm really interested to know what companies and producers and manufacturers are doing to ensure that the messaging that's out there about recycling or recycled content, compostability, and so on their packaging is trustworthy. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about some truth in labeling efforts and what we should know there.
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, I'm one of those people who's been traveling for 2 weeks with Climate Week, so hoping the throat holds out. So first I want to ask, has anyone in this room, by a show of hands, ever purchased something? So you are a consumer. So you're in this equation already. And I really appreciate that a bunch of the speakers kind of told personal stories through the lens of like what brought them here. And the consumer has that as well. So I'll tell you a little bit about mine to start. So I've been in the paper packaging industry. I started 35 years ago. I started loading trucks on a dock. It was a way to pay the rent. It wasn't sustainability. It wasn't about packaging. It was just something that I had to do to live. And when you went forward into that, I became a packaging nerd. So I really started to see packaging in everything. You can't go into a store. Maybe AGs are the same way. Maybe you see anything legal and you're like, I have to dig into that. Or, packaging nerds do that. They look at packaging, they look at it everywhere. Probably waste nerds do the same. So I did that for about 35 years in a number of different organizations and groups and kind of grew up through the industry. And the sad but true story was, this October will be 3 years, my husband passed away of 30 years. So what does that do to you when something like that happens? And believe me, I'm going to get to the consumer part of this. But this is the lens that I see the world through, right? This is what I see. And when I was looking at it, I was like, could I do more? What's more that I could do with all this packaging information as a packaging nerd to do something better? And I didn't know the answer to that. I didn't know what to do. So I believe in prayer and meditation. I prayed and meditated. What's the next step for me? What should that look like? I was at an event very similar to this, and I was approached, said, would you like to come to the nonprofit side of the world and help us start to look at sustainable packaging? Well, I had to step back and say, can I do that? Can I come to places? This is very heady stuff for me to just sit here today and hear from AGs and listen to the people. But I had to kind of look at my worth as someone who had been told his whole life as a gay man that I didn't have worth. And that's why I love hearing these other stories today, like from the Latinx community, from the Black community, from the Asian community, from frontline communities, of why that matters. And the parallel I would draw, so when I sat there and was like, can I do this, should I do this? One of the things that was really interesting to me is a number of the meetings I was in, has anyone ever heard of ACT UP? Okay, so we have 2 or 3 hands. I would love to have a whole room of that at some point. So in my community, we know what ACT UP is. I might not know things in your community. ACT UP in New York was a group of activists that worked when something called GRID to start, gay-related immune deficiency. So that's what they called it before HIV and before AIDS. So as a young gay person, you can imagine what that did to you. When that started, we had activists that what we would call bomb throwers, and we needed them. So they did die-ins, they closed the streets in New York, they did all types of things around that. That's never been my calling, but I really appreciate that group of people. Then you had what they would call bridge builders, who would go to the different government organizations that would work with the FDA and move forward. So when I then decided, okay, I'll take the job and go into it, it was just part of that. But that's a long setup to say the consumer at one point is very smart, very intelligent, but has their own way of navigating the world. And we're using the word trust. So some of our speakers, we're going to hear from some of the frontline communities. We heard from the Latinx community from a speaker earlier. Their level of trust in this is going to be very different. And what we're seeing at our organization is we really haven't done the work of meeting consumers where they live. So again, if I go to an AG meeting, super smart people, I'm probably not going to understand half what you're saying because you got a shorthand, you skip a whole topic because you already know it, you go from here to there. Consumers are very smart, but the way we've been talking to them in the packaging and the recycling space to a certain extent has been as sustainability experts because we're the smartest people in the room, right? We know this. And we need to shift that. And so what we've been working on is what are the ways to do that? And I would say recycling is over-indexed as a topic. We do need to spend energy in other areas, so we have reuse here. One of the programs we're working on currently, so we have 2 pilots going of how do you engage a consumer in reuse in a real way? So this is a water bottle, but what about what Ulta is trying to do in cosmetics? You know, to start to test, would someone go, will you go as a consumer and get, we heard a lot of talk about face cream, obviously I don't know what that is, but would you go as a consumer and use that, and then will you trust that what we're telling you will happen? The cool positive part of this, we don't have to do this alone. There's a huge database of consumer behavior scientists that are just waiting to be invited in to help with these discussions. It's a long haul. So whether it's recyclability, whether it's reuse, whether it's compostability, we need all of the solutions. We need all of the pieces of the puzzle to fit together for this to work. That sounds like a lot. I now have a medication for HIV. We did not have a medication for HIV and people were dying. I get it's a lot. We can figure it out if we pull together on it. And the other thing I would just say around trust, I understand that we're talking about plastics today, but we're generically using the term recyclable many times. So a consumer might hear that and just hear that all recycling is bad from this discussion. I don't think anyone meant that today, but that's kind of that lens of the consumer when we pick words and when we say words and when it comes from a place of power to understand what that means.
It's an extraordinary comment, Paul, and I'm really appreciate you sharing your personal experience and story and the connection, the motivation to this work, because I do think, although we all wear different roles and different hats, being able to connect on a personal level with folks about our motivations and consumers' motivations, I found myself to be really critical to building that trust that's necessary to then talk to people about changing behaviors or taking on different costs or having some products change their availability and so on and so forth. So really, really powerful. I want to turn to Neil next. Neil, really fascinating in your intro talking about really expanding the lens to the full life cycle. I would, what question for you is, what policies are missing or could be improved to increase consumer knowledge and choice? Love to hear your perspective on what consumers and the rest of society needs.
No question I like better. Fabulous. But let me preface it by saying I think it's important we not put too much onus of responsibility on the consumer, right? I'm a consumer. I go into the grocery store. I am already looking at the nutrition labels and how much sugar am I giving my kids and a bunch of other stuff. I don't want to then need a degree in organic chemistry to say, well, should I have, is the stuff with the BPS better than the stuff with the dioxin breakdown products or whatever. If it's on the grocery shelf, it should be safe. It should be free of synthetic chemicals, full stop. So I don't think it's a matter of consumer choice or informing the consumer. But I think there are a lot of policies that can get us to there. We certainly heard already today about the importance of getting the hazardous chemicals out of plastic production. Obviously, that's a first step. The bigger challenge is that of those 16,000 additives in plastic, most of them have never been tested for human health. Innocent until proven guilty works very well for humans. I would not apply that to synthetic chemicals, right? We need to test things before people are exposed to them, because otherwise what we are doing is we're turning the entire population into an uncontrolled experiment. We've done this already multiple times with dioxins, with PCBs, with mercury, with lead. We should have learned our lesson by now. So chemicals need to be tested before they go into consumer products. We also need to control not only what is in the plastic, but how much plastic is made. This is one of the biggest things, right? We saw that graph that Judith showed. We've got a doubling period of between 15 and 20 years on how much plastic is being produced. There is no way any waste management system in the world can keep track of that, can catch up with that. There is no way that any of us are going to avoid increasing loads of microplastics in our body from that. And I'm a climate scientist. I look at that. I've run the numbers. If we cut out all other sources of greenhouse gas emissions today, plastic production alone would consume the entire 1.5C carbon budget by 2060. Those are investments that are going in now into 112 new and expanded petrochemical facilities in the US, not to mention China and other parts of the world. And they are going to destroy our chance of meeting the Paris Agreement goals, because once those plants are built, they're going to run for decades, right? So the to me, the biggest challenge is how do we arrest the growth of this industry and turn it around? So toxics, overall production volumes, transparency has been mentioned. That's very important. And then I would say building up the alternatives, right? When we have less plastic, we're going to have a lot of economic opportunities. There's going to be all kinds of niches. Like, think about all the thousands of uses for plastic and look around at all of us. I mean, I'm wearing plastic buttons on my shirt, for God's sake. And think about all the industries that can come up if we're not flooded with this overly cheap plastic. But it's hard to transition from one industry to another. We can't just restrict plastic and then say, somebody else was saying earlier, from insistence to assistance, right? So we do need economic development opportunities, and we need to start thinking about those, and we need to look at those in the balance of what are the costs to society? What is the cost to society of all this plastic versus a better delivery system, a better material, and how do we balance that out as a matter of public policy?
Really fascinating. This is a room full of lawyers, so I'm just going to ask you a follow-up related to jurisdiction. Because we're talking a lot, obviously, trade wars are in the news, tariffs, et cetera, et cetera. Your organization, where you're working, it's a global network, and so you're approaching these things in a multinational basis. So how do we, if we have a U.S. company that wants to do the right thing and make commitments here, how do we help them be successful, recognizing that might open the door for companies, competitors overseas to use those untested plastics or additives in their products that are perhaps more tightly regulated here in the U.S.?
So as Stephen was saying, this is part of the need to get global rules in place, right, through a global plastics treaty. But I don't think there's any need to wait for those global rules. I think that there's a lot that can be done. Certainly, I mean, you're all AGs, you understand federalism far better than I do, and sort of you've got interstate commerce, right? But there are still health and safety rules that you can apply at the state level. I think a lot of this is about establishing those requirements. If you're going to sell a product here in Connecticut, it needs to be completely transparent about what's in it. You can, I believe you have the authority to ban or restrict the additives that are in it. You can insist on an outside accounting of the carbon footprint of that product, right? And then you set the bar and you let other states come up to the bar, right? I think that's the way to do it. And that's a way of leveling up rather than having this race to the bottom that global trade too often creates. We can turn that around and have a race to the top.
Fascinating. Katie, I'd love to turn to you next. And my question for you is, how do decisions about plastics and packaging impact recycling? And how do they impact consumers in your perspective?
It definitely impacts recycling, and it can definitely impact the efficacy in the each material stream. So the proliferation of all different kinds of plastic and packaging is tearing down the recycling infrastructure. It is true that there are dozens to hundreds types of plastics that are not recyclable, and those are the ones that we need to get out of the material stream. And there's just not a light switch at the end of the day where you just turn off plastic production. And so, we've heard like recycling is a myth. For so many things, recycling is a solution, it is an answer. And if anything, it is a bridge to reduction and reuse for sure. So when we get new types of plastics on the market, we have to somehow figure out how to manage that in our facilities. And it's really challenging because we have millions and millions of dollars of infrastructure already built up nationally to take care of this material and get it back into the supply chain. And it is not infrastructure that is easily changed or upgraded, and it costs millions and millions of dollars to do that. So we are one of about 400 MRFs nationally. And so if we have to spend millions of dollars to upgrade our facilities, that means every single facility has to do that. And so consistency and harmonization in materials is really important, and the kinds of materials that are created, the shape that things are created, because it is really hard as a consumer. I think about this all the time. It might be incongruous to think this of me, but one of my favorite things is Takis, and I can't be zero waste and eat Takis. We don't live in a society that is set up to be zero waste. We're like, it is a consumer. We are living in a peak stuff environment right now, society right now. And so it is really hard as individuals to combat that. And we talk a lot about, this panel is supposed to be about consumer behavior, but consumers really aren't in charge of what's out there. We buy what's on the shelves. We eat what we are handed to us in the grocery stores. And so it's not consumer behavior that needs to change. It is the policy, it is the material, it is the producers that 100% need to change.
And what should producers and manufacturers do you think, to try to avoid or address the risk of greenwashing in their packaging and product design? I mean, as you said, there's lots of money in terms of capital investment and equipment that's at stake, right, in trying to be able to maximize what's recyclable for those who are managing these materials after the consumer touches them.
There's so much that producers can do. I mean, right now, they're doing all the things to combat the things that they should be doing, and they're spending so much time, so much investment on how do we perpetuate plastic. If we think about how much money goes into perpetuating plastic, and if you prioritized people, you'd probably actually make far more profit, because you're spending so much money at the end of this, at the very end of the life cycle, trying to think about how I get this back into the stream, when cutting all of that out could reduce so much. Like the R&D that goes into this, if you think about health insurance, how much, I know our organization has gone up like 20 to 30% year over year because of life-threatening illnesses that we're paying for. And so if you really put all of that, like just, it maths, it works. If you add all of that up, we're spending so much money to perpetuate plastic, and it's just the wrong place to invest. And so if we actually invest in telling the truth and being transparent and not greenwashing. I mean, greenwashing is just lying, So just tell the truth about what's in your product, tell the truth about where it came from and where it's going to end up at the end of the day. And it's really that simple.
I see some nodding heads, so I'm going to just invite our other panelists if you want to jump in or if you have anything else to add on this topic. Sure, Paul.
I mean, again, the throat. I'd be remiss in this audience to not say, we heard about the FTC Green Guides earlier, and a lot of the definition of recyclable coming from those. That's all we've had up until now. And now we see states doing that. So in this room, be thinking about how are you going to harmonize a definition at the state level, because we're probably not going to get it at the Fed, and then use that with producers to say, here's your definition, an end market equals this is the percent of dollars that has to go into it. Give it a straight definition. I think you'll see a shift.
I'll say, any other input on this one? We, in Connecticut, just want to tout our state a little bit here. We have actually an app that you should all download where we have developed a what's in, what's out tool to help consumers figure out what can actually go in the blue bin and what's recyclable in our state and what's not. And it's just, it's first off, developing the tool. It was something that took time. Trying to harmonize those guidelines across different parts of the state and different haulers and so on took time. And even then, being able to keep the information in that tool up to date to reflect, different types of plastic that are coming into the stream and what's useful or what can be recycled as materials are changing also takes time. But at the end of the day, we're asking consumers to invest time in downloading this app, looking at this tool. I say it's great, for like, a family gathering to test each other and quiz each other on what can go in the blue bin or not. Sometimes marital discussions, it can be a fun thing to talk about. But anyway, we've done a lot of work to create that tool, but it's been eye-opening to me in terms of how difficult it is for consumers to navigate these things. So. Ron, I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about just why brands are using plastic over other commodities like glass and aluminum. Katie's kind of highlighted, what the impacts of those choices, the choice of plastic is, but would love to hear your perspective on that question.
Sure. I think it's important to recognize that brands don't own any extractive industry assets. They don't mine ore for aluminum. They don't drill for oil. They don't dredge sand. They also don't own any packaging assets. They sell the product that is in the packaging. And that's important to understand because they have no particular allegiance or tie to any commodity. In fact, the fountain business for Coke and PepsiCo is their most profitable business. That's where they just mail or deliver the syrup to the movie theater. The movie theater uses its own water. It goes into a machine, you get a cup, and you fill up your Coke or your PepsiCo beverage. That's their highest margin business. They would love to see that expand every place. And I think it's really important to understand that because I think sometimes the advocacy and the attacking of the brands, while there are a lot of things that they could be doing a lot better, lets the extractive industry and the packaging industry off the hook. And there's a certain laziness to that because the extractive industries and the packaging industries, those aren't household names. To make legislators and policymakers and consumers aware of who those companies are takes a lot of work. And so oftentimes, you just default to talking about the brands because that's the household name. But in fact, the brands have zero allegiance to plastic or aluminum or glass or reuse. They're simply looking for a way to deliver their product to you in the highest margin possible. If American consumers were willing to walk into a supermarket and go up to a bucket of soap bars and just put their hand in and take out a soap bar, they would be thrilled. The concept that we package soap bars individually in America is a ridiculous concept. But American consumers would look at going into the supermarket and sticking their hand into a jar full of soap bars as a disgusting concept. I'm not going to touch this. I'm not going to buy a bar of soap that someone else touched. But they'll go over to the fruit and vegetable section and just grab an apple. And so that's the way I would answer that question, is that the brands have no allegiance to plastic at all. They're simply looking for the highest margin way to deliver their product, which is why I think EPR as a policy is so critical, because it can give the brands the direction, the motivation, the incentive to use the packaging or product delivery method that we as a society want, because they have no allegiance to any particular type of packaging.
Well, that's interesting because you've mentioned EPR. So my follow-up question to you is sort of, what are the best levers, right, to help shift behavior or shift the choices of the brands beyond, it sounds like, having a real heart-to-heart with consumers about, how they're willing to navigate the grocery store. But regulatory tools, tools like EPR, philanthropy investing, I'm kind of curious what your answer would be there.
Sure. There's a lot to EPR. I'll touch on what I think is one of the key components of EPR, which is eco-modulation. Before I do that, I want to just tell a brief story about how we were able to ban styrofoam in New York City a decade ago in the Bloomberg administration, because it's related to what I think is required to make EPR successful. 10 years ago in the Bloomberg administration, I led the team that banned styrofoam in New York City. How were we able to accomplish that? There were two important things that we did from a communication and relationship building standpoint. First is we met with the city council members who were concerned that this would be a regressive tax. Banning cheap items would hurt their constituents. The constituents don't have the money to be flying around to different environmental conferences and worrying about climate change. They're literally trying to just survive. And so there was a concern of a regressive tax. And so one of the things that we did with the city council members is we made sure they understood that we weren't talking about all plastics. We made sure they understood that PET, HDPE, rigid polypropylene, very easy to recycle, very successfully recycled in New York City at our local recycling facility, very profitable for the city. The city makes a lot of money recycling PET, HDPE, rigid polypropylene. Styrofoam, simply no market for it. And we showed them how much the city is spending every year in tax dollars to landfill styrofoam, and helped them understand that there are cost-effective alternatives and that the city would actually be saving money. And we did the hard work of working with those local city council members and making sure they understood we weren't talking about just all plastics. The other thing we did is we worked with the Restaurant Association to help them see that there's alternatives and that those alternatives could be cost-effective. And again, we weren't talking about all plastics. And I bring that up because there's a difference between being a blanket advocate for something and being a change maker. And it's important that we guide this conversation to being change makers and what's going to be effective in creating that change. Which brings me to eco-modulation, which is, I think it's important as we design EPR to say to brands and industry, you can pick whatever packaging material you want, but you are going to be responsible for the cost of its collection and handling, which gets to the comment from Eureka about there are plastics out there that simply don't have a market, and if you used eco-modulation to charge the brands back for the cost of handling it, they would get out of it simply out of their own self-interest because it would be too expensive to use.
Mm-hmm. Aligning incentives, really, really important there. I'm now just like obsessing about your soap example though, because packaging is also advertising. Mm-hmm. And so I'm kind of curious about what are the best levers to help brands move away from single-use packaging?
I think deploying reuse programs is a great opportunity. We're just launched a major reuse program in Petaluma, California, where every retail establishment in Petaluma, that includes Starbucks down to the local ice cream shop, are all collaborating together, where the only takeout packaging that they are providing is the same uniform cup or bowl. It's purple. And there are these different drop-off stations around the city where you drop it off when you're done, it gets collected, it gets washed, and then it goes back to that local ice cream shop or local Starbucks. It's doing very well so far. We're very excited about it. But I also want to be clear that it's in its early stages. Mm-hmm. And to make these things successful, it requires methodical growth strategies and public policy. There is no public policy today that supports the growth of reuse, and that would be very helpful to see coming.
Terrific. I know in just a few minutes we'll have the opportunity for audience questions. So just want to encourage everyone. This is not a spectator sport, and we have such fabulous speakers up here. So as you want to get started thinking about any questions that you might have, I know there are cards coming around. But before we turn to our audience, Stephen, I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit more about your research that you've done at CIEL. And what it shows about the full environmental impact of plastics versus other products such as glass and so on.
Thanks so much. And if I can take a second, sorry, I have two thoughts in my mind that I want to raise before getting to that, just in response. One is thinking about consumers. One of the things we saw in research that we did some years ago was pretty open admissions by the industry that they are the ones deciding how things are packaged, how things are marketed, and how things are sold. And I'm thinking it was either 71 or 73, there was a conference on packaging waste where they openly said, Americans are thrifty. They don't like disposable things, but we realized we could sell 20 disposable bottles for every one refillable bottle, and we decided to do that. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what they said. And I don't want to undersell the stickiness of consumer habits, but I also want to encourage us to think about the fact that people will get used to what people get used to. I lived briefly in Argentina where they have a return and refill scheme for glass beer bottles, and you'd get a Quilmes, and sometimes the bottle was clearly very old because there were the streaks from the machine where they take it in, and that was just normal. That's just what people did. There's some places where it's very normal to get your buckwheat groats or whatever in a scoopable thing, and so people will get used to what they'll get used to. On the flip side, we're increasingly seeing produce wrapped in plastic. And so we're half a generation from people only being used to that and thinking it's gross to grab a cucumber that's just out in the open, even though you have to wash it one way or another when you get home. So just wanted to throw that before I talk about climate, and I'll try to get through this quickly. We at CL have been focusing on the connections between plastic and climate because we've talked a lot from the vantage point of plastic waste, but especially from the climate perspective, most of the damage is done by the time that plastic is produced. Yeah. And so what I want to do is just walk through the stages of plastic production and talk about the climate impact of those stages and why it is such a difficult and wicked problem for plastics in particular. So we know plastics start as oil and gas. Oil and gas production is extremely greenhouse gas intensive, and it's really hard to get the greenhouse gases out of the system. It is oil and gas, it's fossil fuels. There's a lot of talk about fugitive emissions and the idea that we can just maybe use a wrench, fix some leaks, and the methane will stop leaking. That's about 7% of the emissions from the system. About 55% are venting and flaring, but they're endemic to the way the oil and gas is produced. It's about pressures and locations of pipes and things like that. It's not what we talk about with leaks. And then another 38% is just combusting the fuel to do the operations to get the oil and gas out of the ground. We're talking about emissions that are fundamental to the production of oil and gas, which is fundamental to the production of plastic. Once you get to the monomer production stage, that's the really, really emissions intensive part. We're talking about huge heat and energy, and you'll hear more about this tomorrow, but huge heat and energy to essentially break off some hydrogen atoms from some hydrocarbon molecules to make double bonds that you can then strip together into the really, really long molecules that are plastic. Not only does that require a lot of energy, those facilities are not just drawing grid energy. There's boilers and turbines on site. So decarbonizing the grid won't do anything to change the carbon intensity of plastic production. There's also a physical chemistry component where when you crack ethane or propane or naphtha, you don't just get the ethylene and the propylene, you also get other stuff, which includes methane. So what these facilities do is they cycle all the stuff they don't want back in, either as additional feedstock or as fuel, which means you have a system that's producing a fossil fuel in addition to producing the plastic precursors. So again, really difficult to get the emissions out of the system. It's hard to decarbonize hydrocarbons. It's impossible. Once you get to ethylene and propylene, those are the base molecules for most plastics. They themselves are the monomers for polyethylene and polypropylene. If you want to make polystyrene, you take an ethylene, add benzene to it. If you want to make PET, you take ethylene, basically add xylene to it by way of ethylene oxide, which is extremely carcinogenic. And if you want to make PVC, you add chlorine to it. The benzene and the xylene come from refineries, so again, further connections to oil and gas production. The chlorine comes from electrifying salt. It's hugely energy intensive, also a huge source of toxicity. So that's just to get to the plastic pellet, and you already have staggeringly large greenhouse gas emissions that have nothing to do with anything that happens at the consumer level. The other maybe three things I'll say. One is that after use, we know plastic is often landfilled or attempted to be recycled or incinerated. What we're seeing is an effort to rebrand incineration in different ways, particularly in things like blast furnaces and cement kilns, in addition to all the advanced recycling that's being promoted. It should go without saying that burning plastic emits greenhouse gases. It's very bad, worse than burning fossil fuels as they are. But I think most pressingly is what we're seeing in the oceans. I don't have numbers for this. This is emerging science, but we know that the organisms on the surface ocean, the zooplankton and the phytoplankton, suck in the carbon dioxide that gets absorbed from the atmosphere. It becomes their bodies, and then when they die, or they excrete, that carbon sinks down into the deep ocean. That's the biological carbon pump, and it's a critically important way that the oceans take carbon dioxide out of the air. What we're seeing is microplastics interfering with that process, which is not just about carbon dioxide, it's also the base of huge amounts of marine food webs. We're seeing the buoyancy of those organic molecules increasing, meaning they don't sink as fast. We're seeing interferences with respiration and reproduction. We don't have numbers for what this means yet, but it is really, really concerning that these microplastics, which are nigh unclean-upable, might be interfering with this fundamental biological part of the carbon cycle and the base of these marine food webs. So maybe the last thing I'll say is, when we've talked about recycling, we've talked about it as part of the solution, but it's really important to ask the solution to what? If it's the solution to waste, there's a number of solutions to waste. If we're talking about the issue of reducing production of plastic, then recycling is only a part of the solution to the degree that it displaces virgin production. Mm-hmm. That's not happening when products are downcycled, meaning turned into other lower value products that just then go to a landfill or an incinerator one step in the chain later. That's also not happening when it's used to justify the expansion of virgin plastic production. Maybe I'll stop there.
That was extraordinary. I just, all of your comments there, and by the way, as a recovering attorney, I just love it when you get to hear an amazing explanation of complex scientific and engineering terms in layperson terms that are relatable, thanks to legal training, I'm sure. But Stephen, your comments and what you're describing just really adds to the urgency of the topic of today's conference. And so we have several audience questions. I want to commend you all on your more or less legible handwriting. The first question is for Ron, and it kind of tees off of what Stephen was talking about. Is it feasible today to create a plastic bottle for 100% post-consumer recycled PET, or is the addition of some amount of virgin plastic still necessary?
You can make a plastic bottle out of 100% recycled PET today. How many brands are actually doing it, I don't know. But technically, it's totally feasible. And I think a critical part of any EPR legislation that comes out needs to have if not 100%, sort of 80% plus type recycled content requirements if you're going to use plastic packaging.
Could I weigh in on
please.
that? Yeah, that's actually quite different from my understanding. When we're talking about mechanical recycling, right, there's a number of issues. We talked a lot earlier about the additives, the 16,000 chemicals, and the complications that creates. But if you take the best case, right, and that this is the best case, right, clear, no colorant, PET, single source, the best case still involves a degradation of the polymer quality through the recycling process, right? So your polymers, these long chain molecules, they get shortened, you get cross-linking, you get chain scission. You also have the problem that there are even if you haven't put any additives, and really even a PET bottle has additives, but you have the NIAIDs that Pete Myers talked about, the non-intentionally added substances, and of course contamination from whatever mixed stream it's been in. And those through the heat of recycling processes, those then undergo changes. So you actually have a degraded polymer quality coming out from the recycling process, which then you need to make certain, you have certain industrial standards that you have to make. And so the general practice is that you add quite a lot of virgin material. And that's for mechanical recycling, right? When we talk about chemical recycling, which is these pyrolysis processes, the data that we have from Europe is that you can have no more than 2% at most of recycled, quote unquote, recycled material going back in because the recyclate is such low quality. But in either case, you're seeing this degradation of the polymer quality so that you can maybe do one cycle. Although what's far more common is that the PET bottle gets turned into carpets or fleeces or something else that has lower requirements. You'll be very difficult to get 2 cycles out of something, and virtually nothing gets recycled 3 times. So this is really critical because what recycling is doing is, yes, it's diverting some material from landfill, right? And it is, in an ideal world, it would be replacing some virgin plastic, but we're flooding the markets with virgin plastic, so it's not really doing that. But it's really it's delaying the path to disposal, right? And considering how fast those PET bottles get consumed, it's delaying it by maybe a few months. So I think this is important because you will hear a lot about plastic circularity. The solution to the plastic problem is circular plastics. There are no circular plastics. Right? We can talk about circular aluminum, we can talk about circular glass, there are always process loss emissions, and there's always challenges around that. But plastic has certain chemical qualities that make it quite different. Sorry, go on.
I think you're answering a slightly different question, which is, can you continually make a plastic bottle out of the same plastic? The answer to that is no, right? But the question that was asked is, can you make a bottle out of 100% recycled plastic? And the technical question to that is, yes, you can do that one time. Unfortunately, there isn't a system in place that either incentivizes brands to do that, or more importantly, penalizes them for not doing that. And then to the second part of the way you answer that question, you're correct. One of the challenges with plastic is that those monomers degrade over time. The same thing, by the way, happens to paper, is that over time it begins to degrade, and then you're correct, then you can't use it anymore.
Really, really important points. A question for...
It's just not accurate. I mean, the statement is not true. You can continually, if you solid state PET, you can increase the molecular weight over and over and over again. The polymer, you're correct. As you recycle it and undergo heat treatment, it's going to break that polymer chain down. But most modern bottle-to-bottle facilities have a solid stating step that removes ethylene glycol and builds the molecule back up. It's just, I mean,
but you're building it back up with virgin material. That's my point.
No, you're not.
Yes.
No, you're not. You're removing the ethylene glycol that's present and pulling it off the system. You're not adding additional ethylene glycol.
Then what's your yield? Because this is the other thing, right? What we're talking about is, okay, you've got a market that you're trying to meet. If you are, even if you successfully collect all the post-consumer plastic and you can only get 1/3 as many bottles out of that, then you have to put 2/3 of virgin plastic back in, right? Because the yields are so low. There are technical challenges here that industry keeps trying to gloss over, and this is part of Attorney General Bonta's lawsuit, is they're saying, don't look behind the curtain. Trust us that this stuff is completely recyclable. We can create a circular economy in plastic. It ain't true, folks. It's simply not true. There's no circular economy in plastic. And my request to you, sorry if I don't mean to monopolize, but I have a very specific request to the attorneys general here and your offices, which is help us get the data, right? We heard from Attorney General Bonta that they have been working on some of these technologies like pyrolysis since the 70s and 80s. And they're telling us that these technologies are going to handle all the post-consumer plastic, they're going to turn it into new material, and they will not release the data. We're getting little bits of data. There was one standalone facility that actually reported. Anybody here from Oregon? You've got good disclosure requirements, because I was able to do some calculations on that one facility in Oregon. But most of these facilities are behind the fence line and they do not report data. And I would love to see the actual data on these precise questions. What's going in? What's coming out? What's the yield? What's the greenhouse gas impacts? How much fuel is used? I've got a whole list. I'll be happy to say it. But please use your powers to bring that information into the light so that we can all talk about this, and so that we don't have a bunch of talking heads saying, no, 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 you're correct, you're incorrect. Let's see the data, because facts are facts.
Terrific. It's a really consequential question. I know at the break, I'm sure folks will want to follow up more. I want to read another question. This one is directed to Paul. How do you respond to the situation of consumers and reporters putting trackers in plastic bag drop-off bins only to find that many of these plastics are being sent to landfills or incinerators and not being recycled?
First off, I'd say it's real, full stop. That happens. It does go to the other places. When we look at the system for the label, we're looking at kind of like, what are all the pieces of the puzzle, and how do we define, and some of what we just did was this term, technically recyclable, like what could you engineer to be recycled, and then what is truthfully being recycled, or the legal use of the term recyclable, again, back to the FTC Green Guides. So it is happening. It's extremely problematic. What we're looking at is how do we put a full chain of custody in appropriately and where to put it in. And so when we started the label, I wasn't there at the time, but the How to Recycle label 12 years ago, there was no instruction. And now we know that that instruction is recognized by 8 out of 10 consumers. Now it's how do we strengthen it? So for instance, and I'm just going down this road, if we would determine, we at the state level, that plastic is not recyclable. Legally, it is not recyclable. How to Recycle then shifts the use of its label because we don't lobby, we conform to policy. So currently, and we've heard a bunch of reasons why it might not be. So technically recyclable, we've talked about that. Could it physically be recycled? That's one piece of it. Should it be? That's a whole other discussion. Like what's coming out of it? What are we doing with it? That's a whole other discussion. So our piece of the puzzle, if you remember I said earlier, we need everyone at the table. I think the label instruction is very important because of the amount of penetration we've had into consumers. Now, how can you help us use it in the right way to keep shifting? That's where we're trying to go with it. So, but again, full stop. When those happen, that's happening. There's a broken chain of custody. It isn't going to the place they said. So when you start to get into, this gets too nerdy, but bale tracking, like where's the bale going? These are each of these pieces of the puzzle of this definition of recyclable, right? So access being one. At How to Recycle, we add another piece, and it's called policy. So policy, access, sortation, reuse, final product. We need to define all of those in a better way, in a way with data and science that gives real numbers. And that's why I think that would then drive reuse. I think that would drive single use. But I don't want to also demonize other groups. I understand that. I go back to the HIV/AIDS crisis for myself. It was very easy to get really pissed off when I had friends dying every day. So I don't want to take that away from anyone. I understand that energy. That's not my gift. My gift is to say, how do we pull those all together and take something that we know has value on PAC and now put the real teeth in it, and then have the AGs help us where needed to put the regulation to work in the right way.
Yeah, right.
I just want to second and emphasize something that he just said, because I rarely hear it introduced into these conversations. Being able to track a commodity all the way through its circular cycle is absolutely critical to making this successful. The good news is there's a number of robotics and AI companies that are coming into this space that are providing the tools to be able to track a commodity. It's not a package, it's not a product, it's a commodity all the way through. And I think the more that we can really emphasize that need, we get to what you're talking about, which is now we have the data. Like, is that commodity following a circular loop? Great. Hey, brand, we're going to celebrate you. If there's a break in that circular loop, brand, there's going to be a penalty or a cost for that, and we're going to track that. And I think it's a really critical point that we really need to start focusing on is how do we track that commodity? Another point they made that I also want to emphasize is that there's a challenge in this space, which is it gets to why we were a very early supporter of Eureka and support independent local recyclers. For too long, the recycling industry was dominated by the largest landfill operators. And that's a conflict that is never going to get us to where we're trying to get to. If you make more money by taking that material and sticking it in a hole than making sure that it's in a circular loop, you're always going to gravitate towards trying to do that, even though you might have a recycling contract or a recycling facility. And making sure that we're promoting and supporting recycling companies, reuse companies that have no financial interest in a landfill is going to be really important to make this successful, because today there is in our view, inherent conflict with owning a landfill and saying you're also in this recycling, reuse, reduce circular economy space.
Again, so important to align the incentives. You mentioned closed loop, and so that's probably a good segue into this next audience question, which was for you, Ron, which is, what does closed loop mean? And what aspect of the plastic life cycle is or could be a true closed loop?
Our view of closed loop is an elimination of extractive resources and landfills in the consumer products space. That's how we view it. We're all consumers here. We support people being able to get access to the products that they want, but our view is access to that product should in no way involve extractive resources or use of landfills. And so every company that we look at investing in, every program we look at getting off the ground, whether it's in the organic space, apparel space, electronic space, packaging space, we all view it through the lens of, are you solving for getting out of extractive resources or eliminating landfills?
Another question from the audience is not for a particular person, but I think anyone can jump in. Why are consumers encouraged to put plastics labeled 1 through 7 into recycle bins? Aren't only 1 and 2 the plastics most suitable for recycling and reuse? And 3 through 7 mixed in, does that make it harder to separate 1 and 2?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah,
Katie, this one feels like a good one for you to jump in on.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know why people are encouraged to do that. In the state of Minnesota, we do 1, 2s, and 5s. And we don't accept anything else, but that doesn't mean that they don't end up in our bin and at our facilities, and then they are thrown away. And so we definitely don't encourage and tell people to do that. And I think we have, for more than 20 years, educated people on what should go into the bin. And I will tell you that we still have piles and piles of trash at the end of the day, so we're not gonna educate anybody we're not going to educate our way out of the plastics crisis. I think one thing that I do want to maybe mention here is I think, so this conversation has kind of shifted into like a constant like, can we recycle this, and like how do we do this? And I think we should kind of full stop and say, should we be doing that? And only until there's another solution. And I think maybe the techno-optimists who think this new AI or this new technology is going to help us keep plastics circular, I think is maybe the wrong place to put that investment. Again, we're just constantly investing in this. How do we keep plastics sustainable? And I will continue to argue that that is the wrong place for us to be investing our time, energy, and resources, and it should be in what are the other possible solutions to plastics. And again, reduction, reuse, recycling is at the very end of it. And there's so many smart people out there, so many, and we're just focusing all of that in the wrong place. So it has to go back to can we, should we? And oftentimes I say, as a recycler, as a mechanical recycler, I'm almost always going to say, probably not.
Well, this, our time together in this panel has just flown. We have just a few minutes left. You have really collectively kind of raised a lot of understanding and these complex topics. I'm going to give moderator's privilege here to give each one of our panelists a minute or two. If there's a question that you wish you'd been asked or something you want to, before we wrap this up, that you think would be important for people to know that we didn't have a chance to touch on, or anything you want to add. We'll take volunteers here. Neil, would you, or I don't know.
I mean, I always have a lot to say, obviously. One of the things that I think is important to think about here is we've been talking about all these solutions, and just to kind of branch off of what Kate was last saying, should we be recycling this? There's a lot of solutions in this space, but all of those solutions are undercut by cheap plastic, right? We have a structural glut in plastic because the oil and gas companies have said, we're doubling down on this despite all of the problems. And as long as that's the case, it is very hard to get an alternative business off the ground. I mean, Ron was talking about a project in one city to try and displace single-use plastics. And we were talking earlier about these things need financial support, they need policy support, but you're swimming upstream if you have to compete against plastic, which is, at the point of sale, it's dirt cheap, right? It's not dirt cheap to society. Society is paying a huge cost for this. Leo Tresand is here. I think tomorrow he's going to mention the jaw-dropping health costs to society of plastic. So the costs are real, but they're not being paid at the point of sale, and that means that as a market, it's very difficult to get these things, to get any alternative off the ground or to build it to capacity. And so if we want to see those alternatives flourish, we really need to raise the price of plastic, and we need to restrict its supply. And I think that, for me, is the holy grail here, because whether you're looking at it from the marine pollution issue, from the human health issue, from the climate issue, none of those are going to be addressed until we restrict the supply of plastic.
Terrific. Ron, last word.
I think EPR holds a lot of promise. Two suggestions as we advocate for EPR. The first is don't let best be the enemy of good. EPR holds tremendous promise, and there is sometimes a difference between advocacy and being a change maker. And let's not let best be the enemy of good. There's a lot of opportunity with EPR. Along with that, one thing that we would like to see from an EPR perspective is either regional or federal EPR. Today, it's still just at the state level, and I think what that may end up doing is making the system very expensive unintentionally, because there's 35 or 40 or 50 different types of EPR systems out there. So I think one of the areas that the attorney generals and the folks in this room could be really impactful is to say, rather than focusing on EPR at our state level, maybe we focus it on a joint Northeast Mid-Atlantic level, maybe a federal level, because I think that's where you'll find lots of, number one, efficiencies, and also clear understanding by the consumer.
Paul?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll pull it back to the consumer a little bit more. And I agree with what everyone said. Part of this becomes really this discussion again, don't blame the consumer. We have not given them choice, right? Like, so for all the reasons we heard, whether it's the cost structure, whether it's how things work. So I think there's this piece of like the consumer won't, or how will this happen? That's not true. So blaming the consumer for that is not the answer. Go to the science of behavioral change. This is a science. And it's going to tell you what you have to do for behavior change. You have to remove friction, you have to give incentive, and you have to then put it in front of the person for a choice. That sounds simple. I did that in 30 seconds. It's not easy, but we do know the science of that. And all of these solutions we've talked through today, and there's been some healthy disagreement, we really need parts of all of them in a bunch of different places to play together and go forward. So if no more plastic tomorrow is here, like you were mentioning, what are we doing here? What do we do here until we get here? And how do we let this solution in the middle not stop us from getting here? Like de-incentivize the stuff you're trying to do here. I do think policy can play a huge role in that.
Terrific. Katie?
I think I would encourage everyone to think about where their priorities are, and if you are prioritizing human health and the health of the planet, that should be your highest priority. And I think profit will follow, because I think that we can't, decouple that for business. And I really encourage people to visit a MRF, material recovery facility, to see how recycling happens, because I think there's a light bulb moment that goes off when you see the material, and I think there's also a light bulb moment that goes off when you see the amount of throwaway material, of single-use material that's out there. My facility processes about 400 tons a day, and in that pile, we have 1 million single-use beverage containers, about 500,000 plastic, 500,000 aluminum cans. And so it is really daunting when you look at that, to think about how do we minimize that pile. And then I think I would also just encourage people to get into their communities and look at their environmental justice communities. Go research Cancer Alley, go look at what is happening out there, so you actually are armed with the facts when you're trying to make decisions. And again, as a recycler, as a mechanical recycler, start thinking about not just the can we, but should we.
And Stephen?
I just want to bring us back to where we are in this moment. This is not a static industry. It's one that is expanding rapidly. 2 days ago, we published a report called Emissions Unleashed, detailing the expansion in the petrochemical industry in the United States, which includes more than just plastics. It's ammonia and fertilizers and methanol. But what we see is enormous, enormous intended expansion, going from 5.2% of national emissions to, 7.6%. So almost increasing by half when you include the whole industry. The United States is a huge emitter, so that actually understates how significant and severe this expansion would be, and that's only for the United States. We're talking about an industry that is, as we heard, I think from Judith and maybe some others, pivoting to plastics and petrochemicals, that new refinery builds around the world are integrated so that up to 50% of a barrel of oil can be diverted to chemicals, whereas it used to be they would sell the precursor to the petrochemical facilities. This is the plan. But I don't want to be all doom and gloom. This is not inevitable. This is just what the industry is pushing for. of those emissions on the plastic side, 60% of those of emissions in those projects are on hold due to a combination of economic forces and community resistance to these projects. Community saying we don't want them in our communities. As we've talked about recycling and we've talked about the economic incentives for recyclers, we need to also consider the fact that the industry is trying to flood the world with ever cheaper plastic. As Neil was saying, you know, the bathtub is already overflowing and the faucet's just being turned up and up. So we have an opportunity to stop that, but we need to understand that that's what's coming, that this is dynamic and we have an opportunity to change course.
Well, I think these are just incredible points that have been made by all of our speakers. Thank you so much for your compelling and informative statements you've all provided this afternoon. I hope everyone in the room will join me in thanking Ron and Paul and Katie and Neil and Stephen for sharing all of their knowledge and experience with us today.
Nicely done, sir.
Thank you. Back in and thank you, everyone. I want to say a special thank you to Attorney General Tong, who's been such a great partner to our department and such a fearless advocate and leader for from unfair trade practices and other litigation. He and his team have been spectacular to work with in bringing us together around this topic. So thanks, everyone. Thank you, Attorney General.
All right. Can we come back to our seats? If you have not gotten a coffee or a cannoli at the Make Your Own Cannoli bar, please make sure you grab one. I'm not going to promise that anybody is going to keep to their diets over these next 2 days. But if everyone could just wrap up your conversations, please, and come to your seats. We have one more panel, and then we have a big dinner to go to. Thank you all for hanging in there. We know it's been a lot, but I've learned a ton, and these conversations have been really informative, if not spirited, so I think that's been really great for all of us. So I have a tremendous honor. I don't know if Formella's still here, but you have, right now with General Rosenblum of Oregon on the screen, you have the entire senior leadership of the National Association of Attorneys General, because I'm the vice president, and John Formella, Attorney General Formella, is the president-elect, so he's going to be president, but the reigning champ and the president is Oregon Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum. Now, let me just say a couple words about my friend Ellen. She is known, and she refers to herself as the mama bear of the Attorney General space of both Democrats and Republicans. Attorney General Rosenblum is the mama bear, and she's been a great leader in this space for 12 years. Is that right, Ellen?
Yes.
Finishing up her third term, and I want to just recognize Attorney General Rosenblum for her leadership on these issues and so many. Most notably, it was Attorney General Rosenblum and 7 other brave attorneys general who stuck with us in our fight against the Sackler family and Purdue Pharma. It was Ellen Rosenblum and, of course, Rob Bonta and me and John Formella and others who hung in there and took the fight to the Sacklers and Purdue Pharma. And so it makes a difference who your friends are. And it makes a difference when they stand with you. And Ellen has always been a great friend to me and to Connecticut, and she has always stood with us. And so it is my great honor to introduce the Attorney General of the great state of Oregon, not Oregon, Oregon, Ellen Rosenblum.
Thank you so much, General Tong, my friend William. I, first of all, am really sorry I'm not there in person with you because that cannoli sounds amazing. And I know you're taking folks out for pizza at some point, and I hear that New Haven has some of the best. So my panelists and I are all, I'm sure, regretting that we're not there in person, but I'm so honored to be asked to moderate this really important panel. And just want to say hi to all my colleagues and friends who are there. And this is just an amazing conference. And if it hadn't been for a memorial service I had to attend yesterday, I would definitely have been there in person. So our panel, you want me to get started, right, General Tong? We're ready to go?
Yes.
Okay,
please.
great. Okay, our panel is called Achieving Circularity Through Reuse. And I'll admit, I had to get up to speed a little bit on some of the terminology, especially since I was going to be missing some of the earlier panels. So I've done a little bit of that, but I'm really going to be relying on my experts to help us out here. This is obviously a solutions-oriented conference, and that is great. In fact, this is called Solutions Part 1. So one of the possible solutions of many is reuse of plastic. And so I have three amazing innovators and business people with me today to help us talk about this. So I want to introduce each of them, and if they could kind of just, give a little wave when I come to their name. We'll start with Martin Bork. Martin, there he is. Oh, good. He's got a recycling bin behind him. I love that. Props. He is the executive director of Ecology Center, a community-based nonprofit organization in Berkeley, California, where I was born. So thank you for that, Martin. And then we have, I think Crystal, you're right there. Yes, Crystal Driesbach, and please help me if I'm mispronouncing any names.
Yes, Dreisbach. Thank you.
Dreisbach, thank you. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to clarify that. Crystal is the CEO of Upstream and the founder of Don't Waste Durham, where she invented and implemented a reuse program for the city's restaurants. So we're going to be really interested in hearing about that. And we have Michael Kraus. He is the director of Sustainable Events and Analytics at Green Sports Alliance, and he lives in Arkansas. So I want to start by asking each of you to take about 5 to 8 minutes to introduce yourselves and your organization. Tell us why it's important that you are here today for this conversation. So let's start with Crystal.
Hi, everyone. I'm Crystal Dreisbach, CEO of Upstream. I've now worked in building reuse systems for 14 years. It's a lifelong passion of mine. I'm very happy to be here, and I want to share with you the landscape of reuse as a solution to single-use packaging. So next slide, please. Upstream is a nonprofit organization that serves North America. It's been around for 21 years, working in policy and change making. You can see here are 3 approaches to our work that make up our theory of change. So next slide. We are accelerating the transition to a new reuse economy. And a primary goal we have is the widespread shared interoperable infrastructure for reuse. And I want to make a note about the infrastructure. I'm going to talk a lot more about that, but in my experience, I live in Durham, North Carolina, and prior to coming to Upstream a year ago, I worked for 12 years in founding and operating a nonprofit that built a reuse infrastructure citywide. And it started with restaurants. However, as soon as we built that infrastructure, what we quickly realized, oh, could you back up? Thank you. We quickly realized that when the infrastructure and the logistics and the staff and the return collection sites are available, you now have the opportunity to capture any sector, not just restaurants. So we quickly grew to also capture grocery stores, local producers, and schools. That was a really big one. So next slide. So I think just to begin, these are things I'm sure you've heard in the previous presentations, but I'll just say recycling recyclable, compostable packaging are great ideas, but they are not the full solution to single use. Next slide. So what are we talking about when we talk about reuse? This is a great little simple graphic to show the differences that we're trying to share here. Next slide. In reuse, products are designed from the very beginning for a reuse system to be recirculated again and again in the form in which they were originally intended. And they're putting into a system in which they can be recirculated. Next slide. So our status quo is made up of systems currently that make single use super cheap and super easy. So our approach is to create the better alternative and evolve us out of some old systems. So how are we going to do that? One of the big challenges is we really are evolving historical concepts of waste management into ones that are really about resource management. And another is a chicken and the egg phenomenon called the funding conundrum. So next slide. The reuse industry, a lot like the solar industry, requires a large upfront investment before payoffs can be seen. So how can we reach economies of scale and make the numbers work for reuse if the upfront investment for the infrastructure in the first place is not even there? So far there's some examples of some small public monies going to reuse: City of Seattle, City of Phoenix, State of California, State of Colorado, and we're working on getting large government funding and through some policy mechanisms as well. But there are even more creative ways, even more than I've shown here, how to disrupt that chicken and the egg phenomenon. And I'm going to talk about those more in a moment. But first I want to tell you some things that upstream is doing to really tackle some of those challenges. Next slide. So here's a couple of our current activities. First, we're a SWAT team flying in to tackle tactical barriers to scaling reuse. And a lot of those have to do with that funding conundrum. So we're really taking a wide look at every creative possibility for funding that reuse infrastructure. We're creating the first model green bond specifically for reuse infrastructure. We're working on de-risking investment, and we're aggregating demand in hotspots and creating RFPs so that reuse that comes to a city or comes to a region has some standards around it. We're also working on a lot of policy. So we've got EPR and deposit return system bills coming out, and we are influencing the passage of those and ensuring that they're rolled out in a quality manner. Next slide. Two things we're really proud of are that, we have to demonstrate reuse at scale, and we were awarded to help transform Grand Canyon National Park. We are the orchestrator of that to create the largest open loop reuse ecosystem ever created. And we hope when we're doing that, you'll come and visit and see with your own eyes what that looks like. And we've just shown reuse at scale in K through 12 school systems in a report that just came out. And I want to point out, I feel this is a very important sector to enter because you can reach a wide swath of the demographics of the United States, and that helps make reuse tangible and have kids exposed to reuse so that it becomes part of our mainstream culture. Okay, next. So we do not work alone. We are together with 3 other nonprofits who work exclusively on reuse, which are Perpetual, Reloop, and PR3. We are all working toward the same shared vision, and we coordinate frequently, and that is to accelerate to a reuse economy. So next slide. Here are some of the things we're doing together. We're harmonizing standards and frameworks and policy principles. We're getting money invested appropriately in the right solutions. We're catalyzing infrastructure build out in key sectors and, of course, demonstrating that large scale implementation. Next. So we are now seeing reuse service is a burgeoning and in-demand new industry that isn't going anywhere. Next. We're seeing 30 reuse hubs, more than 30 reuse hubs across the US and North America and Canada, and growing. Next slide. Upstream and Reloop are working together to organize a trade alliance for the reuse service industry. And next slide. PR3 is developing universal reuse standards. Labeling, washing, packaging harmonization is important as we enter this new territory. Next slide. So two key opportunities I want to highlight are that MRFs are now testing, some of the MRFs are testing their ability to expand their impacts by taking on reuse services themselves. And they can do what they already do best, and which is transporting, sorting, processing, and support their industry with new stable revenue streams. The next one, and I know Michael will talk about this a lot. Oh, sorry, go back. What the movement is seeing is that sports and entertainment venues are the clients that have the volume and the return rates that we need to reach the impacts we want to see. And they are the anchor contracts that can catalyze the build out of reuse infrastructure in cities. Okay, next. So here in the center, you see the anchor venue, such as a football stadium. They're going reusable, and a RFP goes out, and reuse service providers bid on that RFP. They show up and build their wash hub in that city. And now restaurants, grocery stores, local producers, and schools also have the access and economy to go reusable too. Pick up, wash, and deliver. Next. So let's think about this just for a minute. Single-use packaging, where do we get that stuff? It often means national or global transport from the extraction, the refinement, to the manufacturer, to the distributor, and then the retail. Because millions and millions of disposable packaging items are created every single day to be used only once, and this transport occurs over and over again using diesel cargo ships from overseas, semi-tractor trailers that run on 6 miles to the gallon. And that's not even talking about post-consumer transport to overflowing landfills located often in faraway counties. Reuse products' impact, on the other hand, decreases significantly over time, even when accounting for washing and sanitizing. So next. So instead of relying on disposable items manufactured in other places, reuse puts people to work locally. It makes safe, clean, entry-level jobs available to people systemically challenged to employment. For example, formerly incarcerated people, veterans, and people on the autism spectrum. They could be transporting, sorting, washing, packing, redistributing, managing, supervising. Next slide. So I just want to end with a sort of a call to action. Attorneys General brings such an important voice and perspective to the legislative process. And I think if any of you are interested in this topic and want to do more, here are 3 policy-related things I hope you'll consider after you leave today. When you encounter new proposed EPR bills, I hope you'll consider them through the new information that you might have received today about really the economic opportunities for a state. Secondly, there are 10 state bottle bills that exist right now, and 8 of those are really out of date and not working super well. So if you live in one of those states, could you please help make sure those are implemented well, considering how much entrepreneurship and innovation they can bring to your state? And finally, preemption is a big barrier to local reuse, and I hope you could consider other ways, maybe different approaches, rather than preemption, because reuse has such very strong local impacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crystal. And you know, Oregon, I think, was the first state to pass a bottle bill. So I don't know if we're one of the 8 that are out of date, but it certainly was the first, and we're trying to keep up. So thank you for reminding me about that.
General Rosenblum, Oregon's is solid.
Woo! Yes, happy to hear that. Thank you so much. That makes my day. Okay, now we're going to hear from Michael Kraus, if you don't mind going next, from the Green Sports Alliance.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to start by saying thank you so much for the invitation, and it's really wonderful to meet you, General Rosenblum, and Martin and Crystal. Great to see you. We've been working quite a bit this year. So I am. Looks like my formatting is off. That's okay. That should say reuse playbook. But I'm with the Green Sports Alliance. Maybe go to the next slide. Maybe that one looks better. If not, we might. There we go. So I'm with the Green Sports Alliance. I'm the Director of Sustainable Events and Analytics. The Green Sports Alliance, we're the largest convening body of sports and sustainability in the world. Our members range from all the major leagues, NASCAR, and a whole bunch of other leagues and venues and teams. We work with them in a lot of different ways. Our mission is to leverage the culture and market influence of sports to promote healthy and sustainable communities where we live, work, and play. And then to break that down is we recognize that people listen to sports. Unfortunately, maybe for better or for worse, people listen to sports more than science oftentimes. And so the Green Sports Alliance was really formed 14 years ago to leverage the voice that sports has, sports and entertainment, so we can advance the climate action agenda and that we can promote best practices. So we sit at the middle of this industry, learning what one organization is doing, helping to codify that and pass it on to other members. We are a networking and resource sharing organization. So many sports and entertainment venues do not have sustainability professionals yet. And so we serve as a bridge for many of those folks. When we talk about reuse, this has been a huge topic for us over the last, I'll call it 24 months. Crystal's been working on this for more than a decade. In our particular world, yes, suites, premium spaces have had really nice china for years, but we're just starting to bridge the gap between replacing traditional single-use items in sports and entertainment venues, arenas, stadiums, with reusable products. I think my slides are maybe a little out of order. Do you mind going down to slide 2 or 3 slides away? I think it's slide 5. Keep going, keep going. Perfect, right there. One back. Yeah, I think my formatting's out. That's okay. To give you an idea of the momentum with reuse in the sports and entertainment, the Moda Center, home of the Portland Trail Blazers.
Yes.
Another shout out. Yeah.
Hey, this is going well.
This is going well. It's working out well. They launched a reuse pilot in 2022. This was in select areas. Had the pilot gone well, they would continue. Well, it went well. And so last season, they were the first team in the United States. Now, this is happening across the pond a little bit, but they're the first team in the United States to launch a full season-long reuse cup system within their venue. This is for alcoholic beverages. I have a case study at the very end of this where we can look at the Moda Center a little more closely if we get to it. But it was really what unlocked reuse in our industry to help normalize it and to help break free away from kind of the stickiness of single-use plastics. So they were, I don't mean to be cliche, but true trailblazers here.
Could you possibly help the team to do a little bit better as well?
Well, we only extend so far. But so in the same time, Live Nation, they've launched reuse at scale at a whole bunch of festivals, and in the Atlanta region at a lot of their permanent venues there. CPKC Stadium, the first women's dedicated stadium ever built in the world in Kansas City, launched reuse just this last season. Los Angeles Coliseum is doing reuse. AEG is doing reuse across many of their venues. And this slide, admittedly, was put together for this playbook we launched in June. Since then, several others in the sports entertainment industry have launched large-scale reuse. So there's a lot of momentum being built here. Our role in the industry is to continue to light the fire. How do we normalize this? How do we make this easy? And so working with Crystal, working with folks in the industry is a big deal for us. If you don't mind going back 2 slides, apologize for the here and there. Perfect. For us, we are an enclosed loop. We're in a closed loop venue, meaning the cups, the plates, they're not walking out. It's a little simpler than Starbucks handing out a reuse. And so a lot of the waste is as it goes into someone's hand, into a fan's hand, it then goes into a bin in that venue. And so there are moments of education that are huge within sports entertainment. And then how do we measure this? How do we measure how well these programs are going? Well, the return rate is the primary measure of success within our venues. So we obviously want them to have very high return rates in that 90 above percent. Next slide, please. And then how do we, oh, that doesn't look so good. What that says is environmental break-even point and then an economic break-even point. What we're looking at here is on both curves, the venue operators, they want an economic break-even point, right? Does a reusable cup cost more on the front end? Yes, it does. We know that. If our wash costs are lower than our single-use product, how many washes does it take for that to now be cost effective, right? That's why we have to marry that up with that reuse rate. The higher the return rate, the quicker we reach that break-even point. And then, of course, we have the environmental break-even point when, everything from manufacturing, the energy consumption, how the particular vessel was made, when that comes into the equivalent of how many single-use products. So we are trying to help our sports and entertainment venues understand both of these metrics so that they are doing it, implementing it, and then passing that on. And then I think go one to slide 6. We'll see how it's formatted. Perfect. Again, on the impact of what we're doing, about 350 million fans attend major sports entertainment events every year in the US. So that's all of the United States. Now, not everyone goes to a game, but about 350 million. That's 3 billion single-use items per year. For us, what that equals is 3 billion interactions, educational and culture-shifting interactions that can happen as we shift from single-use to reusable. There's not many platforms that can have such emotion, such intensity as a sports venue, and the simplicity of just switching some of these single-use products to reusable products can make waves and normalize it in the industry. Next slide, please. And I might need to do a time check. I wasn't keeping track. So maybe this will be my last one. I have many more slides we could go into, but
you're okay. You're okay. Why don't you take 5 more minutes if you need
okay,
it?
okay.
Or like 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. I'll handle that. So Crystal covered this a little bit, but why are sports so important? Yes, from a cultural standpoint, 100%. We want to see it launch. We want to see fans recognized. But there are other practical ways that reuse is really important. So we are working with Crystal and many others on how do we get reuse into venues. In Kansas City, for example, we were there last week. They launched reuse at CPKC Stadium, as I mentioned. They're building and they launched one of our members, a reuse vendor, launched a wash hub there. That unlocks Kansas City in many ways towards having reuse, not just at that particular stadium, but at all the sports venues, at the museums, the concert venues, schools. And so these become important industrial clients, not just for eyeballs, but for getting the movement going. And, Crystal, you talked about the infrastructure. If you're going to go build a MRF or you're going to build a wash hub, a wash hub's a lot cheaper, right? So to get these things launched, we can wash fairly cheaply. We just need someone to own that. I will go, if you go 2 slides further. Yeah. Some of this is intuitive, but these are some of the environmental and social reasons that we advocate for reuse. 1, reduction in waste generation, of course. Conservation of resources. How do we use less of what's out there? Reduce fossil fuels. So much of the investment money out there, in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act and so many others, are related to carbon reduction. Well, reuse is a part of that story too. It is not just the reduction of waste, it's the reduction of carbon. And so greenhouse gas is a part of that. And then we are seeing reuse as a part of the discussion heavily on many of our coastal teams, especially many of our coastal teams that are named after, they have mascots that are seafaring. are getting away from plastic. Great. Well, reuse is a part of that ecosystem as well. So we want to keep plastic out of the ocean. How do we do that? This is one of those solutions. Like I said, I've lots more to talk about, but I appreciate just having the chance to share and being here. And I look forward to, more in a Q&A, but I'll actually pause there and pass the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Let's move to Martin, please. And then we'll give you your opportunity, and then we'll go to Q&A. But take your time. We want to hear from you, Martin. And we want to hear, what's going on with that bucket behind you there.
Yeah, thank you. It's so great to be with you. And yes, we do look to Oregon. Even in California, we look to Oregon for leadership. So I'm really excited about the new EPR bill in Oregon and how it's being implemented. And California is right there with you, trying to figure it all out. So lots to work on. I am going to give you a viewpoint from the recycler's perspective and why we think reuse and reduction and refill are so important. In today's broader society, people think about recycling a lot more than they think about reducing and reusing. And yet the waste hierarchy that's been around since 1970s, maybe before, is to reduce, reuse, and then recycle. And our modern recycling systems are built and designed to manage certain kinds of materials, particularly packaging. And there's some things we do really well, and there's others we're just not built to do. And there's lots of others that are not designed to be recycled. So I want to talk just a little bit about that. Next slide. The Ecology Center, thank you. The Ecology Center was founded in the run-up to the first Earth Day in 1970, and we started the first curbside program in the country. We still run that program under contract with the city of Berkeley, and it's a dual stream program, meaning that we collect cans and bottles separate from paper and cardboard. And we do that because it really gives us the highest quality materials. In fact, the paper and cardboard that comes right out of our trucks is often cleaner than what we see coming out of other recycling facilities after they process that material. So doing that, a little additional sorting at home and asking residents to do that results in much higher quality, much cleaner materials directly from the residents. And we have partnered and locked arms with our collaborating nonprofit recyclers around the country, including Katie Drews at Eureka Recycling, who you heard from earlier, to form this Alliance of Mission-Based Recyclers, or AMBER. And we use AMBER as a way to really elevate our perspective. And we're different from your average recycler in that most of the recyclers' curbside collection programs around the country are run by large-scale publicly traded garbage companies. And most of them have landfills. And when you have a landfill or an incinerator, your incentive to do a good job of recycling is dramatically reduced. So as nonprofit recyclers, we really sort of hold the upper bar of doing it right, doing it well, doing it with multiple factors in mind, and really for the original reasons we did it, which were environmental and social benefit. Next slide. I mentioned the Ecology Center and its long history. We have long challenged the paradigm of recycling for plastics, and that really started in 1986 when California's bottle bill replaced the glass refill system, which was a circular refill program run statewide, and it was replaced with a sort of linear plastic bottle recycling system. And we make the most of that and try and do what we can with it, and feel like bottle deposit systems are really important to be able to even do a decent job of plastic bottle recycling, or glass and cans as well, and getting all those materials back. But for plastics, we've been sold this messaging from the industry that plastics is recyclable. And so the Ecology Center has been a voice out there really challenging the sort of rainbows and unicorns story that we get about it. It's really much dirtier and much grittier than that. And we fought the chasing arrows, the use of the recycling symbol on plastic packaging, which falsely implies that all of plastic packaging is recycling. We fought against the Collect All Plastics program that I'll talk about as a kind of case study and cautionary tale around when people really aggressively, when companies really aggressively sell plastic recycling to consumers, knowing full well that it's not recyclable. And we're featured in the story of Plastic, a film I really encourage you to watch if you haven't seen it yet. And because of our challenges with all of the plastics in recycling, we actually did some GPS tracking to try and find out where our stuff goes, because it's totally opaque even to the recycler. And we found some really tragic and horrific impacts that our own recycling was having internationally. And that resulted us in stopping exporting a number of grades. And we have been the anchor organization for really trying to push in our local environment some solutions, including Disposable Free Berkeley, which is a foodware reduction strategy. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Next slide. I want to tell this. Oh, Amber, thank you. Amber is the Alliance of Mission-Based Recyclers. We, subscribe to this reduce, reuse, recycle hierarchy and focus on highest and best use of materials. And we challenge false solutions. We hear a lot of narratives out there about how chemical recycling or advanced recycling or other programs, polystyrene recycling. We've seen a lot of things get pushed out there that, from our perspective, really are false solutions. And we recognize that we cannot recycle our way out of the plastic packaging crisis. And we've heard a lot of negative narrative over the last, half decade or decade about how recycling is broken. And really, we don't see there being a recycling crisis. In fact, recycling is doing a really good job at recycling paper and cardboard and glass and bottles. But we do have a plastic packaging crisis. And the transition to plastic packaging without really thinking out the back end of that has caused really dramatic impacts across the globe. And the US is certainly a part of that. And what we found is that there's been a lot of chatter about voluntary solutions to that, and those have failed. And we appreciate the work of all the folks trying to do that within their own companies and the corporate commitments to voluntary solutions, but really we need regulatory solutions. We need even playing field for everybody. We need for the companies to be able to manage to a specification, and that's not going to happen without regulation at the state level, at the local level, national, international. We need all of it. Next slide. I want to tell this cautionary tale about the Collect All Plastics program. It was a marketing campaign by the American Chemistry Council. It started in the late 1990s and into the early 2000s, and really pushed a strong narrative that if you collect all the plastics, you'll be able to recycle more, and that if you get a big enough pile of anything, somebody will want to buy it. That they went, sort of to all the trade industry meetings and went kind of city by city, convincing cities that they should require their recycler to collect all plastic packaging, all rigid plastic packaging, containers, cups, those clamshells, berry containers, lettuce tubs, all the things, knowing full well that most of that stuff had no market whatsoever. And next slide, please. And, it came on the heels of the Crying Indian ad in the 70s and, take another look at plastics in the 80s. And, we knew that we really, as recyclers, we should be taking a focus on this of, can we recycle this stuff? Like, can we actually accept it in a cart? Which side? There. And get it into a recycling facility and sort it and process. Can we do that? And then should we do it? Because as a recycler, a mission-based recycler, we kind of want to take an oath of first do no harm. And some of these processes were clearly causing a lot of harm. We found through our GPS tracking program that the mixed recyclables, I'm not talking about number 1 and number 2 bottles and jugs, but which beverage bottles, detergent bottles, those have decent markets in the US. It's mostly downcycling. But what we were finding is the 3 through 7s, all the other stuff with the chasing arrow on it that makes you think it's recyclable, and that they were compelling people to put in our blue bins. There were some markets for that internationally, but most of it was garbage, and it was being dumped and burned and causing health impacts and community impacts and environmental impacts. Next slide, please. And you can see what happened through the formatting got a little off here, but you can see what happened between 2000 and 2020 was this massive growth in the export of these plastics, mostly to China, but also to other developing nations who had no infrastructure for this. This is going into the gray market, the black market, informal sectors, and lots of it was just getting dumped or burned. And, horrific thing when recycling should be a good thing, right? Luckily, China's ban on this in 2018 was extremely effective. And you can see that in the 2018 bar there. And then 2019 is when the Basel Convention really started to regulate this and control that commodity as international trade. And so in some sense, this is a great success story of how we fixed a really tragic problem. But we didn't have to go through all of this. And I'm very concerned right now about, next slide, the expansion, maybe 2 slides. Nope, go back, sorry. About the expansion of soft plastic packaging, the pouches. And MRFs are really not built to handle those. Recycling programs really can't collect and sort them. They're not designed to be recyclable. They're currently unrecyclable. It's about 12 billion pounds a year in the US. And it's about half of all plastic packaging right now. And there's a big effort underway right now to convince everybody that these will be recycled through advanced recycling or chemical recycling, which really is neither advanced nor recycling, mostly old, dirty 20th century technologies that turn plastic into low-grade fuels, lots of toxics. The solution for this is not recycling. And that brings us to reduction. And so, as a recycler, you don't often hear recyclers talking about reduce and reuse. We want to recycle less. We want to waste less, not recycle more. And so what are the things in recycling that come in our bins that are really problematic? Well, cups is a big one, both paper and plastic. We want them out. And so we worked with, and foodware, clamshells, styrofoam, even unexpanded clear plastic clamshells, bags. These are really problematic things that we say are trashing recycling. So we helped the city of Berkeley to adopt a single-use disposable foodware and litter reduction ordinance. So not, a compostable cup or a recyclable cup. No, let's figure out how to reduce the use of cups overall by having an ordinance that requires reusable foodware when you dine in. It put a 25-cent charge on cups for takeout, which would help drive a reuse economy, and then also require self-service for utensils and other things. And next slide. We also took a similar approach around bags. And for years, when you went to the supermarket, it was, would you like a paper or a plastic? Paper or plastic was the question. This is the wrong question. The question is, do you actually need a bag? Do you need a bag, or did you bring your own? So BYO being the solution here, bring your own bag. We piloted that locally in our farmers markets and found to be quite successful. We worked with Alameda County, our regional district, to have an opt-in ordinance for cities in our jurisdiction. Most of them did. And that law was then adopted by the state of California. It went through a ballot measure process where the bag industry tried to push back and lost. And then now we're sort of refining that. And in Berkeley, 2022 passed an addition to that covers produce bags, as well as the thicker plastic bags that were sort of an unintended consequence of that statewide bill. And both of those have now been passed in the state of California at the state level as well. So, there's a scaling up process that can happen. Just a couple more slides here. Next slide. Just want to say, so reduction is critical. Reduce. What can we get rid of? And then reuse. We see this as the future. So we piloted one of the first cup checkout programs in the country, put out a public RFP for that, really helped to drive innovation in the space. We partnered with Vessel and ran this cup checkout program. We were just sort of getting our numbers up when the pandemic hit and all the cafes closed, but we see great potential in this reuse model in both the closed spaces that Michael was talking about, like college campuses and sports arenas, et cetera, those kinds of venues, schools, but also in sort of open spaces like cafes, restaurants, et cetera. So, I just want to reiterate, as AGs out there, there are a lot of places that are really critical for y'all to reinforce the existing things that are working and to challenge false narratives that are being promoted around some of these false solutions, but also in making it easier for reducing and reusing. In California, for example, we run up against the health code. I know that's common in other states. The old health code in the state of California required disposable foodware if you were selling at a public event. So how can we, unlearn some of those things and do it in a way that's safe and sanitary, of course, but we don't have to write disposal and waste into our laws. So I think I'll just stop there, and thanks for the time, and appreciate the attention to this topic.
Thank you so much, Martin and Michael and Crystal. We do have a few minutes left for some questions, and I had some prepared questions, but I can't help but asking this one. And I guess it's more for Michael, but any of you could weigh in. Michael, you talked about the sports arenas and, getting people, accustomed to kind of changing the culture. So here's my question. Who are you using for influencers? I mean, it could be Taylor Swift, or it could be a player. Like, who's out there, really making the pitch on, TikTok and everywhere else that you need to use to go?
It's a very good question. One that we think about a lot. Our perspective on we don't have a Taylor Swift, admittedly, but Taylor, if you're listening, give us a call. We leverage the brands themselves. The Yankees, you think about their brand. Now, are they using reuse? Maybe a bad example, but you think about the brand that they have and their communication out to millions of individuals. You think about the Portland Trailblazers and the brand and the players that they have. Those are the platforms that we are using. If you go to greensportsalliance.org, you'll see our brand. You go see our social media, you'll see our thousands of followers. That's not our play. Our play is exactly what you're talking about. These major individuals who can move in our culture with one tweet, with one post, and all of a sudden normalize. And so we're approaching, we are in a very pivotal season for our country right now, right? And how do we leverage the platforms of sports going through the fall? October is the busiest sport month of the year. It's when most of the leagues have most activity going on. And we have an event called Green Sports Day. It's October 6th. This was something in 2000. 18 that 2016, I should get this right, that the Obama administration signed in. So October 6th is a day that we recognize, and we push it out to every sports team, every venue. And then 2 years ago, we had 116 venues light green and promote their sustainable practices on October 6th. And we're doing that same thing. We did that last year. We'll do that this year again. And it's just to leverage the platform that we have.
That's fabulous. Well, maybe we can get AGs involved in that, because we all love sports. We love to go to our
Absolutely.
games. And, you know, some of us have pretty close relationships with the owners or the general managers, like Karina LeBlanc here at the Thorns. I'll see if she has an October 6th game that I can give a
Awesome.
pitch to.
Let's
All
do
right.
it.
So, yeah, no, it sounds like a great, a lot of fun. All right. So those of you who are tuning in here, let's work on that. So Crystal, I want to go back to some of the things you said. When schools or businesses want to opt into a reuse program, what do they need? And what's missing to make that as easy and as economical as possible?
It's a wonderful question. We're working on this concept of aggregating demand in metro areas. So sometimes, as we found, there are, for example, aquariums that are really have a commitment to reducing single-use plastic, but they themselves are not big enough to justify the build out of infrastructure. They just don't have the volume that would make that anchor contract possible. But they are very beloved in the community and have lots of connections and have become some champions on the ground in certain metro hotspots for aggregating demand. So for example, if the airport and a stadium and a K through 12 school were all to commit to going reusable together, now the aquarium can access that reuse infrastructure. So I think if the question is, what do they really need to get started? I think they need to commit to going reusable, locate perhaps the nearest reuse service provider in their area, or contact us for a model RFP they could put out, and you know, get together with some high volume closed loop venues in their area to see if they can go in together, because it's going to make the economy, the finances, it's going to make the numbers work, and it's going to make the impact higher. And I think that's a great place to start.
Great, thank you. I'm just learning so much from all of you. So Martin, I think you mentioned our EPR bill in Oregon, and of course other states are adopting similar legislation. Some litigation is happening, but tell us what from your perspective do communities and corporations really need from a regulatory perspective to make reuse successful?
Well, first of all, shout out to Oregon DEQ. I think they're really doing a great job in figuring out, you know, a whole new way of approaching disposal and end of life for all this plastic packaging and other packaging as well, which, you know, relies on the producer to pay for it. And the idea behind, you know, one of the fundamental ideas behind that is that this will then actually feed back to the producers and in terms of, oh, wow, this actually costs a lot. Let me find a more efficient way to do it. And they can put, you know, their scale and their innovation and all of the, you know, things that they have to bear on reducing the impacts of the services and products that they're trying to deliver to consumers. So I think what local cities really need is a fair, even playing field. You know, I think that we had 200 major brands in the globe signing on to a letter to the Global Plastics Treaty, the UNEP Secretariat, saying we actually want regulation at the global level so that as global brands, we're not dealing with 75 different contexts. We want an even playing field. We want to know what we're designing for. We want a spec we can build to. And if that includes, you know, design for recyclability as well as reuse and reduction first, but then design for recyclability, that makes a huge difference. I think for whether it's EPR or deposit return systems or whatever kind of approach a state might want to take, making sure that reuse and refill are incorporated into that, not just as a side, for decades, we've always heard, oh yes, we'll build in some source reduction, and like it never happens. So actually building in some teeth into those bills can really help to stimulate that whole economic sector that Michael and Crystal are talking about. Putting in rates and dates with that, that say, hey, we're serious about this, and we want to actually see it happening in real time and in the field.
Great. Well, it does take a long time for these bills, once they pass, to actually be implemented and go into effect. I think our EPR bill, I think, passed in 2021. It's actually not going finally into really effect until 2025. So everybody's got to get really busy here.
Yeah.
If you don't already have at least passed a bill, that's just the first step.
Yeah, I want to say something to that, if I might. I've been around long enough to see a lot of seeds get planted, and I feel like now they're finally starting to grow. And just to think the scale and scope of what's going to happen in the 4 states that have passed EPR bills in the next 5 years is so big. Like 4 years is actually, even for folks who really are pushing and aggressive on this, we're kind of also like, deer in the headlights, like, oh my God, this is going really fast. So I want to give a little perspective to that. Like, infrastructure takes time, like changing equipment takes time, building new MRFs takes time. So, and if we all try and do it at the same time, then we've got supply chain problems. So just beg your patience. And
well,
also, let's keep going.
I always want my bills to just go into effect immediately. Emergency clause, get it moving. So I appreciate that perspective. Absolutely. This is a long haul project, but there's also a crisis, right? I think you used that one, and you at least have used that word, and I'm sure others have over the course of the program. So here's what I'd like to do. If this is okay with our planners, since I can't see you, whether you're making, giving me dirty looks for going over, but we did start late. So I'm going to ask, unless someone cuts us off, I'm going to ask each of you to kind of close us out with maybe 2 to 3 minutes of, commentary on what you've heard from each other, or maybe something you forgot to mention that you really want to get in before we have to go off. So why don't we go in the same order? So we'll start with Crystal.
Oh, thank you. And I do want to say a quick thank you before we sign off. General Rosenblum, it was great to meet you. One thing I thought of that I didn't mention is that, we talked a lot today about food service and beverage, but I also want to point out there's a whole big opportunity out there for consumer packaged goods as well. So everything that you buy in the grocery store. And this is really what I'm talking about, is the future of widespread, shared, interoperable infrastructure. I do want to see one day reuse becoming a municipal utility where we roll our trash to the curb, we roll our recycling to the curb, and we roll our reusable bin to the curb, and the reusable bin is the biggest. And if we think about, consumer packaged goods, I want to point out an industry that has a reuse industry that's actually been around for 25 years, which is this sort of back of house or B2B reusable packaging, and that's crates and pallets and all of the things products are shipped around the country, and that has been that is well established and saving companies money, as well as cities as well, who are not having to they're saving on waste hauling, they're saving on litter cleanup and roadside cleanup and stormwater management. And the other thing is that shipping packaging is a big opportunity right now as well, that we hopefully don't rely on Amazon too much, but if we get, Amazon is a great example of where many people order on Amazon, they get those deliveries on their porch, they open up their box, they use their pack, they take their product out, and they hopefully will flatten that cardboard and put it in their bin. But there's really, there's lots of research that's been generated about if that huge corporation Amazon were to invest in some reusable shipping pouches, which is not a novel concept. Those exist, those are out there. And that became something that people simply put into their recycling bins. Is that something that could be collected, sorted, and redistributed back to that retailer? There is traction and evidence for that. So my main point is I wanted to point out that it really goes beyond food and beverage. Like, let's think bigger. Let's think about all of our packaging.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. Michael, do you want to give us your last words here?
Yeah, I'll keep it super short and
Sorry,
sweet.
Michael. Just a sec. It's Bethany. Hi, AG Rosenblum. I'm going to say 1 to 2 minutes, if that's okay.
1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay. We're writing you up.
perfect.
Michael?
Mine's very short, and I'll just say thank you first. This is an honor to be here, privilege, and I look forward to the continued conversations. Second thing is, we talk about long-term a lot. There's low-hanging fruit in the sports entertainment industry, and we are ready to go. It's a natural place to begin a lot of these conversations to launch the infrastructure. So if anyone out there is ready and to invest in the infrastructure, sports and entertainment venues are ready to go. We could use your help. And then on October 6th is Green Sports Day. It's a great moment to share wins, and we would love to collaborate with you on that. Thanks again.
Wonderful. And I'm going to make a special visit to the Moda Center and try out the reuse advances over there. Okay. And let's close out with Martin from Berkeley.
Yeah, I just want to say, recycling isn't the solution to everything. It's doing really good on some things, and we need to keep doing that and support it moving forward. But reuse, refill. We have a small retail store that does refill for all kinds of body products and household cleaning products. We sell toothpaste tablets instead of tubes, which are great. There's just a whole emergent space there, as Crystal was talking about, beyond food and beverage, and it should be in every sector. We think there's going to need to be another type of collection modality besides, or is it the blue cart? When we put it all in there together, we tend to destroy a lot of it. So I think we're going to need some other collection modes, and hopefully some of these EPR bills will create the space for that and the infrastructure and the funding to see some of that happen. So recycling is not the answer to everything. Don't believe everything you hear about chemical recycling or advanced recycling, and let's keep it clean and move it forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. I love how you work together, know each other. It's so important for all of us now to do just that. And thank you to the center, the State Energy and Environmental Impact Center at NYU School of Law, AG Tong. So many of you who made this happen, brought us together, and thank you for including Oregon, and of course, me and these wonderful panelists. So let's hear it for them. I don't know how loud we'll hear you clapping, but let's give them 3 cheers for taking their time, busy time, to be with us all.
Thank you so much, AG Rosenblum and Crystal and Michael and Martin. That was incredible. It's so interesting. It's fun to hear about what's actually happening out there. And thanks to all of you for joining, those of you who joined us virtually from AG offices, and those of you who've been here for today in this room. We're really grateful for your presence and for your participation. I just have a last few logistics thing. First, I'll say goodbye. You guys can go for the logistics. You don't have to be.
Have fun tonight and tomorrow. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
If you're doing CLE, please remember to sign out. And we'll be leaving for dinner to the Peabody Museum very shortly. So please be downstairs by 5:30. The buses are going to leave at 5:45. And it's a really gorgeous space, so you're going to enjoy it. 5:45. Is that fine? Yeah. You'll make it.